ste da... Dobro jutro.
Good morning and welcome to the second day of our conference. Today we will open the conference with a session on the economic dimension of disasters. I am your moderator. My name is Mirna Lavan. I come from the Faculty of Technical Sciences from Novi Sad. Here with me, I have Sandra Neljković from PIMO, Alana Pajani from Tirana, Albania, university professor, and Mirena Popović, also university professor from the Department from Industrial Engineering and Management from Novi Sad. Online, we have with us today Zuzana Stantra-Gedes, who is a senior specialist for DRR from the World Bank. First, I would like to pass the floor to Zuzana on economics and investing in risk management. Good morning. Please take the floor.
Morning. Thank you very much for the kind invitation. And I'm sorry I cannot be with you there in person, so I'm calling in from rainy Brussels instead. Let me just share my screen so you can see my presentation. Just a second. Please let me know if you can see it properly. Yes.
Yes, everything is fine.
Great. So what I'll do in the next 10 to 15 minutes is I'll share with you some key highlights and recommendations from a study that focused on disaster and climate resilience and looked at it from the perspective of finance, of the economics of making investments in disaster risk management, as well as capacity and needs of civil protection agencies. The study was a collaboration between the European Commission and the World Bank, and it is available online. At the end, I will share with you also a link. So let's start with finance. We all know that disasters can have significant impact on the economy, on government expenditure, revenues. And even though information is improving, it is quite difficult to isolate and track the specific impacts of disasters on certain economic or fiscal variables, because there are many factors. One way of trying to better understand the financial and economic footprint that disasters have is through macroeconomic and fiscal modeling. And what you see on this slide is basically a quick summary of the macroeconomic and fiscal model that we developed to better understand the impacts. At the heart of this model are results from catastrophe modeling. We simulated some 1,000 realizations of floods and earthquakes in the next 30 years and considered also uncertainty in disaster occurrence and losses. On the left side, we modeled the economic impact by using a number of economic and fiscal variables. And this potential economic impact, we compared it vis-a-vis the existing disaster risk financing arrangements and instruments that EU member states as countries have, but also that are available at the EU level. And what we got out is on the right side is funding gap. So the potential gap that you have between the impact and the available financial instruments. I'll say a little bit more about it, and especially the findings. Here on this slide is just an overview of some of the results from the modeling that we did. We focused only on earthquake and floods because we were able to get comparable data across all EU member states. Now, the risk financing arrangements that we considered, we looked at instruments such as national reserve funds, contingency lines of credit, as well as insurance. And at the EU level, we looked at European Union Solidarity Fund and UCPM. we made various assumptions about the use of these funds, and we also prepared a low and a high liability scenario as well as various strategies. As I mentioned, we looked at the potential funding gap at the EU level as such, but we also developed certain case studies for countries, Austria, Croatia, France, Romania. Now, what I would like to just spend a few minutes is really these results of the studies. On the left side are the kind of key findings, and on the right side are the key recommendations. We saw that the impact of major disasters can exceed between 7 and 17% of GDP, depending on the liability scenario. What we saw that actually each year there is a 10% chance that the EU has an earthquake or a flood that would exhaust the existing financial arrangements. This means that over 90% of the liabilities would have to be covered through ad hoc means such as budget cuts or other instruments. And we saw that the potential financing gap at the EU level would be anything between 10 billion and 50 billion, depending on the severity of the event. We also saw that emergency costs are really quite substantial, as well as the liability or the losses that comes out of the residential sector. This was over 50% of the losses. And if you consider also public assets, this can increase up to 80. So on the left, a lot of bad news, I would say. But on the right, let's look at also what can be done to actually improve the situation. So we saw that currently there is a great range between the existing risk financing arrangements and policies. Some countries are quite good, but some it is quite limited. So what could be done is to really focus on pre-arranged risk financing, understand better macro-fiscal potential impacts, and try to develop instruments and strategies how to counter them. Now, given this high liability generated from the both housing assets and the public sector assets, there is a need to improve the financial protection for these assets, either develop instruments or incentivize the uptake of insurance, for example. But with finance, we cannot really solve all the challenges that disaster and climate change pose. And this is where I come to the second part of my presentation, which is the economics of investing in disaster risk management. What we did under the study, we looked at real-life case studies across all of Europe. We looked at different hazards. We looked at different sectors and types of investments and countries. So on the left, you see the map with plotted the different case studies we looked at. Now, the type of investments, disaster risk management investments, we looked at, for example, for flooding, we looked at structural protection, so be dikes. But we also looked at nature-based solutions. We looked at early warning systems. This was something we looked at across different hazards. Maybe of interest also extreme heat, urban heat island mitigation, and wildfire. We looked at different types of interventions, be it wildland-urban interface interventions or fuel management, decision tools, etc. Now, when we were trying to understand and cost these costs and benefits of investments, we did it through the lens, through the methodology called triple dividend of resilience. This is a methodology that was developed by Overseas Development Institute, the World Bank, and GFDRR, Global Facility for Disaster Risk Reduction. And it considers not only the avoided losses, so the saved lives, reduced damage through the investment, but it also looks at the unlocked economic potential. So basically the value that is created by this safe environment, but also different broader development co-benefits, be it ecosystem services, so environmental or social. Now, the key finding is that investing in prevention and preparedness really makes economic sense. The benefit cost ratios across case studies almost always exceeded 1. Typically, they range between 2 and 10, and several of investments that had benefit cost ratio even over 20. On the right, you have the results of all these various case studies plotted in one space. The blue columns show you the range for the different hazards. So say flood, earthquake, heat wave, wildfire, landslide, pandemic, chemical spills. And what's interesting are these blue dots, which are the outliers. So these are kind of the results that are somewhat abnormal. And it's actually quite interesting to look at these, because these are the investments that had the characteristic of an integrative or smart investment. So these were investments where disaster risk reduction was combined with climate change. So be it seismic retrofitting with energy efficiency. These are measures that also considered nature-based solutions or green, or so-called green measures. Or these were investments that also combine no regret actions, such as investing in early warning or decision systems. What I'd like to highlight is that when looking or assessing the benefits of investing in disaster risk management, when you look at it from this perspective of also considering unlocked economic potential and the broader co-benefits, even when there is no disaster, these other dividends yield substantial benefits. This slide just shows a few of the case studies or investments we looked at, and there's more details in the reports. We tried to cost, for example, the benefits of capacity building of civil protection in the case of Albania and Croatia, when they had to then quickly react to earthquakes that occurred. We looked at flood warning systems or green interventions. In Vienna, there's a nice case study on the use of green roofs. For wildfire, this is of high interest to a lot of member states. We looked at different interventions I mentioned, be it decision support tools, wildland-urban interface, fuel breaks. And while I'm not touching this point in this presentation, an important fact to keep in mind is that it is not just also the investment we are making, it is also about the need to invest in capacity of civil protection agencies and other line ministries that mainstream disaster risk management. Now I come to the close of my presentation. The time will be out. Just key takeaways for you here summarized. First of all, related to finance, prearranged finance can help manage financial and economic impacts. This is something to focus on in the coming years. Second, investing in disaster resilience makes not only economic sense, but provides numerous co-benefits. And this study gives you a lot of data and evidence for this. And third, civil protection agencies are critical for scaling up prevention and preparedness. Now, there are several opportunities going forward, and I just wanted to conclude with a short notice that we just started a phase 2 of this study, and we hope to basically go deeper on some of the findings from the phase 1. In this phase 2, we will be looking at scaling up the prevention and risk reduction investments. So how can actually member states do this? We will also look a little bit closer at this link between climate change agenda and disaster risk management. We will continue to focus on risk financing and better understand how to conduct risk-informed budgeting and planning. And we will also provide some capacity building, so some courses. Some of you might have seen the European Commission has now a course summarizing the findings from the phase 1 as an e-learning available to everybody. So thank you very much. Here is also a QR code that should lead you to the website with a video and the reports. And if there are any questions, I'm here to answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your time and your efforts to make this presentation, and for very interesting topic. It is the right moment to start now with the other insight on financial management in to be resilient country, to make investment in resiliency. Zahvaljujemo se koleginici Zuzani i prećemo na druge teme da bismo na kraju, molim vas, please Zuzana, can you stay with us so we can in final 15 minutes make some conclusions of this session. Pa ćemo na kraju, znači, ove panela napraviti, ove sesije napraviti neke kratke, pokušati da izvučemo neke kratke zaključke, jer mislim da svi ovdje...
Because I believe that we are all sharing the opinion that it is necessary to invest more in resilience and somehow to circle the topic. Next speaker or panelist is Sandra Nedeljković, coming from the Public Investment Management Office of the Government of the Republic of Serbia, and topic is the implementation of the funds of the Solidarity Fund of the EU after the funds that affected Serbia in 2014. Let's see how it's functioning when we are receiving international assistance after disaster. So, Sandra, please take the floor. Good morning to everybody. Thank you, Professor. First of all, I would like to extend the thanks to organizers for the invitation and the possibility to participate in this conference. This kind of topic should be under our constant focus, not when a disaster happens, but even in the peacetime, so to say, to adequately prepare ourselves for a disaster. What is the cause of a disaster? Our office knows that the best. For the people sitting in the audience without knowing what the office is in charge of, were created in 2014 in the midst of the floods that affected the Republic of Serbia, when 2/3 of our country was overflooded. 1/3 of the country completely submerged under the water, and 2/3 highly threatened. And in the midst of those floods, the government of the Republic of Serbia actually established the Office for the Rehabilitation and the Assistance to the Flooded Area, and my colleague from Teams are here with me. It happened that our local colleague said that the floods brought us, but that was literally the case, because in addition to the disaster that affected Serbia, look how it looked like. The government was affected by another disaster, which is the financial and institutional disaster. At that point of time, we didn't have neither law nor the entity to fight or respond to such a huge disaster. It was 100-year floods. We were sleeping a century before, and we haven't prepared ourselves for such a possibility. And as we as we heard the colleague Susanna and the financial resilience and how it is important to invest towards resilience to climate change and natural disaster. These disasters affected Serbia so much that the damage incurred and assessed, and we assessed it according to the IDNA post-disaster needs assessment methodology. So the foreign expert, together with the government republic team, assessed the losses and damages of those floods, and it amounted 4.8 of the GDP. So you could see that it come to 7 to 10. We had 4.8, which means that it affected significantly Serbia. And instead of growth that was supposed to occur in Serbia, we expected 0.5 financial growth. We had a recession of drop 0.5%. But since Serbia has a cash-based budget, who is involved in the budget knows what it is. It means that the budget is planned for the one fiscal year. We have no financial funds that are like a contingency fund that are put aside for black days, so to say, unexpected events. But what we have at the annual level, we are using those. So the funds for these disasters were not allocated when our budget. So what happened is that we drafted a new law, like Speciali was adopted, which lasted a year. Then we extended it for a year, and we had an institution, we had the law, and we've coordinated the overall process. What was very important is that we had consolidated management, but to have involved all the other institutions and the local self-government units. So the process was really joint, and the whole country, all infrastructure, administrative infrastructure, took part in the reconstruction in the post-disaster time. You can see per sector how it looked like. The most affected was the energy sector. So our mine pits were completely submerged in water, and the swift reaction of the state was that we purchased the electricity so that our citizens did not suffer the electricity cuts, not a single day, which is very important to actually do it. Then the transport, housing, and agriculture, of course, were affected back then. We were back then, and we are still the EU candidate, member candidate, and the rule is that the EU member states do have the right to apply to request the funds from the Solidarity Fund. So the lowest threshold for activating this fund of the EU, we are all well aware, and we know that the principle, the EU is based on two principles, solidarity and subsidiarity. So in here we can see the solidarity in action. We with a huge assistance and lobbying of Commissioner Hahn, Bosnia, Herzegovina and Serbia got the chance to apply for this fund because the damage exceeded 4.5% of threshold, which makes you eligible to get the fund. So in addition to the Solidarity Fund, which was 70.2 billion euro, the EU is the greatest donor of the EU after floods in 2040. All the funds that came, maybe a colleague Neda will help me, that is the assistance for the international cooperation that was in charge of all donation back then, but I believe that we had 170 million of euros of the overall donation of grants that we were awarded by EU for the reconstruction process in the post-flood or disaster area. So these are the funds spent for the rehabilitation and reconstruction, how we focus them through the financial agreement that you sign with the European Commission. You know exactly based on your needs and based on the PDNA report, because without of international methodology or PDNA, you cannot apply. You can have national methodology, you can have the national capacity, but if the report is not developed in line with the international PDNA methodology adopted by the United Nations, World Bank, and the EU, you are not eligible for these funds. So based on that report and based on the needs that came out of that report for the reconstruction, we focused those funds for a specific sector, and the Republic of Serbia back then had the state rehabilitation program. So according to PDNA, you can develop one recovery program or you can decide for the sectoral program. So we decided for the sectoral programs. So for each and every sector, we developed a specific recovery program where we listed what shall we do in which areas, what are the financial funds required, and what are the institutions that are going to coordinate and implement these actions. In addition to the Solidarity Fund, you get a chance to see on the third slide that the assessed funds for the recovery were $1.7 billion at that point of time, and the direct damage 1.3 US dollars. We managed to recover ourselves. I don't know really how, because we work with the less more, but we managed to recover and reconstruct with $500 million, out of which 250 million euros were of the grants and 300 million dinars or 225.
That was the World Bank credit for fast recovery, and the majority of funds from that credit were invested into reconstructing the mines and rehabilitating the energy system of Serbia, as well as agricultural aid and direct aid to citizens. So in 2014, a year before the Sendai Protocol was adopted, we already applied the Build Back Better principle. That was the main principle of the work of our office under Government of the Republic of Serbia, and the houses that we reconstructed and the public buildings we reconstructed were moved away from the risk zones. So basically everything that was built on landslides and in flood-prone zones was moved into safer parts, and local state governments were basically giving away the free parcels, and everything that was reconstructed was reconstructed in such a way to make it resilient for future disasters of the same intensity. This is very important because it means that risk information must be part of the technical documentation. The 100-year floods and everything else must be included, and not only 100-year floods, 500-year floods. We don't know what awaits us in the future with the climate change. This is what a Center for Social Welfare used to look like in Grodska. You see that the cracks, you see that it didn't look well. And now this is how it was reconstructed. And this is what it looks like now. You can see the obvious improvement, the equipment that was purchased, and it was done the same for all public buildings. There were a lot of schools, hospitals, and healthcare centers that were badly damaged by the disaster. Additionally, we did infrastructure projects, we rehabilitated landslides, we repaired roads, we set up dikes and other preventive infrastructure. Yesterday, we had the director of Serbia Vode, Serbia Public Water Management Company, and more than 700 projects were implemented since 2014. We worked a lot with our public management companies, but not only first instance water flows, but also the so-called second instance water flows that caused the flash floods in 2014. We had 100-year floods in 2014, 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, and then 2021. And it was mostly flash floods in the basin of Western Morava, Kolubara, and South Morava. Here you can see the reconstructed bridges. The majority of bridges in the Republic of Serbia, sadly, that were done at the local level, were not built properly, and they would have fallen anyway. Point. I believe that we have a good legal framework. Our rule books and laws on construction are well done because we have excellent technical engineers and civil engineers, and universities are on a very high level in Serbia. They're known around the world. So we have the experts, we have the legal system, but we don't have the proper implementation at a local level. What happens is that until 2014, local governments did not properly implement their projects and designs. They had like one blueprint for all bridges that they applied for every instance without taking into account the specificities of the terrain, of the river, of the bridge itself. So 2014, 2015, and 16, when we started reconstructing the bridges using all the funds that the office had available, we applied the highest technological standards. This is why we have these bridges now. And we had floods again in the meantime, but all the infrastructure that was built after 2014 has stood the test, meaning that it wasn't damaged at all, everything went well. Additionally, we had a lot of water supply programs and projects, so everything concerning local needs and local critical infrastructure was reconstructed based on the high standard.
Well, look how we've regulated a river basin in Novi Pazar before and after the picture, and that's the trend that we keep on applying nowadays. The Public Investment Management Office is the legal successor of the Office for flood-affected area. This is the tailing pond and rehabilitation of the tailing pond that affected for decades one part of Serbia, nearby Loznica. And from the Solidarity Fund, we rehabilitated the tailing pond. We've cleaned and rehabilitated river and protected it from the future outflow from leakage from the mine. 2 million euros were invested therein. So investment did not imply just the rehabilitation of and reconstruction of facilities, housing units, infrastructure, but also the protection of the environment. So we've taken into account that in the future we are not affected by this kind of disaster, but to be protected. It is very important to think about the nature and everything surrounding us. The colleague Žarko Petrović, and I'm so sorry for because he's not here, used to say that there's nothing natural in the natural disasters, because everything that is happening to us, we were the ones to be blamed, because through our town planning and urbanization, nothing is in line with the nature, and then we are facing the disaster. When any disaster strikes in urban settlements, it is much easier to reconstruct it than to reconstruct the planet. But the bottom line is that whatever we do it in line with the nature, and that we have a risk-related information involved in the overall planning process. Not to think about disaster when it affects us, but to start about disaster whenever we start planning any kind of the investment. So in addition to the structural measures that we've developed, and we did a lot in the torrential barriers, torrential dams. We've developed a lot of infrastructural projects, but in addition to that, we invested some non-structural measures, such as canister of landslide that we started developing in 2015 with the UNDP, and it was a predecessor of the disaster risk register. So that's where we mapped in 24 local government all landslides that were triggered after 2014 floods, which when made in open data format, and they are publicly available. Then we did the baseline study, the study of the Kolubara River baseline study. It incurred around 800 million euros of damage in the course of the flood. So with the Japanese donation, together with UNDP. So in addition to you being the biggest bilateral donor, Japan was multilateral donor. So the Japan was the biggest bilateral donor with 11 million euros that they provided us in donation for the reconstruction, post-disaster reconstruction. And one of the activities was the Kolubara River Basin study. We have to do and cover all the municipalities in the Kolubara River Basin. They had the intermunicipal cooperation. 200 million euros are needed to do that, and it will take 20 years. If we had money now, we wouldn't be able to ensure that this fund would be safe. But for the infrastructural, for this infrastructural measure, it will take us 20 years. So preventive measures are time-consuming, and that is something that is very important. That is to communicate with our public. So irrelevant what we do, it is never enough. We always need to keep on investing in disasters, and in addition to that, we need to have the funds that should be like a contingency fund. So when a disaster strikes or affects us, that we can swiftly reconstruct and recover. So public office that was supposed to exist solely for the reconstruction time and to make it a lifespan, it converted into the Public Investment Management Office. It was given a new competencies and is reconstructing the public purpose facilities in the peacetime. Now we've got the significant funds that we are investing into reconstruction of the hospital, university, clinics, schools, social protection centers, and we are providing support to the local governments for the infrastructure under their competence through proactive investments. In 2016, this office was established, and by the end of 2015, we adopted the law on the post-flood recovery, which became a systemic law that the country can recover after any type of a disaster, not only floods that affected us, but adjusted to any kind of the disaster, man-induced disaster, so as to be able to recover. What is very important is the transparency. So the Republic of Serbia and the government of the Republic of Serbia implemented 110 of the promised donation in Brussels and Paris at the donor conference, meaning that the donors came and gave the funds to our office when they observed how we are implementing the reconstruction process. So more than 100%, all the 100% were implemented. Everything is publicly available. All the figures can be seen and found in our webpage. Each and every household that was granted funds can be found on our webpage, as well as all the other projects that we are implementing and all the financial funds project and the pipeline and projects that are being implemented. So it is very important to have the public communication to be aware where the funds are invested and how. And another thing that is maybe the continuation, and I believe with this I will conclude, I believe that I've abide by allotted time. So given that we have the annual budget, and that when some disaster strikes, unfortunately, the Republic of Serbia has to reallocate her funds from the development project to the reconstruction ones, and therefore the government of the Republic of Serbia, based upon the proposal of the office, signed the agreement with the World Bank to use one financial instrument, that's loan, that is put aside as a kind of a contingency fund and can be used solely when disaster affects the country. So the Republic of Serbia is taking a loan in a way of taking the loan that it can repay before the creditor, but these are the non-commercial loans. We call it credit, but it's rather a financial instrument, and within the 48 hours it can be activated when the emergency state is declared. So the Republic of Serbia, within 48 hours, could have those financial funds. The loan amounted to 70 million US dollars, back then 66 million euros, that can be used exclusively for the reconstruction and the recovery process. The World Bank is not conditioning you whether you will use it for the reconstruction process or to increase the liquidity of the state. It serves to increase the liquidity, but we've contracted it to be focused on the reconstruction, and we informed the bank after all those disasters we were affected with ever since 2014, and we activated it first in 2018. So thereby the state shows the responsibility. So whenever we are lacking funds after a disaster, we will not ask international community for assistance, but for the smaller disaster we can do it our own and to be prepared for it. That would be it. If you have questions, I'm at your availability. Thank you, Sandra. I believe that we would summarize it all, because I believe that all those presentations are heading into a perfect direction, because I had a chance to see all of them. I know what we will focus about. And yesterday we spoke about the preventive measures you mentioned. So in the end, we will conclude with the joint conclusions. The next speaker is Professor Elona Pojani from Tirana University in Albania. She would cover the topic financial strategy to face with disasters. Elona, please take the floor.
Thank you, Professor. Professor just made my presentation, but I also wanted to do a little bit of presentation. I come from the University of Tirana in Albania. I am part of the Department of Finance, and within our department, since the day, yesterday we were talking a little bit about education, we achieved some years ago to include the first topic or the first subject on disaster risk management, and our department have been working on the science of the field since then and a little bit before that. Thank you to the organizers for inviting me, and to you, Professor, in particular. I'm going to talk about disaster risk finance actually now, focusing on where to find all this money that is spent in case of disasters, and money that has to do with damages, but also with losses that we have after a disaster happens in a country. So the first two presentations were really focusing on economics on one hand. So we need disaster risk intervention because it provides net positive values following a cost-benefit analysis. And also we saw what these numbers of an intervention might look like, but at the bottom line, we have to find those numbers, those money, those funding. And this is what disaster risk finance has to do with. Some of the instruments were included or mentioned by the former presenters, but I'm also going to summarize them here in a way that disaster risk finance literature does. So this is the content of my presentation, and I'm also, of course, at the bottom line talking about resilience, because having a disaster risk management strategy means being also resilient together with all the other aspects surrounding disaster risk management practices. Yeah, so how the public sector is affected is pretty obvious, but this is some bullet points of that effect. Increase in public expenditure, reduce in revenues, and I'm going to talk how. Demographic changes, if we have people affected by disaster, of course, we will have some demographic changes. Other impacts that are connected with the risk of disaster that create the multi-disaster phenomenon, and also contingent liabilities, a term used by the World Bank, by the disaster risk management literature, to define implicit and explicit liabilities that are basically what the government owes to his citizens in order to bring back the situation before the disaster happens. So, yeah, we talked about losses. I just wanted to give this brief from the literature of what losses means. The literature divides these losses in two categories, direct impacts or direct losses and indirect losses. We have direct losses when we see a disaster. We see a building that has collapsed. We see life loss. That's direct. We see that and we understand that's the damage that is caused. But actually it doesn't end right there. What happens after a disaster is also loss that the government has to, and the economy of country and the society, of course, has to bear over the years following a disaster event. What is this indirect is something that happens because of the disaster, but we don't see it immediately. Like we have a facility distracted, that direct destroyed, it's direct damage, but that if that facility is used for business purposes, it takes time for it to be back to normal and to continue operating. So the business interruption that happens, it is indirect cost, and it also reflected in our big macroeconomic indicators that we all talk about: GDP, import rates, financial, other financial instruments or indicators that we use for defining our economy. So yeah, building resilience means everything we talked about yesterday, all those strategies that were discussed of a disaster risk management process, all those behavior aspects that we had great presentations in the afternoon about how people react, and that's also part of the resilience. It's about, of course, the efficiency of, or the amount of these direct and indirect impacts that we have from a disaster, but at the bottom line, it's also about how we build a disaster risk management, disaster risk finance strategy. And resilience is everything related to these aspects, and it's part of resilience is physical resilience, is social resilience, and at the end, also financial resilience. So how do we create this resilience? We have to be able to quantify these liabilities. We have to be able, of course, first to identify them and then to find ways to fill that funding gap that you were talking about earlier. And financial means include all of these, include government help, of course, include international help, donors and donations, include also those means that we like very much, but they are very difficult in some cases to implement, especially in developing countries, like risk transfer means, which includes insurance, the most known of which, but also other risk transfer means that go through the market and are instruments of financial markets. What we usually see, especially in developing countries, is what we call financing after a disaster happens. This is called ex post financing. So the budgetary reallocations are common, especially in developing countries. But they are common, but they are not sustainable. So in order to implement a sustainable disaster risk finance strategy, we need to think ahead of the disaster and to find ways of how to plan for damages that might occur because of disaster and how to finance them. So it's actually these instruments, we talked about them, we mentioned them, but there are classifications how we, in literature, how we divide them. The usual classification is market and non-market risk transfer. So we transfer our risk, the risk borne, for example, from a household to the government. So what does it mean? It means that we expect the government to pay us for our losses. This is risk transfer, but it's not done through the market. Efficiently, it would have been done through the market if insurance were available, or if that family or household has bought insurance. So when we talk about risk transfer instruments through the market, we need a market to exist, we need demand and supply to exist for that, and that's the tricky part of it, especially in developing countries. So that's why developing world is behind in this aspect. And also we have risk transfer through time. So we save, I'm talking about the basic concept of risk transfer to time. A family saves so it can be prepared for a worse day. And that's how it transfers its risk from today, from the moment it faces a damage to the past, basically. Yeah. Yes, that's the other, and that's the main point actually of sustainable risk transfer, risk finance strategy. Like being more focused on the left side of this slide and less focused on ex post. What we see is usually ex post instruments like budgetary reallocation, borrowing, unplanned borrowing, of course, new taxes. In some cases, government has to finance themselves through new taxes, or emergency international help, which is not planned ahead. In this case, it's all ex post, so a disaster hits a country and we need to find money to recover. But this is common, not sustainable, as I said. What would be sustainable is having these ex ante instruments, which includes reserve funds, so the government is prepared through, for a bad moment through making contingency funds or reserve funds, contingency budget, contingency loans that are planned ahead and agreed before, risk transfer instrument like insurance and other market instruments, and prearranged international aid, again, something that is prearranged, planned before. Yeah, I put some slides or some insights of the main instruments that we use. It's government assistance, the first that we also talked a lot about, where the government finds this money. As I said, through new taxes sometimes, through reallocation, so some funds that were meant to build a road are reallocated to disaster recovery, and that road is not built. So this is why it's not sustainable, because it basically stops development if we don't go where we planned before. And also they use reserve funds. And insurance, as I said, that's the most known, the well-known market instrument that we can use. It's a contractual agreement. We know, I believe, what insurance means, but what we have to bear in mind is that in less developed countries, in developing countries, it's difficult to have an insurance in place. And this is because of some consideration. Some are political and government related, some are operational, but at the bottom line, most of them are market related. The market is new, the market is underdeveloped, and there is not enough supply sometimes. So an insurance company willing to give insurance, and sometimes demand is also not enough. So people are not willing to buy insurance, and this is common in developing world, and this is why insurance markets are so underdeveloped. And financial market, these are mostly new instruments that are created through the market, are financial instruments, the most known of which are cat bonds, disaster derivatives, and swap contracts, all of which need some kind of or many regulation to be implemented, and of course are part or more developed world and more developed financial markets in order to exist. Yeah, and this is a structure of the World Bank catastrophe bond instrument. I finally wanted to bring attention to my country, Albania. It's a less developed country, not a developing country anymore, but financial markets are very, very new or very, very young in age. And this is why those ex-ante instruments are not in place or very limited in Albania. This means that we have basically a very basic disaster risk finance in place in our country. And what this means is that the government, even though in Europe, Albania is the number one country when it comes to disasters, is very much affected and very much affected by disaster risk. But still, it's not very well reflected in public policies, especially in constructing these sustainable strategies for coping with disaster, part of which is disaster risk finance, as I mentioned. What we saw, or the consequences of this, we saw, of course, after the earthquake that hit our country in 2019, and how bad was the recovery, and it still is the recovery phase, and all those funds needed to bring the economy back to where it was. Of course, the impacts were exacerbated, were made worsened by the COVID pandemics during that time, and the two disasters were mixed, or the impacts were mixed with each other. But at the bottom line, the inexistence or the limited funding from this disaster risk finance strategy were very much obvious, limiting the ability to recover from that disaster. So what happens actually in Albania is that in case of very severe disaster, and that's the vertical line there we have no sovereign capital markets instruments, very limited insurance, very limited public asset insurance. So what we have to rely on is our government, so reallocation of budget, and international aid, which is usually the case that we have. Yeah, this is some latest data on the aftermath of the earthquake, and the PDNA numbers show how the economy shrunk because of that. So there is a way forward. This time we are speaking, the government is drafting or has drafted the national strategy for disaster risk management, and also the emergency plans are new and are being developed. A new law was implemented or approved in 2019, so the focus is now on how to create the sustainable strategies, which include also disaster risk finance in our country. Yeah, the concluding remarks, so to have how to support a disaster risk finance strategy, we need data, of course, and this is also lacking in developing world. We need ability to analyze this data. We need information, institutions able to do that, capacities, communication. And this is my takeaways for this presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ilona, very much. I see about presentations about financing the disasters. Zahvaljujemo se Iloni.
I would like to extend the thanks to Ilona. Our next panelist is Professor Ljiljana Popović from the Faculty of Technical Science from the University of Novi Sad, with a specific topic how it is when one of the disaster affects the agriculture. That is something that is happening to us. We had a drought and we had a problem. So the index-based insurance, new possibilities for insurance against drought. So she is a specialist for insurance and the management in insurance. Thank you, Professor. It is a great pleasure to be among you today and speak in the course of this conference. The previous presentation were great intro, particularly Sandra's. Now I talk about a bit different topic. When I ask my students to list me what are the disasters affecting Serbia, immediately they would say floods. And they said floods, a bit of earthquakes, a bit of landslide, but they almost never mention a drought. In Sandra's presentation, You can see that the damages of floods back in 2013 were less bit than 1.5 billion euros. Only 2 years before those huge floods, we had unprecedented drought with the damages incurred amounted to 2.1 billion euros. So in 2017, we were affected by another drought. €1 billion was damaged. This year, they speak that this is one of the 3 hottest years in Europe ever since we've been measuring the temperature in Europe. And at the very beginning of the agricultural season, we were aware of the fact that the damages would be incurred in agriculture because we did not have the rain or precipitations when they were supposed to be there. After that, we had quite a heat wave, and at the end of this year, we would sum up the damages incurred in agriculture, which would be quite significant. When we talk about the vulnerability, want to define the vulnerability, we say that this is kind of the prediction what might happen to the population in the cases of risks and hazard. We observe the hazard from the standpoint of a drought. We can say that in this situation, huge economic losses and consequences are incurred as result of the reduced agricultural production and the quality of the agricultural product. In the less developed countries, the drought can have catastrophic outcomes, leading into the poverty and the hunger. In the developed country, the consequences are not that developed because they have the quite high level of awareness. They start as the drought starts as a dry weather, a longer period without precipitations, and after that, if that period is extended, hydrological drought, if it overlay with the period of extremely high temperatures, then we've got the drought in agriculture, that is the agricultural drought. All 3 types of the droughts always end up with the socio and economic droughts, meaning affected the most vulnerable groups. Drought is a mean risk. Why? Because it's invisible. It evolves slowly, covering, unfortunately, broad areas and territories. What does it mean in principle? It means that it is foreseeable if we know where to look and what to follow. There are different measures available to us to manage with droughts. Long-term, short-term, mid-term. The long terms are the best, which are infrastructural measures that would yield results on a longer run. And when a drought is in question, infrastructural measures, the terms are watering and irrigation systems are the ones that really impact on the reduction of all these risks. All others more or less do impact on reducing consequences. Repressive measures, which are the measures to mitigate economic consequences. However, they are significant because the drought is affecting the most vulnerable and the ones where the irrigation systems are not available or not developed properly. So in line with that, some financial instruments do appear as a possibility to, let's go, bridge that gap up until the moment when we would have some infrastructure measure more available. We mentioned today in the course of this session the insurance. Insurance, of course, is one of those measures. If we observe agricultural production in the Republic of Serbia in our overall GDP accounts for 6 to 7%. It means it's quite significant. It is twice as high compared to the average in EU. We are producing a lot, we're exporting a lot, and we are living or not living well due to agriculture. Serbia, Vojvodina is the agricultural region. It's a plain region, agriculturally dominant area. They are growing crops there, small percentages under the orchards. And another thing that is important to mention is that the Vojvodina is quite rich in waters. We've got 3 big rivers, the Danube, Tisa, and Sava. And on this slide, you will see wonderful and diversified canal network designed to serve as irrigation and drainage system. But there is a data that according to the latest census, only 3.6 arable area is irrigated. We are irrigating only 3.6%, which is worrisome if you observe that we've got the water which is at our hand and available. Another worrisome thing is that half of that percent is used to water using underground water. So meaning if we are watering it, we are watering it from the well, from the deep groundwater that should serve us as our future reserves of the potable water. So first, we need to be aware what kind of water we are using, and secondly, we have water available everywhere. We only need to take it, but it is quite costly, and you need to invest into the irrigation system. That percentage, in the meanwhile, increased. There were a lot of investments made in the agriculture, and serious agricultural producers and huge system are thinking in advance about drought, and they've been intensively working on the irrigation system. But the small agriculture, which are predominant in agricultural sector, are still somehow neglected. With the new census, we will see the percentage. Of course, as I mentioned, there are economic mechanisms as a transitional measure to the irrigation system. That is the insurance. The insurance in agriculture is something that's been traditionally existing in our society and in other societies worldwide. And mainly, it falls down to the traditional insurance against damage. That is that you are paying for a premium, and when the cost incurred, you are paid an insurance, the difference between the yield and the yield made and the expected one. But in the world, in the past few years, there is a new form of the insurance that is index-based insurance that differs significantly from the damage insurance when it comes to repayment of the damage. In this sense, you are paying not for the damage, but for the compensation, measuring certain parameters. So a contract contains specific meteorological and weather conditions and parameters. If that parameter deviates from the contracted threshold, the compensation from the insurance will be paid with specific amount per the unit of the agricultural yield. Means that the assessment of the damage is replaced with the payment, simple payment, and the calculation of compensation from the insurance is that we have no expensive costs of liquidation of the damage. When it comes to the scientific, in the scientific sphere, it's been calculated, assessed over more than 100 index of droughts. Drought is quite complex, and the methods to envisage droughts are quite complex. Drought, traditionally speaking, is envisaged by observing the sky, thinking whether it will rain or not, but it's far complicated. The quantity of precipitation calculation is quite difficult, and some other parameters are also taken into account when calculating the index drought, such as temperature, more complex index such as Palmer drought index, taking into account the soil conditions in terms of humidity and similar factors. But if we'll be talking of the index-based insurance, to introduce such insurance into a new market, which is, for instance, a Serbian market, you need to comply with the specific regulations and the rules set by the World Bank. Those rules are the following. We need to have the good database covering 30-year period that would provide us with the data on the temperature, precipitations, and the similar. It is necessary to have reliable measuring stations it is preferable to be state-owned, well-kept measuring station, thereby to provide us with the reliable data. When speaking about the insurance, we refer to the creation of the contract for only one type of crops, and it implies that no irrigation is applied, because we are changing with irrigation we are changing the natural conditions of risks. In the university, we conducted a small research whether there are scientific preconditions to introduce such insurance in our market. We did it for the Vojvodina territory. As you can see on this map, we developed a large study based on 40 cadastral municipalities. We have the data from the 7 meteorological stations. We got the time series on the daily temperatures and precipitation for 60 years, and we had the data on the yields of those cadastral plots in the past 33 years. So we had the abundance of the data which we were able to use. What did we get? Actually, we wanted to question and see whether there is a correlation between the tested indicators and the yield, because this is the first precondition that the World Bank tells us that needs to be implied if we want to introduce these kind of insurance. So we wanted out which out of the 100 indicators that we can test, we selected the 3. These are the cumulative precipitation, because it is possible to have the trade-off in terms of the options and on the Chicago Mercantile Stock Exchange. So you can trade off with the precipitation. We selected the SPI as a golden standard used in the methodology, and that the World Meteorological Organization actually proposed that all national meteorological institutes are following these indicators to foresee a drought. And given that in our territory the temperatures are quite high and the evapotranspiration is quite high, then we involve some indicator that is incorporating temperature in the calculation, and that is SPI indicator. So we also calculated the correlation between almost 148 different indicators with the agricultural yields, and we've established that there is a correlation among all of them in our tested territory, greater or lesser. So with the detailed analysis, we've determined which out of 150 indicators in each and every category has the greatest correlation. So we determined that those are 3-month precipitations, March, April, May. In this case, I'm talking about the wheat yield. Then we tested the correlation of the yield with the SPI 3 drought indicators starting from May through July. And the indicator third that we used is the SPI2 indicator starting from April. As you can see on these 3 maps, there is a correlation between all 3 tested indicators. In some municipality, there is quite high correlation, exceeding 0.5. So there is a link among the observed indicators and the yield. What does it mean? It means that we've managed to develop the arithmetical model based upon the SPI precipitation, or SPI. We can foresee future yield. I shown here the study for wheat, because in here you can clearly see the difference between these 3 indicators in terms of the greater and higher correlation among the first and third indicator. However, with the corn, the data were not, you couldn't see the difference between the tested groups of indicators. Another thing that we were interested in, what is the best out of these 3 indicators? All of them are correlated based on each and every one, then we can foresee the yield, but which is the best? So one econometric analysis, panel data helped us there, and after finalizing that complex analysis, we said that the index that is best correlating with the wheat yields is SPI, that it has the lowest statistical or non-probability error that are used for this analysis. So let me conclude. So in the territory of Vojvodina, given that we've tested solely that territory, there are good and favorable scientific grounds and conditions to introduce this new type of insurance. We've got favorable climate and meteorological conditions. Precipitations are not variable and the temperature are neither variable so as to impact on a micro condition, the correlation, which does not mean that it could be applied for the rest of the Serbia, bearing that we've got a different mini and microclimate related regions. But Vojvodina is more standardized in climate-wise. We have a good ground. Another important thing to mention is that our law on insurance is drafted for the damage insurance. So for the insurer to be able to apply this new insurance, the law should be amended and to recognize index-based insurance as a new form and type of insurance as a mechanism to manage risk. When we amend the law and if we will have the possibility to have insurers to calculate their interest in the whole story and to offer this type of product. On the other hand, the index insurance is quite popular for floods because the risk assessment of floods in index-based insurance is much simpler when the damage-based insurance is in question, but our legal framework still doesn't allow for this kind of insurance. Another thing that I would like to mention, insurance is only a transitional measure up until the moment when we are starting irrigating. But I believe when this story is in question, the focus should be placed on irrigation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Liliana. This was a very practical presentation. I think that we have proven that we as scientists are more than useful when it comes to introducing new specific forms of insurance into a new market in line with the specification of the World Bank. So I would like to ask my dear colleague Zuzana to share a few thoughts to conclude this morning session after hearing all panelists in their presentations. So Zuzana, please.
Thank you very much. I think we can all agree this panel contributions were really excellent and highlighted really a lot of points. Maybe in conclusion for me, what stands out are 3 points, I would say. First point is, the importance of investing to understand disaster and climate change risk and to do it from different angles. We were talking about the importance of understanding the macro fiscal angle to be able to be better financially protected and prepared. But there is also this physical side that came out very nicely from the presentation on Serbia. You need that information to be able to guide your investments for risk reduction, but also post-disaster. And it is important to also understand the social side, so your communities and the local authorities, because if you don't understand their needs, you cannot make sure that your investments are well targeted and accepted. The second part, I would say, there is a need for member states, for EU to continue investing and scale up the investments in risk reduction. We have seen that it does take a long time to make investments right. It takes a lot of effort. It needs leadership that was here very nicely demonstrated. It needs partnership between different donors and organizations. So it is very important to continue with these very difficult but very rewarding investments that, as I showed in the presentation, can have really multiple benefits for the society, even if a disaster does not happen. And the third point is I would focus also on these no regret investments and solutions. And as part of that, really investing in preparedness, in capacities to respond, because disasters will happen and we cannot be unprepared for them. as well as investing in raising awareness about the importance of investments in disasters at political levels, at EU levels, but also among communities and among people, because we can design all sorts of instruments and investments, but if they are not accepted, if they are not understood by the community, with all their implications and benefits, it will be very hard to sustain them. So these three key messages: investing in understanding of risk, continued scaled up investment in risk reduction, and investing in no regret solutions and investments. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, and thank you for these really full conclusion remarks. I think we all agree, and I would like to thank all the panelists. Hvala vam što ste došli.
Thank you very much for being a part of this panel. Thank you, Pimo. I would like also to thank the organizer for allowing us the opportunity to meet like this. And I would like to thank our colleagues from the academia, because they have proven that as academics we are very useful when it comes to this journey. And now it is urgent for the broader public and end users, those that are affected and vulnerable the most when it comes to disasters. They must be aware that structural investments in prevention is the most important thing. And then everything else. We need to be prepared for all kinds of losses and damage. But of course, we also need to be proactive, and we need to invest into measures that will either allow us full prevention or mitigate the consequences of disasters. Thank you, and this is the end of our session. Oh, there's questions. There are questions. Ljuban from Montenegro. It's a bit weird that we in Montenegro are interested in agriculture, but this presentation was so interesting. This is why it was worthwhile to make this trip. Do you know an example of a country where index insurance is implemented in a high quality way? Because if there is such a country, maybe we can look for a Montenegrin immigrant who will come to us then and help us with this. And I promise you that we will invite you to do this presentation in Montenegro. We know some risk parameters. We did risk assessment for drought. We know that index insurance can be implemented in Montenegro, but we need a good example of a good country that implemented this properly, and also your contacts so that we can invite you to Montenegro. Germany. It's Germany. Pilot projects were mostly aimed at developing countries such as India, for instance, but starting from 2 years ago, there is commercial insurance, a commercial insurance product in Germany. Thank you. Hopefully, this means that we will stay in touch and keep working together on this topic. I would like to thank the audience and thank the panelists once again. Have a nice day, and thank you very much.
Renowned participants of this conference, my dear colleagues, guests, and friends, welcome to the panel dedicated to the health dimension, how to make the healthcare system resilient to disaster. Actually, in the course of this panel, we will try to shed the light on certain aspects, given that covering and addressing all segments, elements, and topics within this area would require a separate multi-day conference. So, irrelevant of its pretension title, we would focus solely on some topics. When it comes to all internationally recognized methodologies to manage emergencies in the whole cycle, from the risk assessment through preventive measures, planning measures, preparations, preparedness, recovery, reconstruction, irrelevant whether they come from the Western countries and the tradition of the countries of neo-socialism. There is no any. It is a natural thing that the highest protected value, using the language of disaster risk management, is the health and life of our citizens and people. So in that sense, we can say that each and every emergency is, to a greater or a lesser extent, a health emergency, irrelevant whether it is of a health-related type, such as COVID, which is par excellence health emergency, requiring the engagement and involvement of the overall society, or it concerns natural disasters or accidents, man-induced accidents. So the main damaging consequence we try to minimize and mitigate is the impact on the health and life of our people. I had the chance to personally be involved in the work of the headquarters, and I would say that ever since the establishment of the response, either structural or non, the health workers become those workers shaping and modeling the response. As you know, now we've got the COVID, so it is clear that the health crisis in question. We've got flood. You need to ensure potable water, food, proper sanitation to prevent infection. So the health reasons are under the lens of the response. When speaking about the protected values, in addition to the health and life of people, secondly, theoretically speaking, we have economic and ecological effects. We can again say, pretentiously, that health again impact these protected values. If you have a decimated population, as it happened in the COVID period we are still in, or era, you would have the serious effects on both economy and ecology. I personally had the chance to participate in the development of the National Risk Assessment in 2017 and 2018. And to back then apply a certain methodology I was free to propose, trying to calculate something that was never taken into account, the side effects of those crises. For instance, spent drugs, non-working day, and lost years of life. There is a methodology to calculate that. So based on the World Health Statistics, there is the expected life expectancy in certain territory or in certain states. So if you use the projections to calculate the lost lives in a certain extraordinary emergency. In 2018, we reached the high figure when we actually covered the scenario, reaching huge figures for the scenario with the worst possible consequences, up until the level that it sounded incredible. I cannot recall that figure, but everything came through in COVID. Before focusing on panelists and their presentations, I would introduce today's panelists, quite renowned experts in their fields. My name is, I'm moderator, and my name is Miljan Rancic. I'm National Professional Officer for the Country Health Emergency Preparedness in the World Health Organization. Today with us we've got Associate Professor Verica Jovanovic, Director of the Institute of Public Health of Serbia, Dr. Milan Jovanovic Batut. In her personality and the position, we've got properly and nicely merged theory and the practice, particularly now it's COVID era. By her position and based on the specific laws on health protection, law on health, the Institute Batut has a specific position and the responsibility in that regards. And to our first panelist, it was not easy because she was in the forefront to regulate, respond to this crisis. Our next panelist comes from the sector of the social science. We know that the emergencies are always multidimensional, and it is of the utmost importance to cover this topic from the social science prism. We've got Marta Sjenicic, Research Fellow within the Institute for Social Science. She will be covering the topic. Verica Jovanovic was focusing on the response to COVID, while Marta will shed the light on the international legal framework to respond to public health aspect of emergencies. The third panelist is a professor, PhD Slađana Jovic, a professor of the Security Study faculty, and very competent and interesting person for this panel, because by her vocation and by her formal education is a doctor, because she used to be a practitioner as Dr. Jovanovic while working in the public health system, and relatively early she expanded it while working in the faculties. Fourth panelist today. We will have the second panel after the break, but this is the first panel, is the Professor Boris Kordic, psychologist, and he is a professor in the security faculty in the subject of psychology. What is very important within today's panel is to mention that he is the representative of on behalf of the Serbian Psychological Society in the constant committee of the European and of the Society of the Psychologists, the Standing Committee Crisis, Disaster and Trauma Psychology, focusing on the topic that's been recognized as important when it comes to responding disaster. And I'm on behalf of the, there is a mistake in the material. I'm on behalf of the no. Okay, linguistically they made a mistake in Serbian language. So the mental health is well recognized from the World Health Organization I'm coming from, but also by all the other factors and institutions worldwide. And the fifth panelist, we've got the block of two presentations focusing on the same topic, speaking about the importance of this topic. So the fifth panelist in the first panel is Professor Marija Jeftić, professor of the Faculty of Medicine of the University of Novi Sad. She's been working in the Institute for Public Health of Vojvodina for a longer period of years. We've got a great merge of the academic approach and the realistic practice in resolving these issues. And lately, she is research fellow at the Université Libre de Bruxelles. And she's virtually joining us. So she cannot physically be here, but we had a chance to see her on the screen. And good morning, Maria. So the first presentation today will be delivered by Professor Jovanovic, and she will present us the national response to the in the course of emergency caused by pandemic COVID-19 intersectoral cooperation. So please take the floor.
Dear colleagues, dear friends, dear Milan, thank you for inviting me to present at your conference. It will be my pleasure to stick to the time and present a topic which is the national response to the COVID-19 pandemic and the emergency situation of COVID-19 outbreak on the territory of Republic of Serbia. I'm also going to present the intersectoral cooperation during the pandemic and how we responded to an emergency situation that is basically still ongoing. It will be my pleasure today to explain how, from the very beginning of the outbreak, we responded to this in Serbia, and to elaborate on the multidimensional aspects of our response. Globally, this is an example of the typical practice of acting during a disaster, no matter what is the nature of this disaster. It is my privilege today to talk about the healthcare aspect and the consequences of this particular healthcare crisis. The COVID-19 disease was caused by a novel virus, and all the activities that took place in the area of public health have shown that the healthcare sector was crucial for the activities to control the public health and public welfare. And I need to underline how partnerships were important to contain the disease and control public health. The lessons we learned can be applied in some future cases of disaster management and disaster prevention, which is sadly inevitable, but that I hope will happen not in this century. On this slide, you can see when we had the first case of COVID-19 in the Republic of Serbia. It was March 6th, 2020. The first confirmation of the novel virus happened in China in late December. They were suspecting that there is a novel disease without any specificities about the cause, but this was the reason that all around the World Health Organization and other international organizations initiated this partnership that came out to be crucial to manage the potential risk. Back then, in early 2020, it was the international crisis was still not declared. However, this changed very quickly. I come from the Public Health Institute. I'm very proud of my institution, so I am here to represent both my institute and the network of public health institutions in the Republic of Serbia. I believe that it's very important for these institutions to keep being the crucial institutions to identify the potential risks, to monitor these risks, and to assess the needs to manage these risks, and also the institutions that will provide recommendations for investments into public health. If we talk about the COVID outbreak, right now the situation is safer than it used to be, but we went through several waves of this disease. that were typically following the same pacing and dynamic like waves of infections in Europe. Right now, the situation is a bit better, but in the upcoming period, given that we're entering and the cold season where people spend more time indoors, we can expect more respiratory diseases, including COVID-19. So prevention measures and activities that were recommended so far are still in force. We must not forget the prevention measures because we need to convey these important messages and initiatives that we have to contain the risks and control the situation in the field. On these slides, you can see the current situation in the Republic of Serbia concerning the COVID-19 outbreak. But can we... Okay, yes, thank you. The public health institutions are monitoring the outbreak. At first, we had to identify it, and then we need to properly respond to it. The public health institutions were there to explain the risk, to mobilize the partners, to underline that this risk is now a national risk. However, the state institutions allowed a fast response to the risk. The system responded to the risk swiftly and promptly, and the whole society had an organized approach to contain the disease. An example of cross-sectoral cooperation was the work of the crisis response team, which was established by the government of the Republic of Serbia on March 13th, 2020. And this team was the instrument that allowed work on daily basis where team members would define the needs that needed to be met. Every meeting of the crisis response team meant that the team members had to deal with new tasks and exchange information, opinion, and recommendations between different sectors, and this provided an efficient response to the emergency situation. Now, who participated in the work of such a functional and efficient body? So we're talking about all the sectors. Not only the line ministries of the Republic of Serbia, but all sectors that can improve the partnerships to respond to risks in an organized way. On these slides, I would like to show how to implement safe action in COVID-19 pandemic when it comes to the professional aspect of it. These institutions had to analyze the health situation and the spreading of the disease at the level of the country. And data that was collected on a daily basis served as the parameter to define the needs that we needed to respond to. When it comes to the work of the expert bodies and institutions, in addition to the official institutions that were tasked to protect the public health, they were the public state-owned healthcare institutions and COVID clinics and hospitals, certain instructions were provided to come up with standard operating procedures on how to react in an emergency situation. And these standard operating procedures were applied in all areas, including treatment protocols. Different algorithms for response in certain sectors and certain areas in terms of healthcare provision and response to COVID-19. So these responses were always based on standard operating procedures, and they were the same standard operating procedures recommended by the international organizations and bodies and that were implemented in other countries. During the pandemic, one of the key needs was the need for fast and updated databases and records. This allowed us to stay part of the international scene in line with the international rules, because our country established the necessary mechanisms to remain the part of the international network when it comes to the, for instance, international travel. My apologies. I have a sad duty today. This is a fascinating topic, but it was agreed that we have to stick to the allotted time. So you have 3 more minutes. When it comes to the IT system, okay. To conclude, I would like to highlight a strategy that was an example of a multidisciplinary partnership. Immunization was a measure that allowed us to control the pandemic of COVID-19 in a very small window of time. Immunization meant using different methods to reach out to the population, raise awareness, implement vaccination, but first and foremost, work on spreading information, which meant combat against fake news that were spreading in the public. Finally, I would like to present some challenges, which I believe is very important. We will be very brief. You can see them on this slide. When it comes to response to disaster, the human factor is extremely important. Human resources always come first. When responding to disasters, it is very important to have defined priorities and needs to control the emergency situation and all aspects of the society, and to mobilize all the capacities that can impact and mitigate the risk. It is crucial to react promptly as a system, and the whole community has to respond fast. The biggest challenge during the crisis in the beginning of the pandemic was how to develop the regulatory framework, which meant adapting all the international recommendations to our country, adapting the national healthcare rulebook, which was a multi-sectoral process, the international representative. The focal point is the Public Health Institute, so we participated in the implementation of this. And another big challenge were some non-health related activities, such as logistics support, international transport of equipment and goods, international cooperation. And finally, I would like to underline, when it comes to international cooperation, it is very important to be familiar with the strategy called One Health approach, because that is the future of our health and safety. And it is very important that COVID-19 response becomes a good practice example with lessons learned that will show that cooperation and partnerships led by the state are crucial to preserve the safety, security, and welfare of citizens in a region. And since disasters are never isolated, international partnerships are also very important. This is why the support of international organizations are crucial. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Jovanovic. She actually covered part of my job, actually preparing a perfect intro for the next presenter, Marta Sienic, because we heard from Dr. Jovanovic how the system and the government cope with the COVID in a multi-sectoral fashion, and she mentioned specific international obligations. So, it is necessary for mitigating these international threats requires a regulated international cooperation. So the topic of Marta Sienic would be international and national legal framework for acting during public health threats as emergency. Thanks I would like to thank the organizer for inviting me. Thank you, Milan, for such wonderful intro. Thanks for the listeners and audience for being here. I would go back a step backwards because the legal framework, as each lawyer believes, is alpha and omega of everything, and the starting point for the implementation of the things that Professor Dr. Jovanovic mentioned. And given that Mr. Jancic is in the body for the implementation of this framework, and I believe we would cover it afterwards. I feel quite strange to speak about the definition in the public health, but as an intro, the area of acting of the public health are different, and in this context, I would like to reiterate monitoring and response to the threats to health in emergency situation, protection of life, including safety, environment, and food and the other, and the suppression of the expanding of the communicable diseases and early detection. And another thing that Dr. Jovanovic has already mentioned, that is ensuring a competent public health workers. Another definition that is very important within this context that I'm not afraid that I'm not sure whether we had a chance to hear it, because this is specifically the panel dealing with public health and public health threats. The World Health Organization is organizing public health of international importance, one threatening the life. It originates from biological, chemical, or unknown origin. It covers each and every threat that can spread or implies a significant risk of a transboundary expansion that may require a coordinated, that is a multisectoral international reaction, so as to ensure the level of the protection of the population. The emergency, I won't give the definition of the emergency because the conference is focusing on it. I simply wanted to mention that the part of the countries wanted to prepare the emergency and the extraordinary situation. Now there were disputes which status should be proclaimed, but when observing the interpretation, the legal framework can be differently interpreted. That's the beauty of being a lawyer. We proclaim the emergency, but when you observe the effects, everything that is subject to the emergency could more or less be covered through the proclaimed state of emergency. Well, we covered the state of emergency that the disaster risk management law and emergency management law covers that topic, but Ms. Ivanovic mentioned that it is in the area of health. It is regulated by the law under the health-related law, and all of them have the similar definitions of the emergency. When speaking about the national, international regulation, we have more laws focusing on public health. These are different strategies also, strategy for prevention, HIV prevention, law on health protection and insurance, all of them to more or less are regulating public health. The most important is the law on the protection of the population from communicable diseases. When it comes to international regulation, there is a series of directives and regulations covered by Chapter 28. We need to harmonize our legal framework with dealing with the protection of health and consumers, and there are 15 to 16 areas with different directives, regulations that are binding or non-binding for Serbia, tackling not only transboundary threats to health, health protection and so forth. And you know that in the past 2 years, the European Health Union is being established that work on the preparation for the crisis situation, and that establish here a body to respond to the health threats. International health regulation was adopted in the 60s, but since it was observed that there is a risk for transboundary threats, it was updated in 2005, significantly expanded, entered into force in 2007, and all members of the World Health Organization +2, in total 92 countries signed them. Another important thing is that the international rulebook, its bottom line definition is that those are the rules for the global alarming and the global response to the public health threats of international importance. It has a guide for its application and a series of enactments, protocols, easing its implementation, and the signatory states should adopt their own internal enactment, incorporating what's written therein into their legislation. But by the very signing, that international rulebook is binding for all signatory states. All signatory states were supposed to harmonize with it by 2012, afterward prolonging to 2014-2016. Motivated with the fact that the space, particularly in this regular situation, normal situation, have not responded swiftly. So we all need, not only us here in Serbia, but all states need trigger of this kind to properly legally equip the country. Requirements put upon the signatories are three main requests. Each and every member state will have the focal point for international health regulation, and in charge institutions in charge for the implementation. That focal point should be constantly available for communicating with the World Health Organization, and all the information relevant within this context would share with the World Health Organization to collect the information from the ground, and will represent the channel from the field towards the World Health Organization. And those are different sources of information. If something happened in a mountain area, These kind of information should be shared. And every member state should assess, strengthen its own national capacities to determine, report on the event. Reporting on the event, my apologies. I haven't changed the slide. Again, I would have to intervene and remind you that 10 minutes time are elapsed. So the assessment of the reporting assessment is a part of the international regulation and is in line with it. So when you determine that there's a threat, there are certain items, such as definition of the case laboratory result, the signatory country has to report upon. The activities of the World Health Organization, on the other hand, are to appoint its own focal contact to receive all of this information, to inform, to recommend health-related measures, and the last meeting regarding COVID at the World Health Organization was organized July 12th July. The application of the international health regulation in Serbia, it's been regulated through the law on the communicable diseases and the series of enactment adopted regularly, and even now those adopted in the extraordinary, in an emergency situation. And it regulates conventional supervision based on the structured data, and is regulated that the epidemiological reporting in case of threats to the health-related situation would also use non-structured data. And if I'm wrong, in 2011, a communication center was formed in Batut, and Batut is formally defined as focal point. Regional institutes are focal points in the field on behalf of Batut. So the communication center published several reports, and in the COVID times, both regional institutes and Batut were additionally equipped to be able to act as focal point. And in 2016, a new law on the protection of population from communicable diseases was adopted, meaning that the legal framework was fully regulated. And the content of that regulation is not transposed into the law, but there is a provision in the law stipulating that we would act in line with that regulation. And as I mentioned, a series of bylaws were adopted. Legally, properly regulating system. Thank you for your attention, and my apologies if I exceeded the allotted time.
Thank you, Marta Sjenicic, for this wonderful overview of the legal framework of the International Healthcare Rulebook and the commitments that arise from it. This International Healthcare Rulebook is related to my scope of work in WHO in Serbia, and allow me to inform you that during the COVID crisis, a large number of countries, including Serbia, noted that the International Healthcare Rulebook, even though it is legally binding the moment that it is ratified, lacks the actual power of a typical legal document because it has no penalty measures, meaning that it boils down only to recommendations. There are initiatives for its amendments. These amendments cannot go far, but something will be done to make it more binding and more strict. Serbia supported the initiative for these amendments, and the next assembly of WHO, we are supposed to produce an updated version of the rule book. Before COVID-19, Serbia had capacity assessment for the implementation of the International Healthcare Rulebook. And here in the audience, we have people who have actively participated in this procedure. And according to the WHO methodology, because WHO was managing this implementation, a tool was produced to come up with a national action plan for capacity building. This process was interrupted due to COVID-19, but we are planning to continue it soon. Our third presentation is Professor Slađana Jović. Her topic is protecting public health in disaster conditions. Please. Thank you very much, dear colleagues, dear Miljan. I am very happy to be part of this team. We started cooperating in the last century. I work in Batut, and I worked for a long time to promote health. I remember your actions well and introducing the alert system. I think that it was in 2004 when the system was introduced through the network of institutes that covers the whole territory of Serbia. Another reason that I am very happy to listen to these presentations is that we're all acting as a team, and we are all going in the right direction, the same direction. And I'm happy that I don't have to focus on what was already said. I can focus on some newer research concerning protecting the population's health during disasters. There's a lot of data, but however, the previous two presenters presented already some of the aspects of my presentation, so we can safely skip that. Talking about public health, we are considering healthcare risks and threats, and there's another term there, public health safety and security. This involves proactive and reactive activities. As we said yesterday, what is happening when nothing is happening? It's just an illusion that nothing is happening. Those who work in prevention, the sectors that are here at the conference know that so many things are done even when at a glance it seems as if nothing's happening, when there are no disasters, when there are no emergency situations that can impact the population's vulnerability and that can jeopardize the collective health. If we do not have these proactive actions, so without the proactive measures, the damage can be really severe. So the lack of these activities has a negative impact all around the world. The focus is on improving the health around the world, reducing inequalities, and inequalities first and foremost in access to health protection and in inequalities in protection from global threats. The World Health Organization plays a huge role here, of course, and as well as UNICEF and the International Food Program, World Food Program. Now, what are the global health threats in the 21st century? Well, we are living in the times when global health threats are a daily thing. We're talking about infectious disease pandemics, bioterrorism, biological and chemical weapons, foodborne diseases, natural disasters, chemical or nuclear incidents, and consequences of wars, conflicts, climate change, and migrations. This is another thing that we are witnessing on a daily basis in the past decade. There's a term called global health. This term is defined as a field of study, research, and practice that emphasizes the importance of improving health and achieving equality in access to healthcare for the entire population of the world. So, as healthcare system, as education system, as defense system, as civil protection system, so what do we do? What are we facing in the field when an emergency happens, when there's a disaster? From the healthcare point of view, we're talking about injuries, whether they are mechanical, thermal, chemical, or radiation caused injuries, psychological problems caused by distress. In the past 15 to 20 years, we've been talking a lot about psychological problems, so it's not neglected. Then it's spread of infectious diseases that can either cause or be a consequence of disasters, and the increase in the number of patients with endemic diseases. All these healthcare issues require the adequate response of the healthcare system. So international health regulations, we heard about it already. And what I found as an interesting information, however, it's pretty discouraging, is that analyze the goals that were met by 2016, we can say that today only 1/3 of countries around the world are in a situation that it is able to assess and identify and respond to a health emergency, to public health emergency. This was before COVID-19. Once, when the pandemic is officially over, we will come up with more analysis. We talked about public health from the legal point of view, but public health is something that focuses not only on individuals, but also on communities and how these communities live. And public health is basically the health of the whole population. This population can be small, like one neighborhood, or large, like the whole world. Now, what is important when we talk about prevention, the clinical approach to public health? I think that most of you know that public health experts work on prevention of problems by implementing educational programs, recommending policies, administering services, and conducting research, whereas clinical practitioners, which we appreciate, are mostly working to save lives and the treatment of individuals. Public health also works to limit health disparities, which is in the best interest of the community as a whole. Now, I would like to focus on, I have 3 to 4 minutes left, right? Yes? Okay. When we talk about marginalized communities or groups, global health, public health, realize that it is important to support the marginalized communities for several reasons. For one, we do not have representatives of marginal communities at the conference. They are the invisible part of the population. They are isolated in the community. They are marginalized in their settlements. They are marginalized, sadly, due to their education level, gender, religion, or some other characteristics or special needs, such as a disability, because it is assessed that in each population there's at least 10% of persons with special needs due to a disability. I am grateful for working in Batut for 10 years because I got to participate in many programs and projects aimed at marginalized groups. UNICEF had an action to provide vaccines to Romani children. It was a wonderfully implemented campaign in Serbia. I was in charge for communicating with the community, outreach, sensibilization, media, addressing, etc. And the report that the then director of UNICEF submitted was one of the best 8 reports around the world. So we really kicked out of the ballpark. However, a big problem was that we didn't know how this community is living their daily lives, how they're breathing. So when we wrote leaflets for South Serbia, and then we went to Vojvodina, it turns out that the Vojvodina Romani population did not understand the Romani language used in the south. So that means that there are several dialects, and we need to know all this if we want to properly address this community. I analyze numerous new papers, mostly from the developed world, which doesn't mean that we won't have similar contexts and conclusions in our country. That is also about the exceeding winter mortality of the Romani population, where there is a statistically important difference between the number of deaths of Roma during the winter in the Romani population. Death rate is higher in the winter anyway, and due to a combination of factors, death rate of the Roma population was particularly harsh during the winter. Another category of health is public mental health. Professor Kordic is going to talk about this more. Research that was published in 2002 in the Journal of Public Mental Health absolutely confirms what we intuitively knew in theory, that public mental health is jeopardized in disaster settings. And we go back to the characteristics of marginalized groups that make them more vulnerable than others. Even though they're not visible, we have all the more responsibility to provide for them. Experience has shown that, for instance, there was the pandemic of polio last year that started from a marginalized community and spread to the general population. So by protecting marginalized groups, people who need additional care and assistance, we protect public health as a whole. And we need to be aware of this because it allows us to be even better in our work. This problem is not only a human rights problem, it is also an economic issue because, as we heard, by responding to disasters properly and controlling risks, we can achieve fantastic savings. Last century, when the tuberculosis vaccine was invented, meant that for $1 spent on a vaccine, you could save $1,000 for tuberculosis therapy. So this is quite a stunning example. I'm going to stop here now, and if you have any questions, I'll be happy to elaborate on my thoughts later. Thank you.
I would like to extend the thanks to Professor Jovic. We are nicely evolving the topic, applying the experience of the realistic multisectoral response to the extended emergency. Now we are focusing on something that's not that visible when it comes to public health, and thank you very much for that. So Professor Kordic made me quite difficult to introduce him now as a moderator. He is my work maximally because the topic of his presentation is quite simple, summarized and clear. So the first, psychological assistance within the crisis time. Thank you very much. Who was yesterday here, had the chance to know me. I'm someone who was in the shoes of a dean of the security faculty, but nowadays, despite the fact that I'm a professor of the social psychologies and some other subjects at the security faculty, I'm here in a capacity of the psychologist, members of the Association of Psychologists of Serbia, and the representative in the Standing Committee for Crisis, Disaster, and Trauma Psychology with the European Federation of Psychologists Association. In addition, I'm a representative of the committee within the Association of Psychologists for the crisis interventions that we've established in the course of floods that affected Serbia back in 2014. So I've been dealing with this topic for a longer period of time. In addition, I've got the experience from, so to say, civic wars in the territory of Yugoslavia, because I was an active military serviceman, and I gain a lot of knowledge in these kind of situations as well. But outside all these activities, I am involved in psychoanalysis. So given that the theory of trauma, psychological trauma originates from psychoanalysis and has been theoretically evolved and practically involved in these situations, so I am also recognizing that area as important. But today, I will focus, given that the 10-minute time is quite a short period, is to draw your attention to one organized modus operandi at the European level, where we are psychologists from different countries are trying to contribute toward the improvement of the mental health from this standpoint, and to assist the people in the state of emergency. We just briefly need to reflect upon the history of this topic. It starts from big events, and if you can see it nicely on my presentation, in 19th century, huge events were disasters, railway disasters, because the Industrial Revolution started back in 18th century, and the railway was one great invention. Railway, in addition, let me make a small digression, was the introduction into the tourism as well. So if you observe Paris back then, out of a sudden, that railway enabled common people to travel outside Paris and not to spend their time constantly in one location. And then, in parallel with those events, there are some scientists dealing with these issues. So one of them was Erickson, and that's why we've got Erickson disease, a kind of a reaction, psychological reaction nowadays, we would say, to these kinds of events. Then we had a lot of wars. Wars are the biggest calamities of our societies, and we cannot escape from them because that is something that's related to the human nature, and nobody has given the adequate explanation. And that's why a lot of panels covered the wars as a topic, but you've got the Grand War, the First World War as a global experience, which was disastrous. Then the Second World War follows quite swiftly, which shown that in the meanwhile we we didn't become any wiser, but now we're talking about the possibility of the Third World War. Despite the progress made in all the spheres, the least progress was made in the humanity. So, if you observe the First World War, you've got the shell shock, MEAS. It was a term used for traumatized soldiers. And Freud, who is he spoke about the war neurosis because he dealt with trauma. We had a small number of wealthy people, a large number of rich people, and then with the rich people, he focused on sexual-related trauma. But the World War brings special malices, and then the Freud was afraid that psychoanalysis would be erased with the First World War because all men were mobilized and deployed, and a lot of people he treated. And that's the reason why he actually started treating his daughter, and she actually continued dealing with his theory and with the psychoanalysis. After that, we had the Second World War, genocide, known as a Holocaust, and even nowadays, consequences are actually treated, and we've got the transgeneration trauma. So the grandchildren could see how the trauma that affected their grandparents affected their parents and were transferred to themselves. So each and every crisis we are subject to entails consequences. We who live in the territory of the former Yugoslavia are well aware of it because the civil war woke up all tensions and the psychologically never resolved issue with the story about the fraternity and unity that hasn't helped to resolve trauma from Second World War that keep on living even nowadays, that you can see in the media outlets, for instance. Then we've got the Vietnamese War. We can say that the hippie movement was actually created as a response to that war. And another thing that's interesting is that only then, in the official medicine, we've got the PTSD enlisted as a disease. Afterwards, we've got the Chernobyl, air crash, accidents, a small digression, and I would have to shorten a lot my presentation. I will retell you one event. It happened long time ago in Yugoslavia. I talked with the commander of one unit, and he told me, "You're a psychologist. One day we will see that so is inexistent." Back then it was communism, and I treated it that way. That dialectic materialism and whatnot, Marxist theories and all these things, and then I believe that he's living in such a spirit, and that everything would become, all of us, we will become particles, and that's it. But when I went to this academic sphere of world, it is unbelievable to what extent we are not aware of the soul and how belated this diagnosis was introduced. When you say PTSD, post-trauma, if we are talking about the psychological trauma, we are not thinking about the psychological trauma. We are thinking, we're treating trauma as event. It's a stressor. What would be covered. So it is a stressing syndrome. Stressing syndrome is something that is happening at the level of the organism. That is essential theory, and nowadays we are constantly under stress, under stress, under stress. So our organism cannot cope with what I'm put upon. And nobody is talking about souls and trauma that we have at the psychological level. To what extent we are psychologically vulnerable. So this is just mistreatment that we cannot actually see to what extent the psychology is important. I would simply draw your attention to the fact that the committee is preparing different projects. One is with the World Health Organization, wherein we would be talking about the psychological support and the paradigmatic changes to be flexible, active. The focus is now transferred to the fact for us to be the leaders in fighting against crisis, but you need to have a huge support in that regards. What was lacking at the national level, that is in the Republic of Serbia, is that psychologist was not a member of the crisis staff. So we've got the media wrong presentation that increased the fear instead of decreasing the fear. So that is something to be changed in the future. Thank you very much. We would like to extend thanks to Professor Kordic.
This was a wonderful overview of the history of PTSD. I would have to ask the organizers if we have the time for our fifth panelist. And to do that instead of the break, we're supposed to have 15 minutes break until 11:45 when the other panel begins. If the audience agrees, it will be a shame not to listen to the presentation of Professor Jeftic. Maybe we can just skip the break. Yeah, it's going to be hard, but or maybe just have a couple of minutes break and continue at 11:45. Maria, please, I don't want to take more of your time. Good day to you all. It's my pleasure to be here today, and let me share my screen and immediately start with the presentation. Can you see my screen? First, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me and say that this is a specific panel that is really needed because it is focused on mental health. I will say that my first task as a young doctor was a very special emergency situation that we faced, and that was the NATO bombing from 1999. I am a specialist in hygiene. That is my area of expertise, and I'm focused on mental health and environmental health. And I also worked as a group therapist since I completed some courses in psychotherapy. So I will just like to say a couple of things I see as very important for psychosocial support. Milan said that mental health cannot be measured in simple terms. The consequences of jeopardized and harmed mental health are dire, and we're talking about how we can prevent mental health damages and make communities more resilient. if we talk about mental health on an individual level, we can say that none of us can claim that we spent all our lives fully healthy and risk-free. In various different crisis situations, the first things that happen, what we notice as practitioners, is that what comes out of fear. Fear causes stress, stress causes worry, and worry causes a sense of helplessness. I think that what the population needs is that we work with the media, since media can have a positive and a negative impact on the population. Information must be clear, accurate, concise, and the messages must be unambiguous. Right now, experts are focused on mental health and psychosocial interventions, as well as psychosocial support. The result of this is that organizations such as the UN and WHO come up with recommendations on how to protect mental health thanks to the experiences of various populations. I shared these two documents because they are particularly focused on children. It is not simple to work with children during crisis and emergency situation, and children are particularly prone to experiences PTSD after various crises. On the other hand, children's coping mechanism is a challenge because they are born in a changed world. For kids who are 3 to 4 years old, they learn to live with masks. Masks were a foreign thing to them, and for children who are 3 to 4, masks are a normal daily thing. WHO provides recommendations on providing mental health crisis services, but this is field activity. In parallel to this conference, there is the European Conference of Public Mental Health. Yesterday, I had the opportunity to present at this conference, and I have to say that public mental health is in focus in the past couple of years. I will mention the primary and primordial prevention and the importance of working on mental health and the preparation for possible future crisis situations that are coming more and more often. We don't have almost any breaks now between crisis and emergencies. And certain sectors are particularly affected, such as the healthcare sector or the education sector, meaning that people working in these sectors need extra support. A small invisible virus caused a lot of change around the world, in the environment, in the economy, in the growth of inequalities, in our turbulent emotions. Partly, it even had a positive effect on the environment because we showed that we can actually have clean air in a very short amount of time, so we can now learn something from that, and it had a big impact on how healthcare systems around the world are organized. So in that sense, the question is, as Professor Kordic. He didn't talk about individual trauma. He talked about generational trauma and transfer trauma between generations. And for instance, when we talk about healthcare institutions, it's a simple definition. It consists of facilities, equipment, and staff. But staff is most affected by the crisis. They are the ones who are the pillar of fight against the crisis. I was part of the team for the post-disasters need assessment in 2014, and I can tell you now that it's hard to measure the post-disaster needs assessment in the area of mental health, but even now, we can say after the floods and after various experiences that the healthcare sector and the human resources will be seriously affected by this crisis, and the staff will experience burnout. If we look at the healthcare sector, the staff is really vulnerable, and this situation has demonstrated this vulnerability from the Maria, my apologies. Yeah, if you can please speed up. I will finish in the next 2 minutes. I will be the shortest of all our panelists. Mental health was the topic of the Ministry of the Public Health Institute network of the Red Cross, of academia, of Association of Psychotherapists. They provided online support. And allow me to share that this hybrid event is possible thanks to lessons learned from COVID that showed us that it's possible to maintain social communication even when we can't have physical contact. So to carry out the next post-disaster need assessment, I think that mental health must be a part of it. Mental health must be strengthened. We need to work on transformative education that will build resilient individuals and therefore resilient communities, and we need a systematic approach. And let me say that unlike the pandemic, which is a crisis that is still ongoing and that will pass, climate crisis is something that's going to last longer and that is already creating generations that suffer from climate change anxiety, which includes mental health issues and serious fear concerning climate change. We did not mention today we did not mention the SDGs today, and here are the SDGs broken down on the basis of mental health and psychosocial support. We should maybe redefine the targets. A couple of days ago, we marked the World Mental Health Day. This year, it is focused on inequalities, migrants, refugees, and children. It is another crisis that we should mention as something that's going to get worse in years. Mental health is not just something that concerns doctors and psychologists, and concerns all of us. So in that sense, let me finish with a sentence that it is my pleasure that at the Faculty of Technical Sciences of the University of Novi Sad, I have the opportunity and the possibility to teach the course of disasters and vulnerabilities, where I can build the capacities of future experts and engineers related to public health and mental health. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your experience in the presentation. Now I'll try to make a swift conclusion before our panelists give their seats to the next one. It is clear that when Serbia is in question, and that is obvious at a global level, the importance of the public health approach to the emergencies has been recognized. We've heard that a multi-decade initiative with the regulation, World Health Regulation. We haven't mentioned the EU, which has a Directive 1022 about transboundary threats and risk, but unfortunately, it's not nice to say, but the COVID crisis contribute that specific kind of challenges and problems become more visible, that is a need to resolve them or for preventive actions in certain areas become more clear and evident. What we can see in Serbia, and it is present in the other countries in the world, is that top decision makers, prime ministers, government presidents throughout COVID crisis understood the importance of investing in the readiness to respond to public health-related challenges, because as we mentioned it at the very beginning, the preservation of the health of population is precondition for any other progress, including economic, ecological, and any other progress. And it is more than clear that Serbia is capacitated to further develop all the mentioned areas. I would like to extend a thanks to our panelists and to audience for. We said that we will not have the break. We will continue.
Aha, čujemo se, da. Poštovane.
Renowned ladies and gentlemen, I will shorten the formality because we know each other, and this is the second panel, and in the interest of time to be able to abide by the time, if not by 12:30, but as initially envisaged by 12:45. So we would immediately embark into the panel number 2. As a moderator, I would dare saying that compared to the panel number 1 that was characterized by, so to say, a classical one, it dealt with a clear, structurally defined topics dealing with response in the health-related states of emergency. This panel, that would be shorter, we would focus on later and a bit more intriguing topic. We've got 3 young panelists, rich in enthusiasm and advanced in their areas, making a difference and a step forward, thus improving their fields of operation. The first is Stefan Mandic-Rajcevic, working in the Institute for Social Medicine within the medical faculty, working in the laboratory for infodemiology and the management of infodemia. I assume that in the course of COVID, we had a chance to hear more about the term infodemia and infodemiology, and we would precisely hear from Stefan what is covered under this term. And this is a discipline, at least in Serbia, conditionally speaking, in the early stages, but has proven to be significant and critical for regaining the trust in the system, health, and the medicine as such, to recognize the problem timely of lack of information and spreading misinformation, and to timely respond. With us, we've got the dear ladies coming, our guests from Poland, interesting in so many fashion, despite the fact that it concerns young scientists, assistant professor, PhDs. They have the same, they are named Katarzyna. Katarzyna coming from Radom, from Poland, from the University Faculty of Law and Administration, Kazimierz Polański University, Katarzyna Molej, if I pronounce it well, and the other Katarzyna is Miaskowski Dashkovic. So, if I properly pronounce their name, the second one is coming from the Catholic University for Canon Law and Administration, John Paul II Catholic University from Lublin, Poland. 2 of them covered quite interesting topic, quite intriguing, which entails a significant consequences, as we had a chance to see it in the COVID crisis, which was of a major scale and last for a longer period of time. It turns out that there are a series of legally related topics in COVID crisis in response to this. So these 2 ladies dealt with the selected legal topics and experiences stemming out from the COVID response and analyze this topic, and we will see what they have to say in that regard. I couldn't resist but mentioning some of interesting legal aspects. Do you remember that at the very beginning we had the problem when because they imposed the quarantine measure, we were not sure whether the people with the quarantine were able to go to the sick leave, how long they will be absent for work. There is a risk of being laid off, maybe not in the state institution, but in private sector, yes. Now, I'm simply focusing on some legal issues in our countries. Binding effect of the recommendations. Afterwards, there's a link that to formalize the decisions of the crisis staff. Afterwards, large misuses either intentional or as a consequence of a misunderstanding. There were a lot of problems regarding the lockdown, where it was quite shocking to what extent people could not understand that something my right stops where my right stops if I am jeopardizing the right of somebody else. So when the lockdown measures, they spoke that the lockdown is actually limiting the right of movement, and you've got the generally accepting movement of this is a limitation to the movement if you cannot drive in one direction. So let's not, without further ado, now I will give you the right to Stefan Rajcic, the health within the information and misinformation, the possibility of making a proper decision and the proper choice. Thank you very much, Miljan, for this wonderful introduction, and thanks to the organizer for inviting me to participate in this wonderful event that really grouped renowned experts. So outside my topic, I would like to reiterate another important topic when it comes to law, and the issue that's not resolved is hard to resolve, whether the COVID is a professional disease or damage at work, so injury at work. So when it comes to the topic that I will cover, it relates to infodemia. Infodemia has been mentioned in several occasions throughout the previous presentation. I'm very glad, because that problem of infodemia is now recognized in the other spheres as an important part of the response to the disaster. I would focus on infodemia, its definition. I will try to explain some basic terms, such as ones that you mentioned, whether it's a wrong information or misinformation, what are the framework to manage over it, why our laboratory is called Laboratory for Infodemiology and Infodemia Management, and I will share some of the conclusions. What is infodemia? It seems to me that there is a technical problem, because we don't have the Stefan's presentation on the screen. Sorry, Stefan. No, it's okay. When talking about infodemia, that's a term that's been existing ever since the beginning of 21st century, and this is a science that's been developing into the direction of researching how the information are spreading in either physical or virtual sphere. Infodemia is mentioned also in the first SARS outbreak as something that followed pandemic. A director of the World Health Organization at the very beginning of pandemic mentioned that we are not fighting only with epidemic or pandemic, but also with an infodemic that can, because the fake news are spreading faster than a virus and could be equally threatening and dangerous. This is quite strange to mention at a time when people are dying out of a COVID, but it is going to be clearer throughout my presentation why infodemic is such an important. Infodemic is defined as overwhelming or a large number of information. Some of these information are true, some are false, but what is a common denominator is that they are making it difficult to us to make the proper choice when our health is in question. It might refer to accepting preventive measures, response of the healthcare system to the crisis. It might refer to accepting the vaccination. At any rate, reluctant to accept leads to the fact that our public response is weakened. Therefore, this topic is very important. What are the significant definitions when it comes to infodemic and when it comes to infodemiology? Very often we use a term disinformation. So the basis of infodemic is the misinformation or wrong information in Serbia. So misinformation is an information that by itself is false, and its objective is not to make damage to anyone. But disinformation, on the other hand, is a use of a wrong information to provoke a specific effect. You remember all that at the outbreak of this pandemic, when we received different SMS messages, through social networks or whatever, where we have the group some kind of pieces of advice. The people share with us, our friends, without any desire to make any harm. So people believe that the specific information that were wrong and false would help the others to better protect themselves from the coming pandemic. So this is an example of misinformation. Disinformation would be if a specific group, and it's interesting in here when we need to have the colleagues from the security faculty, when a certain group want to make a damage to another group, stating, don't use that and that, to provoke a negative or adverse effect that would be by either to individual, group, or specific system or functioning of a state. What are and how infodemic develop? It depends mostly upon the context, upon the interest of the public, upon the current topics that are topical. So very often when we are talking about the people, they say, well, yes. So what is the infodemic? Infodemic evolved in parallel with pandemic. So the key was origin of the virus. Was it a virus? How it is spread? How we can prevent it? Is it meaningful to wear the mask or not? Then the people try to prove that there's no sense to wear masks. Then again, using wrong information. And then as the pandemic evolved, then the story started whether this virus is no longer threatening, whether it's weakened. When I said the virus is weakened now after two years, no, it's not that the virus weakened, but that we became stronger. So these are the wrong information. What was the progression of the infodemic when the vaccines appeared in our market, and all the other things became irrelevant for infodemic, and the vaccines became important, how they develop, how it is important to develop those things, and those things were supposed to be timely responded. What is important when it comes to infodemic is that it is not threatening for the population, but it is also threatening to the health worker in the sector of security, for the educational sector, for the police officers, military, and these are the key sectors for the functioning of a state. So we are not talking about the response in sense of the general population, but we are thinking how we can be more resistant to infodemic when it comes to these key sectors. When we think about world examples, I won't enter into the detail, but the key word is that for instance, the misinformation when speaking about the social network are over 3 to 4 or 10 times more shared than the true ones. And there's, you've got 3 minutes more. And these are the data that were through for both at the global level and how the epidemic is spreading from person to person like a virus, but as a virus it could be stopped in a way that we are stopping a virus by wearing masks, not to go to event when we have the symptoms either of a flu. And infodemic can be stopped when we receive the information, we think who shared it with us, whether the source is reliable, and if not, we decide not to share it. So that way we are stopping infodemic. One of the key things is to develop the framework of the response to infodemic. One of the work that helped us is the development of the taxonomy of infodemic to see what are the topics and how their progress is going in parallel with the pandemic. So this taxonomy of infodemic helped us monitor the topics and offer timely response to them. In here, I would reiterate the role of a trust, another important and the key word mentioned in the several occasions. The trust is something that is directly helping or destroying resolving infodemic. If you trust in the institutions that are timely informing you, there is no a gap wherein it is possible to have infodemic appearing for the people sharing unreliable information. This is the information from our research that initially showed. I would like to reiterate 3 things, that when it comes to the key data regarding the trust, the huge difference between men and women, specifically in Serbia, meaning that the trust And the data on infodemic or pandemic and vaccination is gender-related issues. So this is one neglected area in talking about the response to disasters. And another thing, in the lower table, you can see what is the impact on different factors. And when we sum them up, the trust is something that has the most impact on the people to make the proper decision, that is to get themselves vaccinated. And I would like to conclude with one slide, our answer to infodemic. We've got two options. One is infodemiology, that is how and why infodemic is spread, and that's the title of our laboratory. That is the managing infodemic, that is the practice, a skill that implies a multi-sectoral cooperation where the health sector needs to cooperate, defense sector and the education sector, and of course academia, because and the media, to be able to timely respond. And thanks to the World Health Organization and USAID, we managed to, at our faculty in University of Belgrade, establish this laboratory dealing with monitoring that is social listening, what our population is focused on, and the timely response to this topic. And thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Stefan. Thank you for two things. One is this wonderfully concise presentation, and the other is your time management. So in addition to establishing the infodemic lab, you've been participating in a project assisted by USAID and implemented by WHO to remove the consequences of infodemic and fake news in vaccination. So our two colleagues from Poland are having a joint presentation. Their topic is natural disaster caused by the mass occurrence of human infection diseases. Selected legal issues and experiences resulting from the COVID-19 pandemic. Please, ladies, take the floor. Katerina Meglish is going to go first.
We are so sorry we don't speak your beautiful language, so that's why we will have our presentation in English. And to avoid the time exceeding because of the digressions we both love, and to be in the line with the agenda, we will use our notes. So again, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and let me express firstly our gratitude to the organizers for invitation and for the possibility to present the results of our research as well as observations connected to the issue announced in the title of our topic. And as you can see on the slide, we are academics at two universities in Poland, and we cooperate since many years in the field of public aspects of health law. And today we want to draw your attention to selected aspects of legal qualification of threats causing crisis situations, legal tools to counteract these situations, as well as an effective response to them. And the risk factors we focus on is an infectious disease, the mass spread of which affects primarily the healthcare system, but may paralyze, as we all know, the functioning of the state and society in many dimensions. And the experiences resulting from the coronavirus pandemic forced the verification of the effectiveness of systemic solutions, including legal ones, for preventing and combating an infectious disease epidemic in humans. And let me go to our first slide. Let me reach for the web of terms, just a short information. A widely recognized WHO's concept of disaster refers to the three aspects. It's an event that disrupts daily functioning of a community or society, causes material, economic or environmental losses, or overwhelms local capacity. And regarding disaster triggers, they are conventionally classified into three types: natural disasters, human-made disasters, so called man-made disasters, and hybrid disaster. And the concept of natural disaster includes natural phenomenon above or beneath the Earth's surface, meteorological phenomenon, as well as biological phenomenon, which is relevant to our topic today. And for the sake, just a second. Yes. And for the sake of completeness of the considerations, it should be pointed out that the concept of disasters also includes man-made and hybrid disasters, and it should be emphasized that the cited concept of disasters, including the categorization of its types, it's not normative, and therefore it's not legally binding, both at the EU level as well as individual countries. And when looking for sources of EU competences in the field of creating a legal framework relating to disasters, it should be noted that the Treaty on Functioning of the European Union does not directly determine such competence. However, taking into account that each disaster potentially affects the level of human health safety, it can be indicated that EU has shared competences with the member states in this regard. EU can also take on European level, of course, a supportive, coordinating or supplementing actions which protects and improves human health. And it's obvious that the risk of disasters, the risk factors of disasters, especially natural ones, do not recognize borders, and cross-border action is needed to combat them. At the same time, several provisions of the Treaty on the Functioning of the European Union provides for the possibility of EU activity in the event of natural-made disaster. As an example, it could be Article 196, on the basis of which Union shall encourage cooperation between member states in order to improve the effectiveness of systems for preventing and protecting against natural or man-made disaster. All the treaty provisions, such as Article 122, paragraph 2, which foresee union financial assistance to the member states which is in difficulties caused by natural disasters. Or there are many examples. Also, the Article 214 about humanitarian aid, or solidarity clause 222 of the treaty, which also mentioning natural or man-made disaster. But it should be emphasized that although the treaty uses the terms of natural or man-made disaster in several places, it does not provide premises on the basis of which situation should be classified as such. And this raises doubts as to whether only natural or man-made disaster can induce activity on EU level. And what about the hybrid disasters? And when referring to the coronavirus pandemic, prima facie, it seems to caused by a biological factor may be classified as a natural disaster. This is of course topical if we rule out the human factor in activation of this virus in Wuhan. And the assessment of the EU institution in this regard is also interesting because the Council regulation on activating the emergency support instrument and amending its provision into COVID-19 outbreak assumes emergency support wherever the need arises as a result of disaster referred to Article 1st. And this provision we have expressis verbis named COVID-19 pandemic. So the COVID-19 pandemic is therefore considered as a disaster without specifying its nature. Another example is EU regulation on Union civil protection mechanism points to COVID-19 pandemic in the context of the crisis it caused and indicating acute health emergencies as one of the reasons for activation of the mechanism. The opportunity to classify COVID-19 pandemic as a natural disaster was provided by the General Court of the EU, assessing the compatibility with the internal market of state aid to an airline operator suffering economic losses in connection with the pandemic. However, the court did not refer to this problem in merity, only due to the lack of sufficient justification, and the court annulled this contested decision. But it should be added that the court speaking substantively, could also conclude that the COVID pandemic is not a natural disaster, but belongs to an exceptional occurrences, also justifying the state aid in the terms of internal market. Legal tools at the EU level do not give us a clear answer that infectious disease, including COVID, automatically, per se, is a factor responsible to a natural disaster. With various instruments at their disposal, authorities respond ad hoc to the current situation and sometimes reaching for episodic solutions.
Katarzyna, we really appreciate your effort to be as efficient as possible.
Yeah, I will.
But we still have a kind of complaint of the interpreters that they cannot follow you. So still you have to do it a little bit slower if possible, but have in mind the time frame.
Of course.
Also.
Accept my apologies. So my last sentence. With the various instruments at their disposal, authorities respond ad hoc to the current situations, sometimes reaching even for episodic solutions, calling spreading disease a natural disaster or an emergency or even acute health emergency. There is no guarantee that such a qualification will be valid over the time. And such a qualification requires normally reflections and a political decision. And reflection costs time, which in turn can be invaluable in the perspective of threat, the most valuable values, which are human life and health. And the law then appears as an imperfect instrument to react with delay to reality. And taking into account the doubts raised, it may be worth considering to replace the concept of a disaster, regardless of its type, with the concept of an emergency situation in the normative acts. And it seems that such a preference was expressed yesterday by Professor Jakovlevich during his speech. And following the principle that the EU cannot harmonize of the laws and regulations of the member states when it comes to disaster protection, we want to briefly present the legal possibilities resulting from Polish legal framework, how to deal with an emergency situation caused by a pandemic.
Thank you, Katarzyna. So now the next Katarzyna.
Sad.
Yes, we would like to deal with you with some remarks connected with the Polish case, as we have the legal framework and we so strongly believe in legal tools, but we always have to remember that these are only tools. The politicians and authorities are responsible for his decision and for choices they made. So let's start from the Polish constitution. For each lawyer, it's the most important act, as is the top of a hierarchy of the acts. The Polish constitution in 2 articles addresses issues related to the threats originating from communicable diseases that spread beyond control as epidemic. It indicates infectious disease as a potential risk factor for the public health threat, and on this basis obliges public authorities to take effectiveness measures to prevent this threat. The authorities should do it using the ordinary tools. The second regulation refers to natural disaster as a source of extraordinary constitutional instruments. The state of natural disaster may be introduced by Council of Ministers. It means not by the Parliament, as executives, for 30 days in order to extend the state of natural disaster for more than 30 days. However, Parliament consent is needed, which must be processed like any other laws. In Poland, it means that we need a lot of time to take a decision. I think that Serbia is the same. The second one constitutes the basis for the introduction of extraordinary measures in situation of particular danger if ordinary constitutional measures are inadequate. A state of natural disaster is one of the constitutional extraordinary measure stage of emergency. It is located in the Constitution. No. Yes, and how mentioned constitutional grants were adopted at the level of executive laws and how these acts were used during the epidemic COVID-19. We have a few laws, as you can see, and regulation of general meaning referring to situations threatening public safety due to the spread of an infectious disease. First of all is the Act on Preventing and Combating Infection and Infectious Diseases from 2008. It is the act which implements the constitutional obligation to combat infection disease, and it is applied to all situations when the infection disease appears, regardless of whether the infectious disease causes an epidemic. It is kind of ordinary law, which means that the authorities should act in ordinary manner. The next one refers to extraordinary measures, which is implemented in the Act on the State of Natural Disasters, act which is applied in extraordinary situation and refers to the state of emergency I spoken previously. And finally, we have to indicate Act on Crisis Management from 2007, act which is crucial for crisis management procedures. It should be stressed, which is obvious for each lawyer, that there is, of course, always the option to pass a new law, a new act to regulate current unexpected situation. An example of such act is the Episodic Act on Specific Solutions related to the prevention and combating COVID and other infectious diseases and crises they caused. This is the act from 2002. Yes, we are still here. Taking into account experiences of last 2 years resulting from COVID-19 crisis, it should be stressed the authorities decide to use a surprising path to response for crisis situation and resolve the problem. The Polish government decided to base the entire strategy on the act of combating infectious diseases and episodic laws dedicated to COVID-19, strongly rejecting the scenario impending the introduction the state of natural disaster. Everything started with the introduction by Minister of Health the state of epidemic on 20th March 2020. This legal state lasted till 16th May this year, and now we are in the state of epidemic threat. After the state of epidemic was announced, next legal steps were introduced. On these legal grounds, the authorities implemented their strategy by making revolutionary changes to the hospital system, among others by introducing hospitals dedicated only to the treatment of COVID-19, as well as by a system of testing against COVID-19, monitoring the movement of people, introducing a mandatory quarantine for the infected person, and finally, when it was already possible, by introducing paid from the state funds voluntary vaccination against COVID-19. As the civil rights and freedoms, it was introduced some serious limitations, such as ban on gathering, as well as it was a few lockdowns where everything, it means schools, public institutions, universities and workplaces were totally closed. It is worth to mention that these kind of restrictions were not justifying according to the Constitution when they were introduced upon the Ordinary Act. They must be regulated by extraordinary laws. As a matter of fact, during the spring 2020, it was March when everything began in Poland, the same like in Serbia. It was the moment when nobody predicted the scale or the impact of the virus, but the truth is that it was the time to react properly in accordance with the law. And of course, Polish government decided that there is no these are not fulfillment all conditions to introduce a state of natural disaster. As you can see in this slide, we can see that the mass occurrence of human infectious diseases is one of the sources of natural disaster as an emergency state, but the authorities decided that they manage the problem that they manage the situation, and there is not necessity to introduce this ordinary situation.
Katerina, sorry to interrupt
Yes,
you.
yes.
2 more minutes,
Yes,
if possible.
I will try to reach.
If possible, please.
Yeah. The next act, which I should to point it, let me to share with you with my observation. It is the act of crisis management, but truly, it wasn't work in 2020. Actually, we are not prepared for such scale of threat. And all the documents, especially the National Crisis Management Plan and other plans associated with them, didn't give the proper answer to manage the problem. After these experiences, as you can see, the National Crisis Management Plan was updated, and now in this plan, which was amended in 2021, the assessment of risk associated with the infection disease epidemic are pointed as higher risk. Yes, they are highlighted in the proper way. In our National Crisis Management Plan, which was introduced by President of Poland, of course, this document indicates as one of the main goals is to increase the country's resilience to threats by creating a system of common defense, by developing the capacity of the healthcare system and public administration structure to combat epidemic threats. Actions should be taken to expand the diagnostic facilities, in particular to build the ability to quickly detect epidemic threats, as well as analyze and forecast their spread in real time. Yes, and the last, my remark is, in the last sentence, it is worth pointing out that regardless of the adopted laws, plans and strategies, one should be prepared for unexpected developments. In its last phase, the fight against the COVID-19 epidemic was disrupted for the Polish authorities in early 2022, when the war in Ukraine began. After that happened, till now, more than 7 million Ukrainians crossed the Polish border. These are the people without any history, any medical history, and exactly we don't know what is behind these people. And finally, the government take the steps to involve enough money to solve the problem. And now, as I said, we are not the state of epidemic. We just have the state of threat of epidemic, and we manage the problem. But the truth is, if the war broke out in the initial phase of the pandemic, its impact for Poland, which is just near as is neighborhood to Ukraine, its impact on the natural disaster caused by SARS-CoV-2 virus would be considerable. Thank you.
Thank you, Katerina. Thank you. Thank you really for sharing comprehensively, actually, the pathway in Poland, as well as comparing it to the EU legislation, so whether it could be considered a national disaster or not.
So, dear friends, now I'm supposed to have my own presentation, but we're going to skip that. So there's no need for it. I will try to summarize this panel in the next 4 minutes. The topic of my presentation was supposed to be access methodology of WHO in crisis management. And it is basically fully in line with the generally accepted global methodologies in this area. WHO has additional responsibility, as we have heard before, and that is that WHO is managing the implementation of the International Healthcare Rulebook to simplify. The goal of this is for the states to build their capacities to successfully prevent disasters, to engage in early detection, to prepare accordingly and respond to all kinds of health threats. The COVID outbreak is still ongoing, but the rule book is about all kinds of health hazards, including nuclear accidents or chemical accidents or any other forms of hazard. So what's the principle? In order to build the capacities, the first step is to carry out the risk assessment. This is the WHO methodology, and risk assessment means identifying risks, based on that to quantify the risks, and after quantifying them to establish priorities among the risks, and then based on prioritized risks to see where consequences can be mitigated and what aspects require capacity building and preparedness, also readiness. So when it comes to COVID-19, the established methodology says that there are 10 pillars there. The first pillar is coordination, both horizontal and vertical. That's well known to anybody dealing with emergency situation. Coordination is necessary from the subnational level to the national level to the international level. Monitoring diseases, diagnostics, treatment capacities, communication. Now we're talking about risk communication and community engagement. Those things are together now. Before that, we had crisis communication and involving community. But the country cannot reach everybody, every community by itself. It needs the help of all kinds of community, then communication, logistical support from the international level. Basically, WHO has tools for all of this, and when it comes to the Republic of Serbia, this is also relevant to other countries. Yesterday I was in Albania at a workshop where we presented the methodology to the Western Balkan countries on how to organize simulations as an exercise in public health crisis. So I will finish the second panel by saying, as we heard from Stefan and from our colleagues from Poland, that the new challenges such as COVID, something that we thought that is behind us in public health. We thought that these mass outbreaks are a matter of the 19th century. However, due to globalization and climate change and other issues, we can expect pandemics in the future. So the good thing is that there are new challenges that are developed, but there are new tools as well to respond to these challenges. One of the biggest challenges ahead of us is the infodemic and the fake news issue, but WHO is working on re-establishing the trust in the system. Thank you very much for your attention and patience.
Ja pretpostavljam da ne smenjujemo se odmah.
Dobro.
Good afternoon to everybody, renowned participants of the panel, my dear panelists. It is my great honor and pleasure to greet you on behalf of the organizer of the United Nations Development Program and to welcome you to today's panel that would be dedicated to the dedicating and observing links regarding the environment climate change. My name is Miroslav Tadic, Program Analyst for Climate Change and the Environment within the United Nations Development Program. The goal of this panel is to consider the current challenges when it comes to climate-induced risks and to offer the examples, strategic guidelines, and additional analysis developed under the program, project, and the scientific work, and to present the experience of the LSGs in Serbia. It is my great pleasure to introduce today's panelists that would respond to some questions regarding the topic of this panel. We've got the Professor Dejana Jovanović-Popović, Faculty of Security Studies, University of Belgrade. Professor Zvezdan Čarabi, the Professor and the Head of Department of the Unit of General Safety Faculty in Tuzla. Unfortunately, Dr. PhD Marija Mićević from the University of Criminal Investigation cannot join, but Aleksandar Mentov is with us from the UNFAO, the Professor Popović-Sopadić, Social Science University, Dr. Gavrilo Xantropoulos, Research Director at Institute for Mediterranean Forest Ecosystems, and Mr. Dusan Todorović, Head of the Department for Defense and Emergency Situation of the City Administration of Kruševac. Allow me that, as an introduction, present you the United Nations Development Program activities related to today's topic, but are related to strategic planning within the area of strengthening and climate resilience. So the Ministry for the Environmental Protection and the Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry and Water Management, with the support of UNDP, are preparing a document that is important, stemming from the law on climate change that would, with the resilient reduction strategy, represent two key documents that would give you the guidelines and the measures to our society's economy and our lives adequately adapt to the changed climate conditions to reduce disaster risk, which are at the same climate-induced. I would shortly present you some information regarding the adaptation program to the climate change to give an intro to this panel. So within this project funded by the Green Climate Fund, we've prepared 5 vulnerability assessment for 5 key sectors: agriculture and water management, infrastructure, energy, forestry, health, and biodiversity. These publications, these analyses can be found on the web page. When we speak about current climate change challenges, the assessment of vulnerability of society and the economy, it is very important to mention that this year, the summer of this year, was recorded as the hottest one in Europe and the 3rd in the Republic of Serbia. So we only had the hottest summer in 2012 and 2017. Another fact is that the average temperature raised by 1.1 Celsius, and in some areas of Serbia up to 2. The whole region of the Eastern Europe, the Serbia is part of, the scientific says that has the average increase in temperature by 1 Celsius. 13 out of 15 hottest years were recorded ever since 2020. It leads to the changes in the seasonal precipitation distribution, which can cause and is causing floods in the spring and the fall time, and the risk of more intensive drought during the summertime. Some of the most dramatic prognosis stipulated by the end of this century, we can expect the increase in temperature by 4.3 Celsius. If we compare everything we had as damages and losses due to climate change and the extreme weather condition with one increase of the average temperature, we can see how catastrophic consequences would be if at a global level these actions wouldn't lead to the reduction of the greenhouse gas emissions and if we do not adapt to the changed climate conditions. For the needs of the development of this document, we are using all relevant national data related to the climate parameters of the hydromet with 25 meteorological stations, 17 indices defining the climate as well as observed climate data from the national communications in line with the United Nations communications and the projected climate change, which are observed against the regional climate model. And the Belgrade University is a part of it with the EBO-POM model, which is a part of the European Network for Climate Projections. In here, you can, as an illustration, see how the observed climate change changed compared to the first submitted report up until the third national report that we are supposed to submit to the Framework Convention, UNFCCC. The red color is showing the increase of the average temperature on a yearly basis, which is quite dramatic. But if we talk about the projected climate change by the end of this year, on the right-hand side, you can see how it is changed report through report, that the reddest map is actually from the third communication showing those drastic changes in temperature for Serbia. As I already mentioned, the program will cover several key analyses, several key impact of the climate change on the agriculture, and what we can expect is the reduction in yield, the increase of summer temperature, which would increase on the water for the plants when most necessary, and the content of the humidity, the reduction in the snow cover when it is the most needed, and of course the high temperature would impact on the quality of the agricultural product, representing one of the key export branches of the Republic of Serbia. Speaking about the percentage of the population covered by these adverse effects, we can assume that it is going to be quite detrimental because more than 40% of the population live in the rural area and is engaged in some agricultural sector. Of course, the agriculture cannot be observed separately from the water management resources, so therein we would have the significant oscillation, how in the precipitation and in the flows of the water in river, the availability of the underground water. Another more important thing is that most probably we would have the conflict situation when it comes to use of the waters, which would be unequally distributed throughout the year. So we would have extreme precipitation in a short period of time, but if we wouldn't adequately store those precipitation, then in the summertime we would have the significant losses and the shortage in water. The Serbia does not have the available water per capita as the people believes, 1,000 cubic meter per capita, but the optimum would be 2,500 cubic meter in some poorest area. We have less than 500 cubic meter per cubic. For some, the climate change would be favorable for instance, winery and wine growing with the increase in temperature, but that branch would suffer due to the reduction in the phenol content in the grape. Without the irrigation, 58 yield in crop would be lost by 2030. Of course, the program envisages specific adaptation measures such as strengthening the early warning systems and the diversification of crop growing and the growing of those varieties and the crops resilient to higher temperatures in the water sector, construction of the multi-purpose accumulation systems, reduction of water losses in the system, water provision system, and of course strengthening the system for both irrigation and drainage. When talking about the transportation infrastructure and the construction sector, for the first time, the program deals with the vulnerability assessment of these sectors to climate change. The fact is that we are witnessing that back in 2014, the losses in this sector exceeding 166 million euros, 96 million in the road infrastructure. So the program envisages the specific adaptation measures in this sector, primarily focusing on identification of the critical infrastructure which should be adapted, protected from extreme weather conditions, but also revision of the standards of construction and the transport standard planning and construction of infrastructure. The energy sector, for the first time, is observed from this standpoint. What the report is covering is that the need for energy for cooling would increase in the coming period. So when it comes to energy production, it is jeopardized by the extreme weather condition, bearing in mind the floods that affected 90% of losses, causing them in the energy sector, but unfavorable hydrological situation would also impact on the provision of the energy from hydro potential. The adaptation measures refer to improvement of energy efficiency, diversification of sources of energy, but what's most important is actually to have an integrated planning of measures when it comes to water management and energy management. The health sector, we need to specifically focus on because we see the increase in vector communicable diseases, so dengue, flu, West Nile flu, the increase in casualties as of 2018, but even more important, we've got the heat waves that are more frequent, more intensive, and the vulnerable group is suffering, and the elderly population, we've got 80% of the death recorded in the population over 65, but we shouldn't forget the youth, children, and the workers working under the open sky, such as the construction workers. Another curiosity is related to the climate atlas. While developing the program, we designed an atlas, climate atlas for Serbia, wherein we contain the data related to the climate observed, recorded, and projected, available at the national level, but now we reduced it at a local level, so the local governments could better plan their infrastructural projects and the other development projects in line with not only observed, but expected climate change in Serbia. That would be all by my side for the beginning. I hope that we had a great intro and gave the great intro for our next speakers. So in that regard, in line with the agenda that you all have, start with the question for the Professor Dejana Jovanović-Popović from the Faculty for Security Studies of Belgrade University. So the climate change, the impact on a lot of aspects of our life we had the chance to see, involving economy and social welfare. So in your opinion, what is the most important security aspects related to the climate change?
I'm about to start my presentation soon, and yeah. And you are going to see the answer there. The three biggest security threats when it comes to climate change, according to the reports of the International Climate Change Panel. If we talk about this in global, I think that water resources are actually the most vulnerable area and the biggest security threat. So the security threats related to climate change are mostly related to weather, if we can put it that way, weather and water. So thank you for this wonderful opening presentation, which is great to put my presentation in context. I'd like to thank our colleagues from Poland because they tackled upon some issues I'm going to talk about myself. When we talk about climate change, and we should also see how this is related to climate refugees, because climate refugees are going to be an issue in the 21st century. So environmental security is a thing. We are actually studying it at the Faculty of Security. I think that every single country in the world has to deal with environmental security at the moment. It's one of the burning issues of today. And all international parties are interested in this topic, whether we talk about political actors or the academia or the private sector, etc. We can't talk about security in the old-fashioned way any longer. Security used to be something of a military nature. Security now has to include the environmental dimension as well. Whether we talk about environmental degradation or climate change or water security, food security, migrations, which is something that I would like to tackle upon today, or whether we talk about environmental crime or bioterrorism. Anyway, Serbia did include environmental security in its national security strategy. We did that in 2019. These are the consequences of climate change, and it has 3 security dimensions. So all the reports of the International Climate Panel list these 3 dimensions. One is scarceness of resources, such as water, such as food, then sea level rising, and finally increased frequency of natural disasters. The International Climate Change Panel, IPCC, emphasized in 2014 that the human factor is the main cause of global warming. They say that it's 95%, which makes it extremely probable. Paris Agreement was enacted in 2015 at a panel in Paris, where the importance of stopping global warming was emphasized. If measures are not implemented, temperatures can rise. The Paris Agreement requires to lower the global warming to under 2 degrees and preferably under 1.5 degrees in comparison to the pre-industrial period. We also, there's the COP26 conference, which was held in Glasgow in 2021 in November. Everybody said that it was a crucial conference. There was a lot of hype about it because the measures that were enacted in the Paris Agreement in 2015 haven't been implemented. So now we are waiting for the next UN conference on climate change, the next COP conference, and we'll see what happened in the meantime, if something was changed. It is necessary to have urgent action in order to avoid problems related to social, economic, and technological aspect of the crisis and worsening of the crisis. Now, talking about social consequences of the crisis. You know about UNHCR. It is the High Commissioner for Refugees. There's a conference from 1951, a protocol from 1967. I won't bother you with the definitions, but still you have the definition right here on the slide. This is the classical definition of political refugees. And this definition does not mention the degradation of the environment, whether it's caused by the human factor or not. So there's a difference between refugees in the traditional sense of the definition and climate refugees or environmental refugees. There is a trend to use climate refugees as a term. People who have to leave their states either immediately or in the immediate future due to sudden or gradual changes in their environment caused by climate change. So what's interesting here is the fact that there is no internationally adopted definition. There is the definition of refugees, but there is no widely accepted definition of environmental refugees or climate refugees that would pave the way towards their legal protection. Our colleagues from Poland mentioned a moment ago in a different context, the legal protection as a necessity. And this is a big issue in this area, the lack of protection, legal protection to climate refugees. There are many strategies that are related to the legal protection of climate refugees. The traditional refugees do enjoy legal protection. There are proposals to revise the Geneva Convention from 1951 to basically amend it then or to adopt a brand new convention. There are reasons for, there are reasons against. I talked to my colleague in the Ministry of Finance and we came to a conclusion that at the end of the day it's everything about the money. And there's a lot of resistance to this because they say if we amend the old convention, maybe the classical refugees, traditional refugees will then lose some of their rights. If there's a new convention, what are we going to do with it? All the changes in the environment are very complex, and there are attempts to focus rather on people who leave their environment due to accidents and sudden changes than to gradual changes such as the increase of sea level and desertification. Another option is to come up with a protocol or a specific convention focused on displacement due to climate change. And this protocol would be like an add-on to the Framework Convention of the United Nations on Climate Change from 1992. And there are some 2 more minutes. We should also talk about the principle of planned relocation. We said that we have to plan certain events, and many scientists, for instance, insist that in the Convention on Climate Refugees, that the basic principle should be predictable and planned resettlements that should be planned as long in advance as much as possible and not post festum. There's also collective rights for the local population. According to the Geneva Convention, the Geneva Convention is mostly based on individuals, and here we will talk about local population and communities, following the principle of international aid for countries. And many developed countries, the most developed countries, are trying to avoid this. And that is the principle of sharing the burden, in the sense that the industrial countries do actually bear the most responsibility for climate change. So maybe this is why they should share the burden of climate refugees. Now, there are some temporary measures that I'll bet if somebody asked me about the temporary measures in Serbia, I would say that we should come up with our own concept of temporary measures, because the international community is facing so many things when it comes to climate refugees. Our colleagues from Poland explained what it feels like when there is this mass influx of population. And one of the key things is first to come up with a definition. UNHCR and the Nancy initiative are not legally binding. So it's an open call to the international community to come up with a mandatory framework of legal protection. And when it comes to temporary measures, it's not a novelty. USA has it, the EU has it, especially the Scandinavian countries such as Denmark, Sweden, Norway, and Finland. And in Latin America, there's Argentina with temporary measures. The state parties would commit to provide temporary protection, temporary asylum. This does not mean giving citizenship like with traditional refugees, but rather allowing these people to live normal lives until they return to their homes. So we ran out of time. Americans have developed this concept really well. It's a bilateral issue. It's not automatic, meaning that that countries have to apply for it, to ask for assistance. Now, my very last sentence. What's interesting, they already have a list of countries now. That means that they're preparing in advance. They have a list of countries from which they can expect an influx of environmental refugees according to the current parameters. Thank you.
I would like to extend Professor Ivanovic Popovic. Migration crisis will remain at a high level, but we need to focus and try to resolve it with the lens of the climate change in the film Algora Inconvenient Rule that now we are facing with the hundreds and thousands migrants fleeing from their country due to war. When it got to climate crisis, we can expect hundreds and hundreds of million. What kind of parts of China would be submerged? Where those refugees would be focused? Of course, the Americans had to prepare themselves, particularly after 2011, when they have direct damages, immeasurable threats regarding the human life and the damages that they had. So out of $55 billion, where they had 14 different events, disasters with the damages assessed above €1 billion. So it was the more reaction principle in the US than the prevention, sorry. So the professor, so let's continue in that sense. We observe how climate change important the social aspect, but the climate change and the natural disasters also impact on the quality of the environment. So if you could shed a light through your presentation and respond, how can we reach the ecological safety under the ever-increasing threats of the climate change? I used to be a minister in the expert government in 2014, and we faced with those unprecedented floods, and that was a huge problem where, unfortunately, it would be wise that we had we were prepared, better prepared, and as the US in their theories are setting, first of all, to be focused. So to be prepared at each and every minute, the focus under the being focused. You need to get prepared, and civil protection should be prepared, and the Red Cross should be prepared, and the emergencies and the police structure should be prepared. We, as a government, assumed the role of the commander of the civil protection headquarters and started improvising. Improvisation implied a lot of things. Precisely, if you were there in Tuzla Canton, you would see the Armageddon images. Imagine one canton that is constructing of the neogen layers that are unstable. We had 1,000 landslides registered before floods. When the floods triggered, everything were sliding. Forests were destroyed. I saw houses falling as a house of cards. So luckily we did not have that much casualties. But then you go to the other side. I'm focusing on this example. We shed more light on theoretical aspect. Now I would focus on the real aspects, and my presentation is related to what we shouldn't do and where the problem is that we are actually not resolving. Imagine the Lake Mudras, that is the biggest water accumulation in the former Yugoslavia, and the flood wave exceeded 2 meters above the dam. By circumstance, the Sava River was related to rehabilitation of the dam that was not rehabilitated for 20, 30 years, and they rehabilitated one part, and they said, we have no money. The government of the Tuzla canton, observing the severity of the problem prior to the floods, allocated the funds to connect the dam with the rock mass. Luckily, we did it. Imagine the natural wave, the flood wave, sorry, exceeded 2 meters. And if the dam broke, if the dam would be broke, all the people would be submerged. And then we've got the economic problem that we are mining a region, and imagine that we've got a mine cop Shiton that was submerged 60 meters, under 60 meters, so all equipment was trapped at the bottom. How do they reacted upon that? What was the level of lack of readiness? And knowing that back then, I was a mining engineer, they called me from the Kreka mine. Imagine, not me and not the minister. Can you help us? Can you help us? Can you help us to pump out the water from the mine? But the problem was that those pumps were under capacitated to be able to pump out the water in these depths. So these were the disastrous things. So the people from the electricity company came there 40 days, and imagine they are producing 30% of the coal for 30% of the electricity produced in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Then lack of the responsibility. You need to have the good leadership. You need to have the resources. And in the states such as ours, if you are not properly planning your resourcing, and if you are not acting properly in line with the political leadership, you know, that is not important for their constituents, then they don't care about these things. So you need to share with them the severity of the problems and to allocate the resources for these purposes. Of course, that we are using some new methods that we are not using. But when we speak about the things, what the resilient implies, it implies that we as a community are ready to prepare the plans, but we are also prepared from the citizens up to the government, all in that stream, to assume our responsibility. The river flooded in the parts when the owners of those parts didn't want to deepen the riverbed, but at the same time they threw the branches of the trees into the rivers, thereby covering the riverbeds. Why am I mentioning? Because we cannot simply transpose American model to our model, because in our country we've got a lot of improvisation that we need to cope with, starting from the awareness of the general public till the and now what the multi-Python would say, and I started with a completely different aspect. I treated hazardous waste disposed in the industrial zone of Tuzla. If you can just increase the font. What does it mean? Back in 2008, I did the study when I learned the severity of the problem neglected for decades. For your information, would like to know something about our chemical industry. These two plants back in 70s were the example of the quality industry, HAC 1 and HAC 2, at the level of the industry. They installed the equipment. The installed equipment was the very modern component that we could have the products made of the quality of the buyer. But since nothing lasts forever in our country, the products that were produced back then were polyol and TDI, two components used for the production of the sponges. Of course, we never produced the end product, but the Italian did it. And those sponges were used for the seeds in the automotive industry. The war outbroke, these two plants stopped working. HAC 1 continues to work, one Polish company assumes the work. And what they did not in the proper way, but the problem related to the very production concept is that polyol as the end product was neither toxic, nor hazardous, nor risky. But the problem was that the component used to produce, such as were very risky. To be able to produce, we use chlorine, lime, and the propylene. For dissociation, they did a dissociation of the chlorine nitrate. So the plant HAC 1 was installed in Tuzla because we had the salt. We had a thermal power plant. So for your information, this plant used 100 megawatt of the electricity. So one line of the thermal power plant did simply to provide the electricity to this HAC. The problem was because they used the 60% of mercury, and we lost. And what I learned from their engineers, now I have to tell you that you need to be mindful of the time. Of course, what I wanted actually to share with you is that if you go on the site, and on the site, as the minister, for the first time, you see what you have within the complex of the plant. You see improperly stored land collected because it was rich in mercury, put in the plastic cans. Then you see that you have 150 tons of product that are potentially hazardous. Then you've got the chlor tanks with the raw propylene oxide that is highly toxic because they have the. Then you've got the tanks with the ethylene oxide, which are quite flammable. And what can you do at this point of time? It's me in front of those chlorine tanks, for which we were said that they are neutralized, emptied. But when we came to the spot, out of 12, 6 were not opened. And you know that in 80s, we had the problem of the leakage of chlorine, that the whole Tuzla actually moved to the mountain. And that is a blatant example of the poor, resilient organization to disasters and risks. Mercury contamination, we will leave it aside. Now, it's the electrolysis plant now. In these channels, what you can see are particles of mercury still being there. And since this is the alluvium of the river and it is porous, and based on the experience the colleague had from Germany, they told us that beneath a similar plant, they could find these small ponds of mercury. Aerial view, because I cannot really explain such a complex problem in 2 minute time. So in 2 terms of office, I was a minister in that expert government, and in 2021, in both cases, I organized the teams that would test it. In 2014, we were unsuccessful. In 2021, we were successful. One team asked something regarding the crux, which is a semi-finished product and highly toxic. And in 80s, due to the incineration problems, instead of recowling it, they buried it in the water. And imagine that in a metal barrels, you leave it in unprotected. They open those barrels and they see the material that is similar to gravel, and then put that material in their yards, and their poultry died out of that. Now we've got more than 17 tons of such material. Look how it looks like when we unburied. I brought 20 teams to raise the awareness, to be able to allocate some funds to rehabilitate it. And what's happened is that, and I will conclude with that, irrelevant that I wanted to cover much more topic, how it is functioning in our country. When I am listening to the stories that are said perfectly, now we've got the example how it is in the practice. To be able to eliminate the crooks, you need to did the environmental impact assessment. We engaged the company that was supposed to do. We organized the tender. In Bosnia and Herzegovina, you have problem because you got a company obstructing all public procurement, and they are actually destroying them. So after a few months, without any reason, the company from Banja Luka that did not meet any requirements to do that job. So in the meanwhile, I, from the Federal Environmental Fund, allocated 2 million marks that could be used to neutralize the mentioned hazardous material. But what happened in the meanwhile? Everything was prolonged. Now that the government is changed, we will not have the ministers from our party because they haven't reached the census. And what is going on now? It happens that we will not get those funds. What's good, and I would conclude with that, is that for analyzing the content of the mercury in the electrolysis, got a large project from the UNEP, and we signed the agreement. So we would now be working on testing the soil to set the content of the soil. And what I was suggesting, and I'm suggesting to you, they suggested us all problems we have there defined, to connect ourselves from the colleague from region, and maybe to create a cross-border project of removing the hazardous chemicals from our region. So it is an attempt to resolve the large-scale problem. So, for instance, one mercury-related problem is that after the floods in 2014, downstreams, since it is on the river Jala that is entering into the river Sprecha, downstreams in Sprecha, in the wells of people, a high concentration of mercury was found. So these are the problems that we are facing with in the field, the problem of the absolute absence of understanding of the government to resolve this kind of problem. If we continue to resolve this problem, we will have a problem. That's why I believe that we all in region need the mutual assistance to resolve these kind of issues. I would like to extend the thanks to Professor Karađin. Thank you very much for sharing very important messages to us. We are well aware of the historical problem and the historic hazardous waste that actually could cause an additional pressure when talking about the natural disasters that might be scaled up if we have the problem existing in all ex-EU countries. We've got 2 plants. One is rehabilitated recently, as far as I'm informed, but we still have another one in Župa in Kruševac. So I do understand completely your concern and your messages, and I believe this is a very important aspect of the joint actions. I believe that we've reached the end of the first part of the panel that is dedicated to climate change and disaster risk reduction. In case you have a question, now we can respond to them. And if not, we will have the opportunity to get together after the lunch break. If no current question, I invite you to the lunch break, and I kindly ask you to come back at 2:30. Within the same panel, you would have the opportunity to hear a lot of interesting information. Okay, so good morning. Thank you for coming back timely to the room to continue with the panel, strengthening the synergy while increasing the resilience and the concept of the adaptation to the climate change. Today, and now we've got 4 panelists that will be with us in this session. So I would first give the floor to Mr. Alexander Mentov, Food and Agriculture Organization, with the question, how can we strengthen agricultural resilience to observed and projected climate change, bearing in mind that the agricultural is specifically affected with these changes and thereby the economy of Serbia is suffering certain damages. So please take the floor. Thank you, Ninoslav. First of all, thank you very much for inviting me to participate today, and particularly to this time, Friday after lunch. So I will remember, so I will return the favor, so to say. No, let's put the joke aside. Thank you very much for inviting me to participate in this topic. This is my favorite topic, if I may say. Why? Because I believe that we should be dealing with this topic in normal times. That is something that experience has shown us. Everything that happens, everyone starts speaking volumes about risk reduction, and as going away from a disaster, people tend to forget. So let's go back to agriculture. You mentioned to what extent the agricultural sector and agriculture itself is important for Serbia. We are well aware in the crisis time, it is even more evident. If we observe Corona and if we observe some later crises that are affecting us, one can see to what extent the agricultural sector is important for our society and the economy. And therefore, we need to care about it and preserve it. So that is something important. I'm so sorry for not being able to speak after your first introduction because you nicely covered agriculture. So half of the people in Serbia is linked with the agriculture. And unfortunately, the sector is suffering huge pressures. So I would be covering about these disasters affecting agriculture. If I knew we had these huge screen, I would make nicer images. So it doesn't matter. So at any rate, whichever disaster we talk about, it affects agriculture. If we talk about floods, landslides, drought, hail, agriculture is affected by it. So I wonder, can something leave agricultural sector? I'm afraid not. So strengthening resilience and reducing risk is key. You mentioned the projections, what is ahead of us. Scenarios are not bright. So we can be sure about it. So 1.5% is past tense. So only the worst situation is ahead of us. Longer and stronger droughts in the summertime, more frequent floods, precipitations when we don't need waters. So all these factors will impact the agriculture, but the economic losses would be even more significant. These years, there are measures in the billions of losses per year, and what is even more threatening is the lack of food. But when we face with the lack of food, it impacts and deepen all the other existing crises and might provoke some new conflicts, which we as a society would like to avoid at any rate. When I speak about this topic, I like to be sincere and upfront. Agriculture is not a victim. It significantly contributes to climate change. 1/3 of the global, those are not Serbian related, but 1/3 of greenhouse gases are emitted from the agriculture and food processing industry. So on one hand side, we are contributing towards the problem, and then we are suffering consequences. So I'm afraid that this is a kind of a vicious circle. When it comes to the environment, of course, again, agriculture is placing huge pressure on the exploitation of the resources, running after the profit. When it comes to the environment, we are not bringing therein nothing good. and we are bringing greater inequalities in the access to technology, in the knowledge, and in resources. So that gap between the wealthy and the rich, big and small, developed and underdeveloped, is deepened. So that's not a good thing. I'll try to, within a few minutes, introduce one approach which we use when dealing with this topic, being the Food and Agriculture Organization. The thing that we are promoting, it is a horizontal approach. One institution cannot, in a silos, or one sector in a silos, cannot deal with this topic. We all need to cooperate and work together. As per what I mentioned in the previous, covering the previous slide, to what extent agriculture is contributing to the problem, we cannot observe solely adaptation, or it should be paired with mitigation. The promotion of so-called climate smart agriculture, and not only promotion, but adherence to some sustainable and the good agricultural practice. And I reiterated on this slide, education, I believe, is critical. And I'm very glad that there were a lot of panelists coming from academia, because I focus a lot of attention and place a lot of hope that they can make differences. We initiated a project funded by the EU. We are implementing it in cooperation with the Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry and Water Management that is specifically dealing with this topic. And I listed some of the partners, 12 of them, I don't really know. We are trying to involve all stakeholders, relevant stakeholders. The coordination is always causing a problem, but as I already mentioned, if we are not involved, or we wouldn't achieve any results. We're working with the Ministry of Education, Ministry of the Environment, scientific institutes and institutions, agriculture, farmers, local governments. So we grouped all of them. I tried to somehow summarize the overall project in one slide. So at the national level, we are working on capacity building of the ministry itself. What does it mean? It means that our agricultural policies needs to recognize DRR and adaptation to climate change, and to integrate them and mainstream in their policies. So we've got the ongoing program to strengthen the capacities, meaning the training of those people working in the ministry, and specifically IPART 3 for the first time will have the agroecological measures, so farmers would be incentivized to apply them. We are working on improving the agricultural insurance system, and it was quite an interesting topic before the lunch. So these are all important topics that might yield good results. If we focus on the educational system, we are working with the Ministry of Education and with the agricultural high school. So we want to introduce a new subject dealing with DRR and adaptation to climate change, but also too within the current curricula involve and strengthen this topic so as to have trainings for the teachers, but also we will try to pilot the curriculum next to local governments. I'm glad to have Dusan with us, is our indispensable partner in this topic, not only in this topic, but in our project. So we are directly working with the local governments to get them networked. But what is important is that the agricultural programs implemented by local governments are very important and are major importance for agricultural and farmers. So we try to integrate this principle at the local level. So agricultural agencies are also very important. So their plans are involving climate smart agriculture. They help them develop new programs. We are continuously organizing training for advisors, and then they transfer it to the farmers. And to put the crown on the whole activities, on the whole series of activities, is to help the farmers. So we will have some educational programs for them and some demonstration exercises. We are focusing on that practical knowledge so that they really accept those sustainable agricultural practices. On this slide, you can see the photos in the field. We are trying to combine lessons in the classroom and the field work. For you, there is a special page dedicated to our project. So I do invite all who are interested in this to visit our webpage. Me and my team are here for any information. Whoever recognizes the interest to get involved in this project in today's story is more than welcome. Once again, if we merge our strength, we will for sure reach good results. Thanks to the EU delegation to the Republic of Serbia to both financial and technical support, and the gratitude to the Ministry of Environment and Agriculture, and all the other partners in the project, because the interest shown in this project is quite high. All partners participating in the project are engaged, and that's why I will end up with a positive note, saying that we will definitely have the positive results after the finalization of the project.
Thank you, Alexander. We mentioned the importance of science and the scientific research. We heard that we can access data and information from the science community when we talk about climate change. That is something that's a fact. So it is my pleasure to say that today with us we have Sofia Nikolic-Popadic from the Institute of Social Sciences from Belgrade. Sofia will see how science helps to build a better legal framework that will allow better measures in climate change and climate action, including the use of nature-based solution. Thank you for inviting me. I will start from a broader context and get to the specific example of floods. We already spoke about the temperature rise, the changes in the amount and intensity of rainfall. Serbia is already facing a change in comparison to a couple of decades ago. And we have more and more days with strong rainfall. It has increased twofold, and we have more days with extremely strong rainfall, 5 times more than in the 1960s. By the end of the century, we will have less rainfall globally, but the problem that we will face is something that we're already noticing, and that is more intense rainfall in a smaller number of days. This can result in floods, as we saw in the presentation this morning, and as we heard several times already. The floods from 2014 were caused by rain, because within a week we had the amount of rain that's supposed to be distributed to a period of 3 months. I'm not going to talk about the floods from 2014 because they were extensively discussed already. Just briefly, they affected 1.6 million people. Sadly, 51 people died, and the consequence, the loss was assessed at 1.7 billion euros. Now let's see the defense system, the flood defense system, and what approach we had back then, and how we can change things for the future. The system that we had in Serbia back then, and that we still have, is the so-called passive measures, such as dams and similar. When we talk about active protection measures, such as accumulation and retention, they are not as widespread as dams. We can find this data in the water management strategy, where it is said that even if we have line protection from floods, the system is not developed as it should, and 18% of Serbia is threatened by floods. We cannot do without dikes and dams, but we need to introduce new measures, and we need to introduce a new approach. There are EU directives for this. And talking about floods in particular, there is the floods directive that defines 3 stages. One is preliminary risk assessment, then vulnerability maps and risk maps, and finally management plans. When we take a look at the Serbian legislation, the main document is Law on Waters that also identifies these 3 stages. Preliminary risk assessment was done here. The maps are about to be completed. We are a bit late. And what remains to be done is to implement the risk management plan. We can also examine some novelties that were introduced in the European states when it comes to flood risk management. One approach to this problem is the implementation of the nature-based solutions. Here you see the definition of the European Commission from 2015, and in line with this definition, it is said that nature-based solutions are inspired and supported by nature. They are feasible. They provide environmental, social, and economic benefits, and they build resilience. This is a general definition of nature-based solutions. It's not only about the floods. It's a pretty wide definition, and basically many things can fall within this definition. So this is why there 8 global standards were adopted later on, based on which decision makers can assess whether certain measures are indeed nature-based solutions and should they be implemented. This is a very topical matter nowadays, and the EU is funding a great many projects in this domain. One of these is Land for Flood. I was involved in this activity, and the conclusion of the research done within the project is that there is a gap between experts who are working on assessment as to what kind of nature-based solution should be implemented and the actual implementation of these nature-based solutions in practice. The EU countries should mostly implement these solutions in private-owned land, and then there is the issue of what to do with private-owned land, and this causes a gap in the EU countries where that were included in the project. Now, as for what's happening in Serbia, when I analyzed the general regulations and the strategy in Serbia, I saw that nature-based solutions are not identified as an option in our solution. The Law on Waters does not mention them at all, but it is said that we need to work on improvement of the natural retention measures. But the Law on Agricultural Land also fails to include nature-based solutions and climate measures. And my research actually came to the same conclusion as a UNDP study from a few years back. And one of the proposals from the study is renewal of flood-prone zones and preservation of wetlands. Those are the measures that can be used in Serbia. If we talk about flood risk management, and if we want to implement nature-based solutions, if we want to implement them both on private-owned and public-owned land, there is a problem because these things are not regulated by our legal framework. The law does say that private owners should use their property in line with the general principles of the law, but it does not foresee nature-based solutions. It does, for instance, impose positive and negative limitations for private owners, such as their obligations concerning erosion and landslides. So maybe that is a gateway to introduce nature-based solutions. Agricultural land is very important in that aspect because there are examples from Europe where many measures can be applied to agricultural land. And we can expect things to change in this domain. When it comes to risk management plans, nature-based solutions are not listed as such, but there is natural management of large waters. And to conclude, I believe that nature-based solutions should be recognized in Serbia. I'm not sure that people even know what this means exactly. We need cross-sectoral cooperation, and that was also one of the conclusions of the project that I was involved in. There's a gap between the experts in the field and the lawyers who can turn it all into legal framework and the actual implementation in the field. So I hope that I managed to stick to my 10 minutes, and thank you for your attention.
Zahvaljujem, Sofija, zaista.
I extend a thanks, Sofia, for actually underlying the importance nature-based solutions. I believe this is a good intro for our next presentation. Today with us, we've got Professor Gavri Transkopoulos, the director of the research of the Mitra from Athens, Greece. Good afternoon, Mr. Xantopoulos. He would join us online. The facts that are pointing out, that the science is pointing out, and the latest information that we've learned is that in the past summer, forest fires that affected Greece destroyed 300,000 acres of the territory under forest, and that it equals to the total territory of 8 years covered by fire. So this is quite a worrisome data. So where are the main shortages or difficulties when speaking about current approaches to face and cope with the challenges such as forest fires, and what are the other alternative solutions to reduce or prevent those risks?
Hello. Thank you for the invitation in being here. Unfortunately, I could not meet you in Belgrade, and I had to do the presentation from my computer at home. But I hope I will be able to convey the message, which is about forest fire management under global scale.
Yes, izvinjavam se,
Especially
My
in our part of the world. Forest fires are getting worse around the globe. As you can see in multiple reports that happening.
Pa ne mogu, excuse me, Mr. Xantopoulos, we have difficulties in hearing you because you should either mute your speakers because we hear the translators actually.
Is it better now?
Not quite, yeah. We still hear the interpreters through the microphone.
Okay. Let's see.
Huh? Okay, there is some background noise or something in. It's not interpreter. Some background noise from your apartment is also
I'm surprised.
coming through.
I'm surprised. There is nothing other than we have home.
Maybe something is on your computer or something.
That's what I'm trying to do. I'm just trying to close everything. Can you hear me now?
We hear you well, but some background noise is still breaking through. So, oh, okay, now it's better.
Okay.
Now we don't hear it any longer. Perfect. You can continue. Apologies.
Okay, I closed everything.
Okay.
Okay. Well, my screen is visible?
Yes, you can just enlarge your presentation.
Okay. Yes. So I was saying that forest fires are getting worse around the world. It's very easy to take a look on the internet, take a look at the international mass media, and reports are coming from all places. And this is not only coming from the general media, but also scientists have produced numerous publications where they analyzed the real data, and they have been able to analyze and also to predict. They are trying to predict what will happen. I give you here some examples from Amazon, Sweden, Greece, circumboreal forest, Indonesia, Mediterranean area. All these appear on the international scientific literature. And the citizens, they always face these pictures and the reality in their places, seeing, for example, here on the left in Sweden, then in Berlin, in Great Britain, in Ukraine's Chernobyl forest, that's 2018. Now it's much worse. And even in Greenland, in 2017, we are seeing fires even there for a very short period without snow. So things are getting worse, and we are having also larger number of disasters. It's not that we have more burnt areas, but we also have more damages. We have examples, recent examples of the tragedy in Portugal, where they had fires in June and in October, extending the fire season with 114 confirmed deaths. Then we had in Greece more than 100 deaths in the Mati fire. And immediately after that, in 2018, we had the Paradise fire, the campfire in California, which killed 85 deaths. And these things are repeating themselves. So it's not coincidence. Something is going on. Officials have lost their sleep over the thought of such disasters. You can see here on the left, forest fire tragedy claims first political casualty in Spain. That's 2005. Then we see Portugal, the fires had the interior minister to resign, made her resign. Then in Greece, we have Minister Nikos Toskas resigning after the 2018 disaster in Mati. And finally, we see that Greek senior officials are charged over deadly wildfires in Mati. So this is something that the politicians cannot ignore. So the current approach in forest management, as it has developed, is that we have technological advances which promise more effective forest fire suppression. We have aerial firefighting resources, drones, advanced firefighting vehicles, fire retardants, etc. They're employed in the effort to suppress all fires. Manufacturers of firefighting equipment promote their products, offering promises that everything will be better with their products. Officials, because of the pressure I mentioned earlier, are eager to spend more, hoping to avoid future disasters. Civil protection is strengthened everywhere. Emphasis is given to suppression and increases year after year the strength of on suppression, especially after catastrophic fire seasons. That is, after the disaster, there is the tendency to spend even more. As a result, budgets are increasing steeply, And as a rule, the results that we are getting out of this are marginal. We are seeing here the multiplicity of aerial resources that are being used around the world, and most of these are from Greece. Here you're seeing what the various companies are trying to promote around the world, which is not that they are useless. It's just that they could very easily absorb any budget without finally achieving the desired results of security and safety. And we are seeing technologies starting from the communication coordination centers here to the left in Spain, from drones and cameras and simulators, as you see on the right in France, and even a metal forest built in France to train firefighters, which is an amazing idea, where the firefighters supposedly are going to receive an immersive experience on real fire in the field. But the forest fire problems, in spite of all this emphasis on suppression, it's actually becoming worse. We're looking at the average fire size in the southern member states of the European Union, and we are seeing that the average fire size has remained more or less the same in the last 20 years or so. We're seeing that in the United States, whereas the number of fires is actually decreasing in the long term, we're seeing that the burnt area is increasing and the suppression cost is increasing further, much faster. And this is not only happening in the United States. We're looking into Greece, and we are seeing that we have an upward trend regarding the burnt area. The pattern is different in the last few years, as you will notice, but I cannot go discussing that, why this has happened. But the average burnt area is growing. At the same time, we have more disasters, while we are spending much more, as you can see, on the forest fire service, on the forest service, on the fire service, the city fire service, which after 1998 became responsible for forest fires as well. Until then, until 1998, it was the fire service responsible, with much smaller budget and much lower capacity to fight fire. They were more effective for the money they got. See, now we're seeing that we are getting more burnt area, more cost. We need to understand the problem before trying to solve it. And the best way is to examine what happens in the world and in our vicinity. Remembering always what Albert Einstein said, that the significant problems we have cannot be solved at the same level of thinking with which we created them. Why are the forest fires getting worse? There are changes in climate change and weather conditions. There is increasing frequency of the appearance of extreme conditions. Fuel accumulation, increasing fuel loads, horizontal and vertical continuity is what we refer to when we're talking about fuel accumulation. Why does this happen? First of all, abandonment of rural areas, that is, rural populations reduced, as I will show you later. Fire suppression effectiveness increases fuels. The more you achieve with more resources in stopping the fires and reducing the burnt area in the short term, what you are achieving is to increase the fuels for a future fire, especially when you do not focus on doing better management of the fuels, be it agricultural fuels or forestry fuels, meaning to manage your forest, to manage your agricultural lands. Changes in the attitude of people. The people in the past used to cooperate, to work on the fires, to work in their fields, to work on the landscape. Now they are not there, or when they are older and they do not care. They expect the state to do the work for them. Development of wild and urban interface areas. Affluent people want to live in a forest environment. They go and build in that environment. Tourism expands in forestry areas. And as a result, they are creating an explosive mix there, where the fact that exist people in the forest increases the opportunity for fire to start. And then when the fire starts, the possibility of damage and of deaths is much higher. There are major failures in fire prevention because fire prevention is not well-rounded, doesn't address all the issues, and there are failures in fire suppression because sometimes it is seen as a really face-to-face combat. Forest fires are not something to fight as it is, let's say, Maginot Line in France or whatever. It is a guerrilla war if you want to do it carefully, successfully, without much cost and without many damages. We see the global rural population reduction in a global view. We see it country by country. This graph includes Serbia. We will see that nearly all countries, they have a drop in the rural population as a percent of the total population. And it's very interesting if you look on the right and you see a graph that was produced by Portuguese professor Francisco Castro Rego in 1991, presented in a UN conference in Greece at that time, which worked with data on 1980s, early 1980s, and shows the Mediterranean vegetation that is burned annually in a series of areas of countries like Spain, Italy, Turkey, Tunisia, Morocco. And you see that the more of the production utilized, the lesser the percentage of the area burned of the Mediterranean vegetation. And what do we see? We see Turkey being practically without problems. And actually it was without problems at the time. But today Turkey is much more often in the news. And this does not apply for the whole of Turkey. It is exactly in the areas of Turkey where the people are now working with tourism and where people have moved away from their agricultural areas, and we have the same thing that was happening already at that time in Italy or Spain and so on. So it is something that you can foresee what will happen. Of course, there are differences from one environment to the other. For example, in Serbia, we don't have a truly Mediterranean vegetation. So it would be different regarding the rate at which the vegetation would grow and the problem would come up.
Mr. Xantopoulos, I would kindly just ask you to pay attention to the time. So yes, 2 minutes more and we have to close.
Here you see the changes in fuels. You see on the left what happens when we have forest expansion due to reclaiming space, artificial regeneration, when we plant continuously and they burn as a whole thing. You can see on the right an example of what we call a mosaic of fuels. And one such case where it burned in 2021, very big fires, but this area now that is partly burned looks green now, and the vegetation has come back again. People, the international scientists, talk about the need for changing the paradigm, accepting that we will have fires and focus more on minimizing the damage they do, accepting that fire suppression cannot eliminate the extreme wildfires in the long term. It is necessary to focus on fire prevention, balancing both effort and funding between these two forest fire management functions, ultimately reducing the cost of post-fire rehabilitation. Fire prevention currently receives more attention than in the past in the European Union. However, much of the effort and funding is focused on the technical side: fire danger rating, fire detection, cameras, UAVs, forest road network, prevention infrastructure, water tanks, fire breaks, fuel breaks, vegetation clearing, etc. Currently, some emphasis has been starting to put on the social side of prevention in an effort to create fire-resilient communities and landscapes. It's very important to create such communities. I will not go into the details of what we mean by that. It would be nice to understand it in a little bit more depth, but it has to do in general with the population being able and knowledgeable and able to defend themselves, rather than doing the left side, which is only fire management partitioning, is to make a management of their agroforestry territory, working with the Forest Service, with the empowered rural population to maintain a break and a landscape mosaic. The challenges, just two slides. Overcome ignorance about the true nature and the complexity of the problem and promote prevention. Try to touch politicians who focus on their governing term and give them the information. Explain to them what happens and the need for cooperation between all political parties. Agencies that often follow the business as usual path, they need to change their work. The public, it's very important because the majorities are only interested, their attention is captured only for 2 or 3 years after a disaster. Afterwards they forget. In the United States, they have a saying that says, don't bother me with the facts, which means that you know that you know, you think that you know, and that's all. You don't care to learn more. And they only give attention when something hasn't worked and they have really had a problem and a disaster. Bravely stress not only effectiveness, but also efficiency. Picking up more airplanes, etc., doesn't make sense. Limit the appetite of commercial enterprises, applying objective criteria and analysis on the purchases of such services and machines. Empower those who need to apply the concepts. It is often forgotten that the people are needed more than the machines, and that bureaucratic obstacles are often enough to null all good intentions. We find the problem where many times we buy machines, but we don't invest on the people, number, quality, training. Foster cooperation at national and international scale, knowledge and experience sharing, helping each other in difficult moments. Very, very important. No country can be ready for the 100% of the worst disaster in any type of disaster. If you maintain a huge mechanism, a huge capacity for the worst, absolutely worst case scenario, sooner or later, this will be showing the limits of investing in such a long-term strategy that is not needed every year. We need to learn to cooperate with each other, having a very efficient system and effective system, because nobody can be ready by himself, no country, for any kind of difficulty in the worst case it appears. Managing the forest and agricultural landscapes to keep fuels under control, training and involving people are keys for long-term success. Fortunately, this coincides with healthier and more productive rural population. If the concepts above about the change of paradigm that is needed are explained well, and the general effort is well coordinated by the appropriate mechanism, for example, in Greece, it could be specialized foresters in the Forest Service, creating a countrywide network, coordinating knowledge transfer and prevention planning, and supporting the population. The outcome could be a much more rational approach, less panic at the time of difficulty, and at the end, more votes to the politicians. Finally, creating alliances with the mass media and spreading the concepts through the social media, in addition to student training at schools, because the young people are the ones who need to learn the real complexity and understand the concepts about fires, can make a big difference in the acceptance of these proposals. Thank you.
So much, Xantopoulos, for pointing out these important new actions and new approaches when it comes to fighting forest fires under the changing climate conditions and new realities that we are living in. So please bear with us until the end of the panel for potential questions. Ja se sada brzo okrećem ka...
And I am going to our last but not the least speaker, Dusan Todorovic, Head of the Department for Defense and Emergency Situations of the City Administration of Kruševac. Mr. Todorovic, LSGs in Serbia, after the floods from 2014, decided to join their forces into basins, meaning that the cities belonging to the same river basin should join their forces in their efforts to reduce disaster risks and better manage the upcoming climate changes. So what are the tools and skills necessary at the level of the local self-governments to implement successful climate action and fight against floods? Allow me to greet all the brave people here who are have decided to work on DRR and emergency management because they are making our society safer in every way, and they are helping the whole community benefit. Conferences of this kind are very important because they're dynamic and they contain this conference contains 3 topics, and each out of 3 topics deserves its own conference and more time and more presentations. So maybe that's a lesson learned for the future. Here you mentioned that we joined forces in our river basins. We did that in Western Morava, where we have 19 self-governments, but I will start with another bilateral project, what we had with the city of Potenza. This is where Kruševac is located. So basically, we're in the very heart of the Balkan Peninsula. And we have around 70,000 population. In the town of Kruševac, in the rural area, we have slightly less than 60,000. So in total, according to the last census, 127,368 people living in the wider region of Kruševac. So why Potenza? Because this was one of the projects and one of the activities supported by the city of Kruševac. We wanted to apply in practice all these things that we heard during the previous presentations. You will hear that this supports the activities that we implemented in other projects. Potenza is in South Italy, and UNODR was the advocacy office for DRR, and due to numerous projects in the city of Kruševac supported by UNDP and the EU delegation, they decided to provide bilateral support to us and to cooperate in this regard. So what's important there? Working with Potenza allowed us to exchange knowledge, and they transferred us the know-how. They were even awarded by UNDRR for excellence in their presentation. They became a hub for know-how in DRR and DRM, and they came to us in Kruševac to share generously their knowledge with us. These are some of the projects that they're implementing, and we took part in this. And they were also the focus of City Alliance campaign, which also includes the notion of equal urban development and equal allocation of risks on a territory. So this is why we have this excellent cooperation with Potenza, and they helped us a great deal to develop our knowledge. So what happened? Around a dozen local self-governments with UNDRR and UNDP. Well, we received a certificate for commitment to disaster risk reduction and resilience. We are part of smart urban management, meaning that we can use all our resources to properly tackle this endeavor. So I'm going to be very practical. These are the risks that were listed that are part of the hazard assessment. In addition to these, we added something that should be there in the new methodology and other plan documents, and these are climate change and migration, whether it internal or external. Why climate change? That's something that's happening to us. And climate change will create new climate regions. And we, in these local state governments, we are the front line of dealing with the consequences of climate change. So networking in river basins is definitely a good way to show our geographical connections in our region and the shared hazards and risks that we're exposed to. And now, as for migration, if you don't have inhabitants, you don't have anyone to protect. But if you don't have people living in your region, you cannot mobilize the forces that will help you deal with the risks. We had a huge brain drain in Kruševac, which caused additional problems to solve any kind of issues that require more serious interventions. We all talk about the floods from 2014. These are pictures from Kruševac. Back then, the floods caused a damage worth of 167 million dinars, which was like a big chunk of the city budget. And we also had an emergency situation in our territory in order to be able to respond to the issue, to try to start working on the recovery. Now, these are some of the natural disasters that occur frequently on the city territory. Forest fires, landslides, flash floods, and thunderstorms. We are trying to deal with all these through plans, and we allocate funds for this at the local level, and we also allocate funds that come from the national budget and from other donors that can be international. The idea is to invest into prevention. One of the activities that is very important and that was often mentioned here are COVID-19 crisis and the measures that we implemented to protect the population. We constructed a large clinical center in Kruševac, which is a branch of the clinical center of Niš. The purpose is that after COVID, the idea is that after COVID, the purpose of the clinical center will change. Right now, there's maybe around 170 people who are being treated. And this is a number that's more or less the same for the past 10 days. And once the COVID pandemic is over, this will be repurposed for general health issues. When it comes to risks, we have to share them based on various grounds. We cannot solve any problems if we don't work together. Here you see the highway in Morava. It passes next to Kruševac, and it should start operating in December because it's a brand new highway. And this highway includes crossing the river. It is West Morava. This is our river basin where we join forces. And it also crosses some other smaller rivers that flow into Morava. There is also the construction of the high-speed railway, Belgrade-Niš, where another weak spot should be regulated, and that is the issue with the riverbed of South Morava. that is flooding often. So both projects are funded by from the EU credits and loans and by international investors, and they should start functioning quickly. The highway by the end of the year and the railway in 2 years. We're also working on the issue of wastewater treatment. What happens lately are the so-called flash floods or urban floods that have a huge amounts of water in a very small amount of time, and they create problems with the sewage system because the existing capacity cannot drain this water. In Kruševac, we have a wastewater treatment plant that started operating in 2020. It was funded by KfW, the German Development Bank, and there are 2 more plants that are currently being constructed. One is in Brus, the other is Blace, and these should regulate both the water coming from Botašice and solve the wastewater system, because the wastewater degraded the actual water used for water supply of households. There is also the factory for processing of drinking water, because if you don't have high quality water, you cannot have a healthy and safe population. This plant was funded from the EU delegation funds. So we also replaced old plumbing pipes, water supply pipes. The amount needed for this project was 1 million euros, and it was thanks to the European Bank and PIMO. This improved the quality of drinking water and water supply in Kruševac. Now we have a stable water supply grid, and you can control the water quality from one single center. Also, there is an energy ring around the city with a cable of 110 kilowatts that provides safe power feeding. This is important for daily life of Kruševac and water supply too, because power is needed to process drinking water, and if there are power supply interruptions, you can use this to overcome the obstacle. There's also gas primaring. This was also done with the funds provided by the EU. In order to reduce the carbon footprint from the central heat plant in Kruševac, we are also working to reduce radiation from mercury light bulbs. Now we have LED light bulbs, LED lights, which reduce the total gas emission. We're working on a new landfill. It should be a regional landfill that should provide recycling and waste separation from several local municipalities. Another important issue with AgroLink, we are working on rural areas belonging to the wider area of Kruševac to improve their agricultural land. This is the vegetation before 1990 and after 1990, illustrating that with the new approach, we increase the yield and facilitate the absorption of water and agricultural fields affected. We also implement trainings which is a very important matter. We do this together with the Sector for Emergency Management and other state institutions. And we are implementing this program together with UNDP. We are working with the Standing Conference of Trans-Municipalities. We heard a lot about vulnerable categories today. And in Kruševac, all associations of persons with disabilities, like people with multiple sclerosis, hearing impairment, sight impairment, are cooperating with us in this regard. This is our international cooperation. We're working on an urban mobility plan, meaning that if you don't cover urban mobility, you will never manage to have a green city. Transport should be more and more public. There should be more bicycles, and the fuel for public transport should be electricity. Cooperation is very important. We share vulnerabilities and risks, and if we join forces, we will become stronger to deal with them. These are some of the activities that we implemented together, all the LSGs that are part of the basin. Operational plan for water protection. Here, this is an irrigation channel. We heard that we need to work on this in the future. You have to prepare such channels. Then again, training of specialized units. This was done together with the Sector for Emergency Management. And another very important issue is that we work with children with special needs. We were assisted by Caritas here. And when you approach these children properly, they learn these things impeccably well. And we had a cleaning action so that citizens could clean the Lake Chelye. Also, we work hard with UNDP. I think that you can recognize some faces in this picture. This is the training implemented by UNDP and funded by the EU. The purpose of the training is the transfer of know-how for 900 employees in Serbia. So this is the training that was done in Kruševac. The trainers were from the Sector for Emergency Management, PMO, and local governments. Finally, why is this important for local self-governments? Because we need stronger support of state institutions, and lobbyists from UNDP should help us that the Ministry for local, for state administration, local state government, as something very important that should be part of the policy of the ministry. Then we need to keep networking between water river basins. Then the EU delegation should recognize that we need cooperation and maybe even access in the European Committee of the Regions. And finally, support to those basins and local governments that can enter the Interact program through cross-border cooperation. For all of you who are listening, you should note that we need to continue the training of people in local government units and people who are specialized as first responders. We also need training for strategy writing, in particular development strategies at the local level. It is necessary to properly include risk management in local strategies. Maybe even that can be a whole chapter in our development strategy. Thank you.
Zahvaljujem, Dušane. Nisam te prekidao ne zato što si nas toliko pomenuo i što smo bili na slikama, već zato što mislim da je zaista važno dati priliku jedinicama lokalnih samouprava da kažu šta rade, posebno zato što se suočavate zaista sa gomilom problema na terenu i sa manjkom kapaciteta, ali zaista impresivno, zaista koliko toga uspevate zaista da uradite. Došli smo do kraja panela. Ja bih samo morao da pitam ipak da li imamo neka pitanja iz publike, s obzirom da je takav protokol, tako da evo otvaram onda prostor za jednu kraću, vrlo kratku diskusiju, možda 1 do 2 pitanja. Jel imamo ili? Aha, ajde.
Hvala Miroslave. Ovo je neki 14. 15. sat programa, neću da zadržavam, samo malo za kraj da dam šaljiv ton čitav ovoj diskusiji. Pitala bi gospodina Todorovića koja mu je omiljena partnerska organizacija ili lobista. Ovo je bila naravno šala, hvala svima.
Hvala, Jelena.
Malo našli za petak popodne.
Da, za petak za kraj. Ja moram i da sumiram panel, tako da ću da iskoristim još 1-2 minuta, možda još vašeg vremena i onda idemo na pauzu za kafu. Dakle, hvala još jednom panelistima. Ono što smo čuli jeste da je vrlo važan taj međunarodni okvir kada govorimo o sučeljavanju sa klimatskim promjenama i prilagođavanju na izmenjene klimatske uslove i smanjenju rizika od elementarnih nepogoda, dakle počev od sporazuma o klimi iz Pariza, naravno tu je i Sendai okvir, ali naravno mi se nalazimo i u dekadi akcije za borbu protiv klimatskih promjena, čisto da znate, tako da je ovo pravo vreme da pokrenemo različite inicijative i da dođemo do dodatnog novca sa kojim bi se pojačali našu otpornost na klimatske promjene. Čuli smo naravno važno pitanje klimatskih izbeglica koje je potrebno pravno regulisati kako na nacionalnom, tako i na međunarodnom nivou, možda kroz neku novu specifičnu konvenciju ili protokol. Vrlo je važno, dakle, sistemsko reagovanje na prirodne i druge katastrofe radi jačanja otpornosti i društva i privrede, zato što, naravno, prirodne nepogode kada se udruže sa ljudskom delatnošću i nekim problemima kao što je pitanje istorijskog otpada, opasnog otpada, dakle može da skalira dalje i da ima vrlo, da kažem, uvećanje negativne posljedice i po zdravlje ljudi i životnu sredinu. Čuli smo također da je poljoprivreda i uzročnik klimatskih promjena, ali naravno i jedan od sektora koji je najjače pogođen, a s obzirom na njen utjecaj na bruto nacionalni dohodak, vrlo je važno planirati i primijeniti mere prilagođavanja, uključujući naravno i klimatski pametnu poljoprivredu, kao i jačati svest kako opšte populacije mladih ljudi, ali naravno i stručne javnosti, pogotovo tu mislimo naravno i na poljoprivrede stručne službe koje su spona između donosilaca odluka i samih poljoprivrednika. Čuli smo više puta o poplavama iz 2014. i gubicima i čuli smo koliko je važno zapravo da bismo takve negativne posljedice i ekstremnih vremenskih prilika i klimatskih promjena sprečili ili bar ublažili, da su vrlo važna i takozvana rješenja zasnovana na prirodi koja su možda i najjeftinija, ukoliko se na vreme deluje. Također smo čuli o nekim potrebama novih pristupa kada govorimo o suočavanju i konkretno sa šumskim požarima, jer živimo u novoj klimatskoj realnosti, dakle ne možemo da radimo stvari na način koji je to bilo do sada i nećemo u budućnosti s obzirom na ono sve što smo čuli i o tome šta nas očekuje kada su u pitanju nove klimatske okolnosti. I naravno na kraju ništa manje važno, dakle od nacionalnog do lokalnog nivoa, vrlo je važno, dakle, jačati kapacitete lokalnih samouprava, pomoći im da preduzmu adekvatne akcije. Čuli smo koliko je važno da se i lokalne samouprave udružuju kako bi jedni drugima pomogli i one koje nemaju kapacitete prosto od svojih partnerskih jedinica lokalne samouprave mogli da dobiju odgovarajuću pomoć. I naravno tu je neophodna saradnja i države i međunarodnih organizacija i svih drugih aktera, jer vidjeli smo upravo na primjeru Kruševca kako to daje jako dobre i pozitivne rezultate. Eto, toliko od mene. Zahvaljujem se još jednom panelistima zaista na divnim izlaganjima i pozivam vas na pauzu za kafu koja traje maksimalno 15 minuta kako sam dobio instrukciju, tako da vas molim da se vratite. Hvala.
Dobar dan, nastavljamo dalje sa programom.
Good afternoon. We will continue with the program. The topic of today's panel is the local resilience and their role in the RR system. We will start with the role of the local governments within this system, and I would kindly ask Mr. Babovic, head of the Disaster Risk Management and Civil Protection this is the third presentation, so I don't need to specifically introduce him. So, Mr. Babovic, please take the floor. Thank you. Can you hear me? Now, if I would like to be, as Minister Todoric, to say that the Standing Conference of Town Municipalities is our friend and they are our main lobbyist. However, I would say that you're our great collaborators, friends, and I would use my time to be concise. And since I know that when I speak about business, I can speak volumes, so please just remind me what's most important, and the most important level of the organization of the protection and rescue system, civil protection, DRR, in the Republic of Serbia, like in any other country in the world, is a good organization of the DRR and the mentioned 3 system at the local level. Why? Because everything starts and ends at the local level. Each disaster, each extraordinary event being converted into disaster occurs at the local level. And we in the emergency management sector are paying huge attention to the proper organization of the RR at the local level. Given that I have allotted time, I can speak for hours about this topic, but I'd rather focus on the most important things. What is sector doing to assist local to better organize and prepare for the emergency situation? What is law imposing as their obligation and the right to apply? When it comes to the law nicely define and give the obligation in terms that the local self-government unit is responsible for the rescue and the protection cultural heritage at their local territory, not only our law, but local on law on local communities. Another thing stipulated by the law is that they need to implement their rescue and protection plan, their disaster risk plan, and of course, external plan for the protection of the large-scale accidents for those municipalities with Seveso operators operating in their municipality. In addition, it is obliged to form the civilian protection units to coordinate, setting the commissioners and deputy commissioners for civil protection, appointing entities of special importance, which I would list. So the law recognizes 25 items defining the rights and obligations of the local governments. Are we satisfied with the achieved level? Well, our feelings are dual. If we compare a period prior to 2040, we are very satisfied. But if we compare whether it's enough, whether it's our end goal, and the goal to put the local government at that level, of course not. And we are far from that desired goal. Why? Because a lot of municipalities and the management of those localities, mayors, are having local governments unprepared when it comes to the aspect, when it comes to DRR issues, civil protection issues, and we are seriously thinking, and that is something to be introduced through the amendments of our systemic law, that we would impose an obligation that all mayors, prior to taking office, within 6-month period, participate in the emergency management sector training. All smart countries worldwide are preparing that way the people leading local government units. Of course, another thing that we are planning is to be present at the local level. At the beginning of this year, of last year, In April, March, we started touring LSGs. When I say we, I refer, and I mean Ministry of the Interior, headed by the State Secretary, Chief of the Sector, Chief of the Firefighting and Rescue Units, and myself. We toured 10 administrative counties, 25 municipalities and towns. We talked with them. We've identified the risks, threatening them, provided them with the specific guidelines, and transferred that to the Republic headquarters for the state of emergency, who made kind of conclusions and binding measures that all local self-government units we paid visits to. We identified even micro-location, each risk in that territory, instructed to eliminate them within the given period of time. And another positive in all these things is that through that activity of us and the emergency management sector and the Republic headquarters, to mend the situation in more than 70% of local governments that we toured. And we are continuing with we will continue that activity in the next period. We're waiting for the government to be constituted and everything that would follow the constitution of the government. And in November, I believe, and most probably in the first half of next year. Another thing that is quite worrisome and concerning is the low level of the funds, budgetary funds at the local level, allocated for the RR system. Through the touring and based on the report that we received from them, we were witnessing that more funds are allocated for, let's exaggerate, sometimes some municipalities are allocating more funds for Ceca, Seca, Aza Lucas, those are folk singers, for the celebration of New Year's Eve than for disaster risk reduction, which is disastrous from the standpoint of the professional. A lot of municipalities are having greater item for representation than they have for the rescue and protection. And I keep on reiterating a bad example, which is Kolubara County, and it is quite symptomatic. We paid the visit to their municipalities, and I ask each and every mayor and the mayor of Valjevo the budget item for disaster risk reduction system. The answer was 0. For your information, Kolubara administrative district has 6 municipalities. Sasha is here, he is nodding, where in the past period all disasters occurred. Not to mention war, bombing, I would simply speak in catastrophic earthquake, catastrophic floods, landslides, technical and technological accidents. I don't know, I cannot enumerate the disasters that affected it. It is quite unbelievable that the management of the local government does not have the understanding that they need to budget, to have the budget line for this purpose. And we, when I say we, I refer to the emergency management sector. While preparing the amendments to the law, we are even thinking to change even the whole law, not only the title, bearing in mind that we have learned that we have a need to further clarify some things, better define some things, and to amend a lot of provisions. And that is something that we would definitely do. Our intention is to set the percentage of mandatory funds to be allocated by the local governments for these purposes. When it comes to the level of equipment, establishment of civil protection units of the general purpose, you know it all, they are formed at a local level and are dedicated for simple task of protection and rescue when they need a kind of a modest training and modest funds for operation. These are not specialized units. which require a complex training session. We have such a small number, insignificant number, that introduced, that we've got a positive example, Čačak, Kraljevo, Kruševac. I don't want to offend any other municipalities, but they are in a minority. You, from the Standing Conference of Town Municipalities, you know that we keep on organizing joint activities, that it's a huge problem. What's going on in the practice? Well, it happens that the disaster affects a certain local government and that they automatically ask for the assistance from the central level through our sector. So there's a procedure. The municipal headquarters, county headquarters to the republic, we to the government, and then we stimulate the story, irrelevant whether it concerns fuel, machines, or funds. But it is quite incredible that none of them is actually applying the principle of graduality in terms that they are using their own funds. So we would have to, I will finalize, we would have to better define it in law, we would have to organize more intensive inspection control, to often pay visit to the local, to give them the instructions, professional and technical advices, to strengthen the local level, because when we strengthen the local, then our state will be stronger. That is something that we will dedicate to in the next period. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Babovic. You concluded by emphasizing the need for education, that local self-government employees should be properly trained. The Standing Conference of Town Municipalities implemented this kind of professional development for local government employees in line with the NAPA program. And we had a mayor from the municipality of Zaječar. So can I have just one more minute, please? There is an ongoing activity supported by the EU together with UNDP, where we implemented training for local professionals to train them how to engage in DRR and civil protection. Around 800 people were trained so far, which is, I think, excellent. And I think that the goal is to have around 1,000 people in total to complete the first part of the project. This is phase 1, and hopefully our friends who support us, and you guys from Kruševac, for instance, you will help us to train everybody at the local level. Thank you again, Mr. Babovic. We heard all about the role and the obligations of the local self-government now. Professor Dragan Mlađan from the Department for Security Studies in Belgrade, who will tell us about the need for specialized knowledge at local level. Thank you very much. It is my honor and pleasure to attend this event, this conference. I have a bit of stage fright, so please be gentle with me. Actually, it's easier to do this in front of students than in front of my peers. You guys have been working with me for 25 years, so it's hard to show my knowledge in front of you now. I will now talk about how things should be, not how they are. Many people have spoke about how things are before me, and my task is to talk how things should be. And I'm lucky enough to be one of the last speakers, because everything that you said is something that I just need to summarize in 10 minutes now. I think that my main position about the biggest challenge of all of you here, especially Those of you who are doing this job in local state government is dealing with skeptical people, the citizens and public as a whole, and elected politicians. So you need to convince them to invest money and assign tasks related to DRR, and what they have are limited budgets and overwork staff. They should spend time that they don't have and money they don't have to prepare for something that may or may not happen. That is the whole point of what we're talking about. That is the gap between theory and practice. There are two main reasons why local self-government units avoid and run far and away from DRR. One is the issue of business elites and investors. They believe that drawing too much attention to potential disaster in a community can discourage investors. Like, don't talk about disasters. We should develop, we should get developers, we should get investors. Everybody likes money. When there's money, everybody's happy. The mayors are happy, politicians are happy, citizens are happy, and if a disaster happens, well then. And the second reason why this topic is avoided is because there are other issues that look bigger in communities, such as education, such as what kids do in schools. It's drugs, it's crime, it's all kinds of roads that need to be built, because when you build a road, people will vote for you. And when you spend money on something that may or may not happen, you do something invisible. So municipalities are preoccupied with a different kind of problems. And this is why we are where we are. But as you said, this disaster manager, and disasters, that is something that will crawl up on us. We had pandemic, there's a war, and these things will happen. They will happen at the same time. They will cascade. It will be hard to manage, and they will cost more. And everybody said this before me. I'm just repeating what people said. This is going to cost more and more the more it spirals out of control, and it will cross borders. It will not stop at the border crossing. It's floods, it's earthquakes, it's all kinds of hazards, and we will all be affected by these disasters. This is the pie chart that everybody's showing, the cycle. And I'm using it to illustrate that a disaster risk manager in a municipality do not have equal tasks depending on the phase that the municipality is in. When it comes to first response, there are first responders dealing with that, firefighters, emergency responders, etc. However, when it comes to preparedness and recovery, the disaster risk manager plays a very important role. Disaster risk managers have different roles in different stages of a disaster. They deal with all kinds of disasters in all stages. Unlike other actors, for instance, planners, they are only interested in the phase before the disaster and recovery, not response, but the manager deals with all phases. And these persons are like persons of general knowledge. They're not specialists. And this manager they do not need to have specialized knowledge, but they must know who does have specialized knowledge. So when there's the need for this kind of person, they know exactly whom to address and whom to engage. I don't know how many people there are in each area, but people who are managers must know who the experts are, who the specialists are, so that these specialists can help contribute to the safety of their communities. Here are listed the skills, knowledges, and capacities that these people should have at the level of the municipality. And we need scientific literacy. What is scientific literacy? That is the capacity to understand and apply evidence-based knowledge from economic, natural, social, and other sciences. And this scientific literacy includes geography, sociology, cultural scientists, technology, engineering, and the person must have knowledge of the system itself. They must know exposure, how exposure to risk works. This is why we used to have these the faculty of defense, which serves to provide this exact kind of knowledge that I just listed. Also, this person, this disaster risk management at the level of each municipality, must be able to rely on this knowledge in order to manage disaster risks. They must be engaged in the community. They must know how to manage certain situations, how to cope with certain stresses, and they must also have leadership skills. They must have respect, commitment, and professionalism. We will go back to the issue of professionalism, but again, I'm talking about how things should be, not how things are. Here, I listed the competencies and skills that this person should have. Maybe now this looks like the curriculum on the Faculty of Security. There were courses with these names on our faculty, specialized for these things. So where will we find this professional? How do we make this kind of professional? How do we shape them, design them? So first we need to properly define their job as a profession. Disaster risk management should be a profession. It should be a professional identity. You have to stand proud and to say, this is our job. We are professionals dealing with this. And the elements for this, you have to have a faculty that teaches this specialization. This profession needs to be properly developed so that this profession can be strengthened and empowered. We should develop the knowledge and skill set for practitioners. And finally, this is achieved through trainings that are developed more and more in Serbia. There will be more certificates, and even academic courses. There is Faculty of Security in Belgrade, in Novi Sad, in Niš. There are specialist studies even in the military academy. So science is there to help us create these professionals for the future. Allow me to conclude by sharing a thought. I believe that things can be better. Why? Because the point is the lack of preparedness. Disasters are a vague threat that must be dealt with. Once we have more resources, we will deal with disaster risk. Fortunately, practice has shown that disaster risk management managers can indeed contribute to the society by actually providing better disaster management once disasters strike. There are models to do this, there's a lot of experience, and risk communication is possible. We had a masterwork called Preparedness of Citizens of Loznica for an Earthquake. So that was the topic of a masterwork of a student. And we took, for comparison, a similar paper about a city in Japan, and we took Loznica. And we basically made a sample of population, and we did a poll in Loznica about earthquake. Out of 5 groups of citizens, 3 groups believed that that Japan is the best country in the world concerning preparedness for earthquake. But it turned out that the poll has shown that citizens of Loznica are better prepared than people in Japan, according to the poll. And it's pretty amazing to see that. So if we were to compare, this is actually specific because we measured it. We used the global methodology to measure it, and it turned out that we were actually doing pretty good. So my company, Serbian police, the Criminal Police University, we believe that if you don't have professionals in your line of work, you won't accomplish anything. I spent many years working in the sector for emergency management, and now that I teach at the police academy, I teach this course. We have master studies. We have 200 students ready to start working in an hour. Just give us a task, and we will send buses with people. And we managed to do this because we had the support of those that were brave enough to support us and say that this is a course we need at Police Academy. Thank you.
Hvala profesore Mlađan. Kako sam I sam
Thank you, Mr. Mlađan. Being that I'm myself graduated security manager working with the local governments, and I can witness that my colleague, that I have not much peers at the local level that graduated this faculty and afterwards working at the local level. There is not a manager security management at the local government because the role of the officer is quite big, and it does not exist. Maybe there is a solution to overbridge it, but I would cover that issue after Zoran Dizarevic from the Public Investment Management Office that would speak about the construction of the resilient local governments through the reconstruction and the investment of the capital and realization of the capital project at the Republic. Milos, thank you very much. Milos gave a huge intro what the office should do, what kind of presentation it would be. Yes, we do have a kind of presentation, but before saying anything regarding that, I need to mention one important thing, and is related to strengthening resilience. I am at the international conference in an amicable, surrounded with my friends. On my right-hand side, I would say Milos, standing conference, Živko Pavlović, chief of the sector, Professor Dragan Mlađin. If we in the first row, Jelena Marić-Vuković, Jelena Jašović, Vladan Lazović, Marija Todić, Dušan Todorović, Aleksandar Glišić, Miroslav Sladojević, and Spasha Spasić were there, Jasmina Gačić, Professor Đurđević. This is strengthening the cooperation. If we know each other, if we are jointly focusing on the same tasks, and feel free to each and every moment connect ourselves to know whom we are talking and what are our competences. So I would like to thanks to organizers precisely for the fact to group us all, to exchange our experience, and in a broader environment share our experience, and also to reach and get a new one. And in addition, being the assistant director, I will reach the time for my presentation, but I need to share my impression. I've been working together with these people that are surrounding me, And I believe that I heard everything in this area. And in the first panel, when the colleague professor from Albania was there, she said, is she speaking about Serbia or about Albania? I mean, they are facing similar problems, or at least a similar level of the development, similar level of a legal framework, and some kind of a similar situation both countries face. Then the next panel is professor from the Novi Sad University talking about the insurance. We in the office, together with different insurance companies, Ministry of Agriculture and Water Management Directorate, Financial Department, we keep on conversing about insurance. And now I heard the woman that we've been dealing and thinking for months which direction we should take. And that woman was shedding the light from the standpoint that the researches have been developed and that she went far beyond what we were talking about. So once again, thanks for organizing, for creating this conference, because the organizers allowed us to hear a new thing. So Professor, I would kindly ask you to give me the pointer and now to focus on my presentation.
Maj 2014. godine. Stalno nekako nas
May 2014. Each and every conference starts with May 2014, as if that is the first year of our existence. Why that year is so important? Of course, that the scales of disaster beyond the previous one, but I believe that it is not significant in that sense, but maybe it is important because it changed our awareness. We are letting the things go and pass by us without observing and noticing that these things are functioning weaker and weaker as long as we don't reach the wall where we hit it and we said, we can't go on like this. So the legal framework we have, the environment we have, and the way we tried to resolve the issue before that was not good, because you set a kind of a commission at the level of the government. It's a minister being the chairman of the commission. Some local people are involved. Some others are there as well. And then we are reconstructing something ad hoc. We reconstruct something. We have zero systemic fashion to reconstruct and rehabilitate someone who were closer to something, so to say. And we're at the top of the list. They got everything. Those that were at the bottom of the list, and those at the bottom of the list are always the most vulnerable groups, and the most vulnerable ones, they are always at the end of the food chain, so to say. So that's how they end up in the reconstruction and the rehabilitation. This is another photo, again, from May 2014, and we can proceed. Now, we mentioned everything we did and what was the trigger for what will come after, which is that within the lack of the legal mechanism, an office for rehabilitation and the assistance of the flood-affected region. That way, we try to, in a centralized, regulated fashion, collect information, and that all activities are geared through this office. Of course, while coordinating the rehabilitation and reconstruction process. Now, we said what were the tasks the office was in charge: verification, collection of data, development of the recovery program per sector, that we not have the consolidated, and depending upon the level of the damages incurred in a sector, those programs were devised. One of the tasks was the collection of the donor funds and distribution of those assistance, supervision over the implementation, including the supervision over the public procurement, increased transparency, and so forth. Another thing I wanted to say is, what were the sectors and what kind of programs were adopted? First, for the destroyed and the damaged facilities owned by the citizens. We will have the number of the slides showing the reconstructed house, how many of them were destroyed, infrastructure for flood defense, road infrastructure, public facilities, energy sector, critical local infrastructure, agriculture, and SMEs. So the programs are still present in the current law. So in here, we've got the houses that were reconstructed that would be resilient to future disasters. 111 facilities, their value amounting to more than 12 million euros, applying principles of energy efficiency, resilient infrastructure, left and right photo. So that is something that in principle should be one of the main goals if talking about the physical scope and the reconstruction of material resources, more resilient infrastructure, one, and the other image. The image speaks more than 1,000 words. Here is the situation, how it was before and how it is now. Build Better principle is embedded in our lobbying, one of the main principle implying that whatever we do it differently and in an improved fashion, in a more resilient fashion. Some other examples: bridges over different rivers, landslides, water supply system, talking at the local level, within the local infrastructure. There is a text that the office implemented more than 800 infrastructural courses, regulation of the water courses, reconstruction of facilities. Something happened with my presentation. Within what our office did in the past, we were also mindful of the environment. Rehabilitation of the tailing pond now is regulated. Now we are reaching the year of 2015, and I have to mention that the law that was adopted in 2014, that was the law on the elimination of the consequences of 2014, one quite specific law, ad hoc law, adopted to regulate events that happened before the adoption of the law. Quite an interesting thing. Usually people actually adopt the law that would be effective as of today onwards, but this law was adopted to regulate something that happened yesterday. It was a lex specialis, focusing solely and covering the issue of floods of 2014. Now we've got the new law, 2015, that in a systemic fashion resolves what we are talking about today, and that's applied. Some of the main thing is that it is activated after the government of the Republica proclaimed the state of emergency and regulates the procedure for the rehabilitation of consequences of disasters. We shouldn't focus on what disaster is. We are all aware of it. Another thing I would like to say is that everything we did after 2014, we applied Build Better principle. But then we realized that we shouldn't be focusing on the damaged or destroyed facilities in disasters, but we should do it also in the facility that we are regularly using. I primarily refer to the public purpose facilities owned by government. In that regards, the office changes its name into the Public Investment Management Office to reiterate that qualitative step forward and transferring the focus from reconstruction after disaster, but to invest into preventive activities and the prevention of those facilities not directly affected, but damaged or threatened to be affected in some future events. Here we listed how we do it, that there is a technical control, engineering support to the project, and the legal control through the implementation of tender and tender documentation. Selection of projects in a way that the local self-government units at the local level select what kind of project would be important for them. Then they submit the request for our office. Then the PIMO is assessing the needs and further implements the project. We should mention that the Public Investment Management Office, being the central and the focal point, depends upon not only that it depends upon, but to be able to implement the project, there should be the cooperation among the local governments, because the steps that are taken jointly by our office and the local self-government unit. So the local self-government unit is developing the technical and the tender documentation. The office is verifying it. Local self-government unit is organizing public procurement. It is contracting, and the public investment management office is supervising and approving and implementing and paying, making the payments to the contractor. We are verifying the works. One of the main principle is the transparency, and thereby it is posted on our webpage, so all the data are publicly available. Another thing I wanted to share with you and to conclude, that cooperation is necessary, and that it is an essential element, that there is cross-cutting, that there is a synergy, the joint way of thinking in resolving the problem. And I don't know whether colleague Živko Babovic or some other would mention that we, together with UNDP, with our dear friends, colleagues Jelena and Vlada, are implementing and organizing training at the local level, and that so far we've trained almost 1,000 of the local employees that would be trained, that would learn something new from this area. So that is one of those soft measures through which we would strengthen the local resilience, in addition to all the measures that we talked about regarding the physical construction and so forth. Thank you, Zoran. That would be all by the time being. Thank you, Zoran. I would simply add,
he emphasized the importance of cooperation between different institutions and structures, and I would add that PIMO and the Standing Conference of Town Municipalities formed a working group in 2020 that developed the guidebook for post-disaster recovery for local self-governments. This guidebook is there to help the local employees concerning how to form damage assessment commissions, how to handle investments, etc. You can download this guidebook from PIMO and from the website of the Standing Conference. We believe that this is very important for everybody working on this topic. Now we continue. We came to my presentation. This was all an excellent introduction for my own personal presentation, and this is cooperation between municipalities, as Zoran said. Here we have people from different basins who have developed cross-municipal cooperation and raise it on a higher level. So I will just briefly present all this, since many of these things were already elaborated on. We will start with the notion of cross-municipal cooperation. This is part of the local government system, and it is a way to decentralize public affairs. It is based on voluntary grounds, but in our country it almost became institutionalized as a form of cooperation, because we have towns and municipalities joining their forces to form basins based on rivers. This is the most efficient form of grouping for municipalities. The cross-municipal cooperation aims to usher mutual assistance, exchange of experience and knowledge, joint activities. And the reasons to establish cross-municipal cooperation are numerous. such as shared geographic characteristics, shared demographic characteristics, size of the territory, economic potential, finances, staff, complexity of public affairs concerning all this. So the biggest added value of this kind of cooperation is communication and coordination between municipalities, joint priorities and interests, and most importantly, resource and capacity management, both the existing ones and those joint interests created by joining forces. The joint interests are DRR, which involves planning and management of measures and activities to strengthen the system with the aim to protect human lives and property and assets. This is the legal framework that allows cross-municipal cooperation in our country. In the EU, this is all set by the EU Charter on Local Self-Governments. In the context of Serbia, the most important law is the law on amendments of the law on local self-government, which has a whole chunk on intermunicipal cooperation. This is the foundation for cooperation between our towns and municipalities. Also, the law on disaster risk reduction and emergency management allow the local self-governments to join forces and jointly plan and implement certain activities. I will not now discuss the obligations of towns and municipalities in the DRR system because Mr. Babovic elaborated on that already. But I would just like to say that according to the law on disaster risk reduction, the purpose of these obligations is that to provide cooperation points for local self-governments. This is where they should work together. This is on what they should work together. Now, as for what Dragan Mlađan said about the role of local staff, I think that we can cope with the lack of disaster risk managers exactly through the cooperation between towns and municipalities. The law allows towns and municipalities to join forces. The Standing Conference has worked with the sector for emergency management to prepare models of cooperation, different forms of cooperation, and the best form for cooperation between towns and municipalities is to establish enterprises, establish association, or to have joint services. Right now, the municipalities prefer joint services, and we have two basins, the West Morava Basin and Drina Basin, and they have signed the agreement to establish the joint service. And this year, we expect that they will have this service that will handle DRR for 31 local self-municipality in total. Of course, there are certain challenges and risks in establishing this cooperation, but this is all regulated by the cooperation agreement. Again, it is important to underline the role of local staff because that will be decisive if this initiative would actually turn into an agreement that will be implemented in practice, as in whether the local staff will manage to keep their managers interested, such as mayors and heads of municipalities, and whether they will manage to create trust between partner municipalities concerning the need to establish cooperation. And perhaps the most important aspect of intermunicipal cooperation is how all this will be funded. Practice has shown so far that we need to very precisely define the goals and interests of cross-municipal cooperation, who participates in how, and how the future joint service and its affairs will be funded. As for the good practice examples, we have the West Morava Basin, Drina Basin, and there are 5 more basins. Mr. Pasic is here from Kolubara Basin, Mr. Sladevic from Lower Danube Basin. All of them are doing a great job, and they make a huge step forward just by joining forces. But I emphasize these 2 because they went a step further by signing the agreement to establish the joint service. And they implemented several projects already. But, for instance, the Drina Basin has the potential for cross-border cooperation, but we're going to hear a bit more about this later from Mr. Sladovic. Now, the city of Kraljevo and the city municipality of Vračar, they had a very interesting cooperation project during the pandemic in late 2019 and 2020. They focused on vulnerable categories of population and they involved them in the DRR system. They have many activities. One of the most visible ones was these specially designed masks for people who use sign language. And the aim of this cooperation was to change the legal framework so that more attention is paid to involvement of vulnerable categories of population in planning processes and in the implementation of DRR measures and decisions. The Standing Conference has prepared a guidebook for local staff explaining how to involve vulnerable populations in the DRR processes for risk assessment, for rescue and protection plans, etc., like how to involve vulnerable groups in the system and not to have them neglected. In this guidebook for intermunicipal cooperation, there is an international example. There are international examples, there are several of those, because international practice can contribute a lot with fresh ideas. And that is it as far as I'm concerned. Thank you very much. Are there any questions for these panelists while they're here? There is a question. Actually, it's a proposal from Mr. Babovic. Since you said, my name is Ivan Elčić. I come from a civil society organization called Center for Improvement of the Environment. Maybe at local level, the local sectors for emergency management, they do not work enough. The money allocated for this is not enough. And as he said, money is used to organize concerts and similar instead of actually investing that money in DRR. Maybe in the law you can set a fixed percentage that each local municipality has to allocate for this issue. And you can also include a penal policy for persons responsible if they fail to do so, and control all this, because as we know, what happens often is that we have very good laws that are not implemented in practice. So even if there are good solutions and good ideas in our legal framework, it is not translated to practice. Thank you for this. I like your ideas. I like the way you think. But it's not simple. We have our friends from the Ministry of Finance here. We have to arrange everything with them first. Is that even possible to do? To set a fixed percentage for this in the law? And the problem is the lack of implementation of our laws, and this is because of the lack of monitoring. And I agree that we are to blame for this in part, because we were pretty flexible toward local government units. The position in the ministry was that we should let them for a while to handle things the best they could, which lasted for 2 or 3 years, and nothing happened. And another thing, as for the staff, a long time ago in the law on emergencies in 2009, we asked for something like this to make it mandatory for local self-governments either to have emergency departments or an emergency manager, but this proposal was not endorsed. It wasn't approved. It was cut off from our draft law. Of course, we'll try again because that's our goal. We have so many people who are educated for this kind of work. And when we have, and there's a lot of unnecessary stuff. The problem is that people who are employed in the municipalities, in the ministries, they have graduated from all kinds of faculties and they cannot do this job properly. We try to select the best candidates, but we often can't access the best candidates. Thank you.
If I may add something regarding the sanctions and penalty policy, there are penalties within the law, but the inspection control is organized at the local level ever since 2018, that we precisely developed new control list, and very soon you would have the chance to see them within the Ministry of the Interior Sector for Management Situation for Civilian Protection. They are ready. The Coordination Commission of the Government for the Inspection Control has adopted them, and very soon they would be posted on the web pages. Thank you very much for your addition. Just for the colleague that just took the floor, I know that there are penalty policies, but how many? But I would like to see how many responsible persons were punished, really. That kind of records we do not keep. It's up to the judicial authorities and the inspections. Unfortunately, we do not have this kind of data. So we do not have any figures in that regard. So we really do not know. Thank you. But we might prepare that for you. We have another question. Main engineer for the external water from Serbia Voda. I'm in charge of the defense of the Kolubara Basin. You mentioned several occasions. I would like to extend the thanks to all panelists. You reiterated important thing, but there's just one thing that I would like to supplement what you mentioned, and is related to finance and the people. We have the situation in which the local self-government unit, I would be talking from the flood defense, given that it's my professional aspect, that in 2010, there is a division of the water courses of the first and the second order, and the water management is in charge of the water structures on the water courses of the first order, whereas the local government for those at the water course of the meaning that the local self-government units are having a huge amount of work without the professional staff and the funds to actually implement that job, and then someone observing their local plans for the basin, I can say that these are quite poor and insignificant funds for the maintenance. And as you mentioned, they don't have enough funds. People dealing with who knows what kind of tasks are put upon with these tasks. The good example is given by Sasha Spasic today. In June 2020, I worked with him, and this is the great example of the engagement and the knowledge of your service to be aware of and to know. Thank you very much. Well, I know that you actually want to, you share with me your observation. That's true that the local was transferred with a lot of competences without being provided sufficient fund. We are actually freeing the local of all obligation, and the state will do. Your company, public water management company, Serbia Vode, many times upon our initiative, your general director, Mr. Puzovic, we are cooperating perfectly with him, and personally and institutionally. We kindly ask him to help the local where the water courses of the second order are. That's something that we do often, where we send the machines and the forces there to reduce the mentioned risk. But systemically, we do not do something because nobody plan sufficient funds for rescue and protection. There are more important tasks than to protect people, their assets, and the public assets from disaster, so to say. So this is the primary role. Every other thing is secondary. There's no important task for the mayor but to be on the spot. That is something that they are entitled. That's why they're the head of staff, to have that executive function, to be in charge of the budget and to allocate the funds. They know what things should be done in their local communities. We believe that we've created the precondition for everything that should follow, meaning to well plan, to well budget the funds, and to have the solid budget to the extent the possibilities at the local level apply. Why that is different in the practice? It depends on municipalities. Here we've got Mr. Sladovic. For instance, we were in the Banat County, a small risk detected in that area. Each and every local self-government unit with a seat in Zrenjanin, to be precise, so that people know what we're talking about. So all municipalities, the smallest amount that they budget, for these things are 10 million dinars. They have some kind of snow drift, some small floods, no major risks that are jeopardizing them, as for instance the risk that could be observed south from Danube and Sava. Thank you very much. We unfortunately do not have time for the questions. We are focusing on the second part of this panel. I would extend the thanks to my panelists. I would kindly ask for you to take all the headphones because the first presentation will be delivered by the Czech colleague Jan Langer, head of the Department and Civil Protection from the Olomouc municipality. Good afternoon. Just take the headphones. He would be speaking in Czech and to use either Serbian or English interpretation. We will focus on the story, like we talked in the first part of the panel. Here we will have the local colleagues that would confirm to what extent it is important what is confirmed in the first part of the panel and mentioned by my colleague. We've got Sasha from MUB, Miroslav Sladojevic from Zrenjanin, Aleksandar Glišić from Loznica, and Professor Slavoljub Đorđević for the Geography faculty. If you are all equipped with headphones, we can start with the first presentation of Ms. Jan Langer from the municipality Olomouc, Czech Republic.
Na této konferenci. Tak, snad už to bude v pořádku. Tak, hezký den i ode mne. Jsem velmi rád, že tady dnes mezi vámi mohu být a že na této konferenci zazní čeština. Když si poslechnete, zjistíte, jak mnoho máme společného, a to platí dvojnásob i pro řízení rizik katastrof, respektive katastrof na té lokální úrovni. Já si tady půjčím ten prezentér. Když jsem přemýšlel o tom dnešním obsahu, uvědomil jsem si, jak...
When thinking about what to mention, I realized that it is going to be quite complicated to pack everything within the 15 minutes. Here I show the main scheme of DRR principles. The DRM principle, sorry. This is a process, but I believe that you are well aware of this problem because these models are well known, and I believe that in Czech, in your country, we are acting in the similar fashion. There's no much sense to enter into detail and analyzing this because we are applying the similar methods. Assessing these results shouldn't be observed because we cannot share all experiences. Ice that can stop the traffic is insignificant in your country, but can disrupt the transportation and traffic in our country. What analytical methods we use? Again, I doubt that would be useful for your local level. But it concerns the instruments that you are well aware, and beyond any doubt, you're using them. This is the basic scheme showing that we are devising risk lists, that we've got a different typical plans, and that we are using them in our work. Today, we would focus on coping with the risk, and we will share with you a few things that would be useful for you. And I believe that and according to the previous discussion, I believe that I prepared a good presentation. Czech Republic comprises 14 federal regions, 205 lower units that we call municipalities with the extended competences. Today, I would represent one of these bigger municipalities, DT Krakomuc. This is the lower territorial unit, and these are the basic characteristics of my municipality. Despite the fact that Olomouc is one of the historically most important royal towns of the Czech countries, it is an old university center with a lengthy tradition, is a center of Moravska region. I'm very glad that EU in Serbia have a kind of a river, Morava, Grand Morava. So I was very glad to learn that fact, and it's only today that I learned that fact. So the territory of Olomouc covers 45 settlements, 3 towns, and out of 45 settlements, 36 have faced with a significant flood risk. We've got 165,000 of population. The significant risks are listed here. I believe that this list shouldn't be analyzed. In here, you see the basic model. We manage disaster at the Czech Republic. I would tour swiftly through it. There are territory working, the ministries, and the special institutions such as Czech Bank, and the other entities operating in specific territory. These are the regions, municipalities with the extended authorities, and authorities at the local level. And all of them have the role in disaster time. And they manage the crisis or participate in the activities. The most important activities involved in disaster risk management, and here is the list: Ministry of Defense. It is in charge of the foreign policy, foreign security. It participates also in internal defense and security. The most important authority for emergency is the Ministry of the Interior, which is managing of police and the firefighting service. Firefighting service is the most important entity, service, participating in resolving all disasters. Or then we've got the sector, health sector. COVID is our common experience, and in addition to the Ministry of Health and the primary health protection, they are resolving the problem of primary health protection. Then the Agriculture and Ministry of the Environment in charge of flood defense, and municipalities themselves. I would also define two basic terms important for disaster: an emergency event. We need to present detrimental action of some forces requiring an action. Crisis situation, the other term, is such an event for which solution we need to apply some other sources, and we need to use mechanisms that might, in a way, jeopardize the rights and freedom of citizens. Whether it is an order to evacuation, prohibition of movement, that is something that we faced with in the course of Corona. To cope with extraordinary events in Czech, we've got the integrated rescue system. Integrated system is not an institution, it's not an entity, but it is something that is statutorily defined. Actually, procedures, joint coordinated procedures among services or entities which act in the course of disasters in a joint fashion. This is an often question posed by children. Who is the first to cross the interjection when there is a police, ambulance, firefighter? So it is quite defined. These rules are defined in the law on the integrating rescue system. That law defines the basic components, such as firefighting services, rescue services, whereas the others are the local police, voluntary firefighting, and the services of towns and municipalities. How does it function in the practice? I would use two examples to illustrate it. One is an accident where the police office, firefighter, and the ambulance would come. A firefighter is pulling out a man or from the vehicle, handed over to the ambulance, and then the police officer is investigating the scene of accident. So despite the fact that it is based on this is quite an efficient system, and I believe that this system is very well. So this kind of system enables us to cope with half of the emergency situation in Czech, but it is not always easy situation. I will share with you another example. We are in the residential building, which is under the fire. It happens Friday evening or Sunday morning. A firefighting unit comes. They determine the scope of disaster, call the firefighting units. Then the ambulance also come to the scene. Traffic police, the population are evacuated. Firefighters put the fire down, and the police structure starts the investigation. But what happens in front of the building? We've got dozens of people observing that 2 hours ago were sleeping in their homes. They are in the clothes that they had on themselves, and we need to have those people. We cannot live in them. Who will take care of these tenants? Well, local self-government should do that. So let's imagine that at 2 a.m. we dial a mayor of Belgrade if he could come and pick up the people that are outside their flats. We can even imagine if the mayor would answer the phone, what he would do with the people whose homes were destroyed in fire. Most probably he would not have a lot of function, a lot of tools. So the things are functioning in a way that we've got specific entities that are involved in the system, who should take care of evacuation of people. Then the social department is involved. The representative from this department comes that is 24/7 available. They and accommodate them if there is if the parents, for instance, are taken to the hospital and the child has stayed alone, the social service would provide assistance to the child. If there is a need for the construction officer, we call the construction department. Again, with the officer on duty 24/7, it comes on the site looking for civil engineer resolving the problems. We've got our town has the biggest historical zone. If it would concern the facility under the protection, we've got the cultural heritage officer, again 24/7 available, and they can come to the site within 1 hour and issue a decision. And now, pay your attention to this. If there is a need to involve the mayor or another political representative of a town, mayor and deputy have their disaster on-duty call, and based upon the commander on the intervention, they might come on the spot and participate in the actions. This is the basic model. How do we manage in the event of a disaster? So I believe that I do not have much more time, but this is just a small illustration how an extraordinary event evolves into crisis situation. In the case of the crisis situation, this disaster service is the first in the series of the structures to be applied. Why did we establish such a system? It was a joint experience. And in floods that we were affected, were the floods that affected us in 1997. So 1/3 of the town was submerged by floods, and at that point of time, local government started realizing that it would be good to have a mechanism to help them. At the very beginning, it really served simply to resolve flood issues. So they realized that it is necessary to have a mechanism that in the event of some weather forecast, when the water level are starting to get raised, to prepare the town and the population for the possible floods. And with the natural devolution of things, we've reached to this mechanism that now serves for the broader, for the wide range of the events. We have the voluntary firefighting units. I believe that it is very important information for you. In Czech, we've got a law that each and every local self-government and each location has to establish a voluntary firefighting unit and to fund that unit. In case they fail to do so, they have to merge and join the strengths with the other municipalities and to pay to professional firefighters specific fee for failing to establish such a unit. Within the municipality with the extended authority, in Olomouc we've got 45 units of that kind. The town Olomouc is founded 7 units of this kind, and we are also trying to train them. And of course there is a local Olomouc police. It's not all in the unit, something is in the equipment, warning system, alarming system. So the classical sirens that afterwards, sirens that now are supplemented with the SMS and different system of alerting. We also have the integrated warning system. If we have to react to floods, we need to have the procedures set, which are applied by the lowest service. And they apply also flood defense measures. There are activities such as training of firefighters to use new devices. Another important thing is to help people in crisis. You experienced that in the course of floods because you were supposed to organize the accommodation for people that were evacuated. So we used those evacuation shelters for migrants from Ukraine. But our firefighters also took part in the transportation of the humanitarian assistance and in the provision of function and in the provision of all necessary other services. Olomouc is a historical town. It happens that some facade collapsed or a stone, and you can see the photos depicting that. But we have different devices for rescuing, different aggregates, electricity generators, and similar. At the very end, and I seldom say to my firefighters and those involved in the activities while coping with the disastrous events, the main key is cooperation. So you've mentioned it in several occasions. So my firefighters know that nothing can help them if they do not cooperate with each other. This is the most important thing, and that should be applied. And if the mayor and his political deputies wouldn't be willing to participate, the whole system the mutual cooperation is the most important part. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Langer, for this impressive presentation of the ERR system in the Czech Republic. I particularly enjoyed the part on the integrated management principle in case of emergency situations. Now we go on. Sasha Spasic from the municipality of Ub will tell us about a JICA volunteer program in Serbia. One of the activities we implemented in Ub was the partnership between the local self-government, the Standing Conference of Towns Municipality as the umbrella association of local governments, and JICA, which is the Japanese Agency for International Cooperation. Japan Overseas Cooperation Volunteer Program started in 2017. It was initiated by the Standing Conference of Towns and Municipalities. 2 local self-governments were selected, the city of Kraljevo and the municipality of Ub. They were hosts to Japanese volunteers. For this program, it took us 2 years to design the program, to find the Japanese volunteers. These are the first Japanese volunteers to come to Europe ever. Now, almost all Western Balkan countries are part of this JICA program of the Japanese government that sends volunteers. Actually, this is in line with the Japanese tradition and culture. The first volunteers came in July 2019. And they are young professionals. They are around 30 years old. They worked in security services and in firefighting units in Japan. The lady who came to Ub is a firefighter. She is working at the airport in Fukuoka. And in Kraljevo, they sent a young man who was a police officer, a criminal police officer. In Ub, we designed a partnership program for education based on simulations. We started with the youngest children in primary schools. We wanted to teach them how to react in emergency situations. Japan is located in the far belt of the Pacific, and earthquakes are frequent and often, so they have a long-term culture of dealing with these issues. In 1994, the Serbian curricula was reformed and the courses in civil protection were removed from the curricula. After that, in Serbia, we do not have any kind of continuous education in primary schools and high schools teaching people how to react in emergency situations. When you go to schools today, even the teachers do not have this education. So we designed this program for DRR to train the school staff on how to act in emergency situation so that the teachers can transfer this knowledge to children. And then we would have an exercise, a simulation. Actually, our colleagues from Kraljevo did this yesterday. They did this simulation exercise. And I'm going to show you a short movie prepared by Japanese volunteers. They thought that this is the best way to show evacuation exercise. This is what they practice in Japanese schools. You will see that Serbian is a bit weird in this video, but they were using Google Translate to for the Serbian subtitles. They filmed a real situation in Japan, showing how children in Japan are taught how to do this since their earliest age. And we saw that the last evacuation exercise in a school in UB was done in 2004, meaning that no practical exercise was done in UB for almost 20 years. Here, you see how the procedure goes. And people who watched this video asked the Japanese volunteers for some clarifications. So the Japanese volunteers were able to provide additional details as they were showing the clip. So this video was made for educating the staff, school staff in Serbia. They explain how to put your head in a safe position, that the need to stay calm and quiet. We all know that an earthquake lasts for a while and then it stops. And so this is what people should do when the earthquake stops. In Japan, they do this kind of exercise on a regular basis. This is actually a real situation. So this is a recording of what actual school children in Japan actually do. And you see that they have personal protection equipment in their schools. And the Japanese volunteers thought from their point of view that we are a very safe country. For Japan, Serbia is not a country with strong and frequent earthquakes. See how the children are walking. They are not walking fast, they're not running, and they're staying calm and collected. They know how to implement these security measures, and the teachers are there to help them, to teach them. So we taught our teachers so that they can teach our children too. You will also see how they help persons with special needs, how they keep records. We have that developed and written down in our plans of protection and rescue, but we don't have the habit of organizing these exercises, but the exercises are the best way to practice these situations. We teach our teachers and our children how to do these exercises, and they must know that once they are out, they must not go back to the building until the security services check the building and assure themselves that it is safe. We did the same exercise in June when we had all those bomb calls in primary schools, bomb alerts. We also sent this to the institutions of public companies. These are the main instructions. And I want to thank the Japanese volunteers for making this video for us. I thought that it might be nice to do this exercise with you, but maybe it's not the best thing to do right now. But I'm going to show you a game, a board game that they prepared for children of preschool age. It's like a card game, but a card is like an event, a disaster event that can happen. So we developed this like a card game, a board game, and the events are like floods. And they're supposed to recognize their own street, their own backyard, and they should know what to do when they draw a card. This scene was added later because a PE teacher in a school, though I must say that I doubt that this PE teacher was actually qualified for his job. He asked, so what do I do in the PE hall if there are no desks for the kids to protect themselves? So these volunteers added these last frames to the video to show what to do when there are no desks. I'll be happy to share this video with you. I will be happy to forward it to other local self-governments and all the other products that we get from our Japanese volunteers. I will be more than happy to share them with you all. Thank you so very much. Thank you, Mr. Spasic.
For the perfect presentation prepared by the volunteers from Japan. I wanted to say particularly yesterday on the DRR Day in the city administration of the town of, in the city administration of Kraljevo, evacuation drill was organized at the level of all primary schools. So what we've seen in the movie, that was really something that happened yesterday in Kraljevo. But standing conference, while working in the municipality Osečina, organized the evacuation drill in the primary school in the village Petska, and 36 years is the period that elapsed from the last drill organized. So it is very important to organize these kind of drills, particularly in the primary schools. Sasha, thank you very much. We will continue. Miroslav Sladovic from the city of Zrenjanin is talking about the transboundary or cross-boundary cooperation and intermunicipal cooperation, but this time he's focusing on cooperation between two states. Miroslav, please take the floor, between Serbia and Romania. Once again, Miroslav Sladic, as my colleague Milos already mentioned, I am chief of the section for emergency within the town of Zrenjanin administration. Yes, we are those persons for DRR. No, I have to quote a colleague Babovic. Really, Banat has not been affected with disasters in the past 10 years, but we did and developed the flood defense plans. Should we intensify everything without having disaster? No, I'm kidding. But in the introductory part, I would like to reflect upon the fact that the implementation of this project actually originated in need to better capacitate civilian protection, the specific cause for the project, and applying for the same great floods back in 2005 and 2006, which we had in the Banat territory. As you know, we've got the Romanian and the Serbian part. The 60% of Banat is in the territory of Romania and 40% is located in the territory of Serbia. Banat as such, as a plain region with the vineyards, is the final recipient. The river Sava and Dunav, all Carpathian rivers, and even Tisa. And as such, they are torrential watercourses and are causing huge problems on the Romanian part. While reaching our plain areas, they are having the characteristics of the plain running rivers. Now it's much, much better. Thank you. It's 5 o'clock in the afternoon. So we had floods. Let's use those events. And I will mention the data, despite the fact that with the implementation of the project we started back in 2016, I will mention the fact that it was written in 2011 and it envisaged to involve 5 local governments. It lasted 5 years. That's how that call lasted. But if I understood well, I was not back then involved in the implementation. But in 2016, with some kind of the revision of the budget, we got the signal that our town and our partners from Romania can start with the implementation of that project. Why am I mentioning 2011? I have to. We need to focus on the political aspect. Back in 2011, we have some other structure. In 2012, the political parties changed at the local level, so that the fact that whatever the previous power did was something that's supported by the new governing structures, which for the town of Zrenjanin and the environment represented a lot of things. I've been asking for 3 to 4 years. There is a kind of a will, but without the proper means or strength to support it. And that is something that put forward Zrenjanin in terms of the surrounding municipalities. And after 5 years, this equipment now belongs to us, despite the fact that it was in the hands of the NCR. Now it's the city equipment. It serves to help the whole territory, not only the Banat, despite the fact that it's Zrenjanin that invested the funds and implemented the project. So in that regard, the capacities of the sector and the officers in the are increased. So I can use one scene that the mayor said that that Zrenjanin got the equipment ready to respond, to have it all properly implemented, but we don't have units. That's what we said. We've got the funds, but we don't have the equipment. We don't have anything, so it doesn't matter. So in a month time, we received 1 million dinars and 25 people were equipped with a uniform, and that way, and in line with the emergency situation law, we established the civil protection unit of the general purpose. When it comes to this project that I make reference to, who were the participants? City of Zrenjanin, the Romanian partners were organized differently. They have a kind of a local level, they have a kind of a sector, but it is at the level of the county. We used to have counties as well before. So at any rate, the territory of Banat is covered with this project, and and the directorate on the Romanian side. So everyone expressed the needs, and we've defined the budget of 828,000 euros. We purchased a lot of technical devices, and most of those devices represent something that we had the chance to use, not that often, but yes, we used, and it is stored in our storage. It is in the operational status. The other local communities can use it, and it is available to everyone in need. It's not just put there sitting on the shelf, but it is also used by the others. Yes, and you can use it if asked. 2 multi-purpose vehicles for the emergency situation, diggers, firefighters got new vehicles with the hydraulic devices, 4 SUVs, 4 mobile aggregates, 16 mobile pumps, 400,000 meters of the pumping pipes. We also got the 300 meters of the modular dam. And I believe Čačak has. Okay. And if we observe, Čačak is 200 kilometers away from Zrenjanin and Temišvar 80. And one of the tasks of the project was to try, through protocols, to find ourselves in a formal situation to assist each other. The desire was that the overall civilian protection units can cross the border and respond. But given that we don't have such a legal framework and that the emergency management sector is responsible for all the activities when it comes into international cooperation, we haven't implemented the project till the end. There were just our nice desires, but we were not able to. And I believe that not even law on local governments didn't allow for this. We would like in the new project somehow encircle the story regarding the protocol. So if the manpower of our local governments, at least the funds procured through the project, could cross the border to shorten the procedures for technical devices that are stored in our warehouse, but necessary for either them to us or I don't know. That is something that that we wanted. I believe that the colleague from the other side in Romania can finish that easier. We, as the local government, a bit harder. So a lot of things we did in this project. We organized different training sessions. We organized the training for commissioners and deputy commissioners. We developed the documentation that was supposed to be developed in line with the former methodology. We covered the whole territory of Banat. One company devised the document. We received the preliminary risk assessment, indicative flood-prone maps, and all those documents are called. We don't have them as such in our legislation, and we are not obliged to devise them under such title, but they are great for our needs, which are the defense plans on the waters of the second order that Zrenjanin unfortunately does not have, unlike many other towns in Banat. We devised the web page. A lot of activities were implemented in the course of 20 months. We organized different kinds of meetings. As mentioned, we designed the web page, 20 public gatherings, press conferences, something that raised the civilian protection at a higher level, and the position and everything that I told you put me in a situation to get in contact with the people that are making things different in this regard. Due to the fact that we've implemented proper this project, we had the positive evaluation of the project. Currently, we are also implementing another project that is the continuation of the mentioned cooperation, and the town of Zrenjanin would receive the equipment value 240,000 euros, and Zrenjanin asked for the tank for potable water. That is something that we really need. A lot of equipment, as I already mentioned, was purchased. If we saw the boat Can I respond with my unit using the boat? No, but God forbid, maybe I could. I wouldn't argue. I wouldn't argue with you. I know that we're at the verge of crossing our competence. Now we will give you the boat. We will give you the boat as a present. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Miroslav. This was a wonderful presentation, a wonderful example of intermunicipal cooperation, especially in the cross-border context. This gives us an amazing introduction for our colleague Aleksandar Glicic from Loznica, whose municipality should participate in cooperation with the Bosnian side of Drina. And now we will hear the analysis of the disaster risk assessment and disaster risk impact on cultural heritage in Drina. Good day. I will try to make an opening for Aleksandar if we can actually manage to start our presentation. Is there anyone from the organization who can help us? Excellent. So I will try to make an introduction and I will try to connect science and show how we can apply the research that we're doing. This is the last presentation today, and I think it should have been the initial one to showcase all our work. And why? This started when we started working on the spatial development map of Serbia, when we did the first risk multi-hazard map as the baseline for all further research. And this is the starting point, and it shows what we should have done in the field. So what were we supposed to do in 2020 and 2010? Professor Bata Stojkov, who was the director of this agency, said that we should start from the idea that every territory is exposed to risks and hazards, no matter what it is on Earth. And it has its natural susceptibility to some natural processes and natural disasters. So what jeopardizes the Republic of Serbia? We used the maps that we had available, and we started with the analytical maps to come up with a synthesis map. So this is the first map of Serbia that was done of this kind in 2009, and we could already see that some parts of Serbia are jeopardized by natural hazards. Their vulnerability was higher in comparison to some other hazards. This also depends from the natural complexes. We started various research projects. I was part of numerous projects for vulnerable municipalities, and I tried to use the methodology on smaller administrative chunks, such as basins and local self-governments, because there are some methodologies that cannot be applied at the lowest local level. I mentioned Kolubara. This is where I completed my magisterial work. But there are other parts of Serbia that are especially interesting, such as Drina. And we came to an idea to come up with this newest map of Serbia. You can see that this is really burdened by floods, erosions, droughts, forest fires, etc. They are the biggest hazards in the territory of Serbia based on the analysis. So what did we do? We are portraying the methodology. This methodology was applied when we carried out all kinds of studies for Serbia roads. We did the assessment of the vulnerabilities of Serbia roads, and we used the methodology to categorize flash floods. This is the methodology you see here. There's no need for you to get burdened by this. This is the proof that what we're doing is verified. This is very important for any analysis that we do. And of course, the different methods to analyze landslides based on which we can get some cards, analytical cards and multi-hazard cards, where we can show some municipalities in the basin of Drina, but Alexander is going to talk about this more. These are just some of the maps that we showed here, and we can do these maps in any format that we want. The level of precision is what we need here when we go to the local level. Thank you, Professor. Before I start with the rest of the presentation, I would like to thank all of you for staying until the end. When we saw the agenda, we knew that we're doomed because we will be in the very end. And Professor Dragan talked this morning about the need for DRR managers, and this is almost like a mythical creature that doesn't exist in Serbia, but they're here. They're not unicorns, they're not as pretty, but they're here. I'm sorry that the top management is not here to see them and to hear what they have to say, but I would like to thank all of you who stayed here until the very end and for your persistence. This analysis the professor showed, we started something that was mentioned today already, whether it is climate change or demography or whatever. We wanted to go to the lowest local self-government unit, and that is a local community. First, we needed to define what is a local community, what this analysis will include. And of course, we started from my own basin and our 11 municipalities in Drina, and we analyzed the whole territory. So we consider the geographic position, the climate, the water, etc. This serves for the analysis that will be used at the lowest level of the local community. We did what we did to produce the identified disaster hazards matrix. However, basins are not a mandatory thing, but we still did it for the whole basin to define some dangers, and we wanted to see the level as a whole, to see the dangers here. You know what is jeopardizing us in Serbia, what is specific and what had to be done was the level of these dangers compared to the basin. We had to define these parts of hazards. In the south, we have floods. In the north, they don't have floods, they have landslides. So we started to create this methodology that will be universal. However, this analysis should confirm a methodology that this can be done for any local self-government, for any local community. We will explain why we did this, why we spent several months to do what we can now be told in 5 minutes, but we did achieve some results. Our methodology defined what we would assess, and the crucial part was that we could use the research from the Faculty of Geography concerning safe zones and hazardous zones. And we interviewed citizens to see their position on certain issues. We did this in 3 local communities. You're going to hear what were these 3 local communities. We asked them questions. We asked them about their personal feelings concerning some disasters, asking them whether they would continue living there or they would move on. So we will get there later. Since we don't have enough time, a part of this is a presentation, and a part of this is a short film that will describe our work in these months. So there were 3 local communities, Trbušnica, Kržava, and Lapa. Each local community had its own characteristics, and they were good representative samples of the whole basin. So in the analysis, we reached some data that weren't clear when the assessment was done, meaning that the precision was actually much higher. We got the exact amount, how much money something would cost in case of a disaster event. And our work started from our assessment. We invested a lot of effort to get that data. We didn't have any of that data. We had to define the hazards on the territory of the basin, what water flows we had, what was the nature of these waters, etc., etc., whether they were flash floods. We know that flash floods are a big problem, and we mentioned spatial risk assessment. Technical issues. Never mind, doesn't matter. All the effort invested in the assessment paid off thanks to this analysis, because we managed to get some data that allows us to analyze all risks that threatened all areas that are protected, and we learned how much money all of this will cost at the level of local community. Local community is the lowest administrative unit, and data collected during census is available, and we can find it easily. We didn't have to come up with additional surveys or anything. So the final result of our work So that's it. This doesn't work. The final result of our work is that local communities are actually way more exposed to risk than we thought. And this analysis has shown that the costs can be incurred due to the risks identified by these analyses are much higher than what we thought at the local level, thanks to our assessments. So I believe that this analysis can be used in other local self-governments, and that it can be used for further analysis. We're going to skip the video and just watch the end. All this work, all these efforts resulted in this several months of work, resulted in 3 tables with some figures that provide precise amounts of how much loss each local community will bear in case of a disaster. We also talked about climate change, because if we build something now, we have to build it better. It has to be more resilient to what is ahead of us. So we foresaw how much money it would cost to handle any crisis due to climate change in the next 30 years. And we analyzed the impact on population migration in this area. And finally, we have this result. We all know that the population of Serbia is shrinking. We don't know why. People are leaving certain parts of the country, but at least in these 3 territories, we saw that people leave those communities where there are frequent floods, because in certain parts of Loznica, people have to renovate their homes every year. And that is a lot of costs per individual. And these individuals have to bear the cost. And this is all I have to say. Thank you.
Thanks, Alexander. Thanks, Professor, for having said this. We've finalized today's panel, and I believe that the conclusion can be the level of engagement and the work of the local officers could contribute towards the attainment of some results, and to what extent their proactivity is yielding result without any support found in the law or support by institutions. We hope that the changes will occur in that regard. We had the chance to hear Mr. Babovic, and a huge thanks for the colleagues from the local level that shared with us perfect example. I would like to conclude this panel and this conference and give the word to the host, to UNDP, to give the concluding remarks. Well, I can freely say good evening, and I can say that we had one ambitious task to organize the two-day conference that would start Friday, and that we are still having people in the audience Friday afternoon. So, colleague from Adria Media Group, I received the data that we are also followed online. So I believe we did great job. So in addition to Professor Gacic and Professor Lavan, to invite also Professor Živko Babic to join us once again. We've used it in a lot in the past few days. So just in a nutshell, let's summarize today's conference. Good evening to everybody. I wouldn't use a lot of words. I hope that you will remember this conference very well. I would like to extend thanks to organizers. All of them attended, panelists, lecturers, and of course representatives of our local governments for hearing us and listening to us. This is a great result because people had the chance to communicate among themselves with the people from the region to see what they are doing for whom they say are much more developed. Maybe they are a bit wealthier, but believe me, they are not that ready. When the fire forest started in Sweden or affected Sweden a few years ago, panic in the scientific communities appeared. In the response, people managed based on their experience, but the state invested back then 6 million euros only that year in the preliminary researches, how to reduce the consequences or how to prevent forest fires. So we are lacking funds, and thanks UNDP for enabling us this conference at least to converse among ourselves, and I believe that we would enter into different projects. I would like to commend everyone. My personal comments to those at the local level that are involved in the project and are using EU funds, because that is a great instrument for raising the resilience of their societies and communities. And the last appeal to media outlets and all of us to try as much as possible to raise the awareness of our people that they need to take care of their settlements, their houses, and of course that they should care about their children and the future generations, and to be ready to educate themselves, to be able to help themselves and the others. Thank you very much. Good evening by my side. Once again, it's almost night outside. I would first of all like to extend the thanks before giving the general conclusion. I would really like to extend the thanks to UNDP, our dear Jelena, and Vlada, of course. But first of all, Jelena, to the sector for emergency management sector that recognize our efforts in the idea. We've been working for a long period of time, for more than a year, starting from the idea, but understanding was necessary to realize everything. I would like to extend a thanks to Professor Milana Laban that has recognized that we need to have the cooperation between these two faculties. His assistance was particularly when it comes to organizing foreign lecturers that she was in charge of, so that she managed to raise the quality of this conference. Thanks for the faculty to helping us cooperate with the UNDP and the emergency management sector, my department that has always present here, but also to extend the thanks to Professor Ilica Georgievich that is from the other department, but recognized our idea and was my support and assistant at any given time. The key words that I would like to use to conclude are the prevention culture. You mentioned it all, particularly now when the local governments had its turn to say, they all mentioned. Then the education, it's the task of all of us. Of course, scientific and research work, but to be able to connect it, we all need to strike our balance and our energies. Once again, thanks to the college for the local levels, and of course to the Standing Conference in towns and municipalities, because without their support, this conference wouldn't have such an impression that they have. So once again, thank you all. Well, after these two wonderful ladies, on behalf of the institution that is the patron of this institution, to express my satisfaction on my personal behalf, on behalf of my service and my colleagues that are here, to express the satisfaction for being present and active in the course of this conference, because it is quite an honor for us to actually present and observe the job that we are professionally involved that be subject of such a conference, and to extend the thanks to UNDP, our dear Jelena, and our share Yasmina's opinion, to Jelena and to Vlada, but also would like to actually extend the thanks to the team, that technical team that enabled us to work in these wonderful conditions, to flawlessly have everything functioning, and to recommend them for some future activities. Without further ado, I do not want to compliment to the others. I wish a fruitful work for all of us in the future to improve our business, to reduce the risks in our country and abroad and worldwide, and also to say that everything that is nice should become a tradition. So that is a kind of our motto, even when we go to the restaurant with the friends. So let's make it a tradition. So I propose make this conference as a tradition, to on a yearly basis exchange the experience and make conclusion and draw conclusion out of these conferences, to personally get ourselves connected, which would definitely and beyond any doubt yield results in the future. Thanks to Professor, to Mr. Babovic, thanks to all of you for your attention, for patience, interest shown in the topic. So it was a great honor to me to be a part of the team that was organizing this conference, joined together with my colleague Vladimir Lazovic. I have to once again repeat that in these 2 days I learned a lot, that we had the pleasure to hear more than 50 speakers, renowned scientists and knowns in the DRR sphere, that I am more than satisfied, and gratitude for the support of all institutions of the Republic of Serbia that were with us. Not all of the colleagues had a chance to address the audience, and we've got the colleagues from Serbia Vode and the forestry management, Serbia Šume, calling from different faculties. You see how that collaboration is functioning wonderfully between two faculties, Public Investment Management Office. Thank you for your support. And at the very end, before we call to the end this conference, to tell you that all the material will be shared with you. The conference is recorded. everything will be shared with you, and everything will be sent to your email addresses. Any questions you might have, we would gladly respond to them. At the very end, I would like to extend the colleagues from Adria Media Group, Alana and her team, that not only throughout these 2 days, but weeks in advance, we're preparing the campaign and the realization of the event. So all congratulations by our side to our wonderful interpreter teams, to Isidora and Tamara, to our colleague for the Czech language as well. You did a great job. And with having said this, I would like to conclude this conference. Wish you all a pleasant weekend. As Mr. Babic mentioned, hope to see you soon. I really enjoyed it.